Okay, I thought it'd be up right now, but I didn't get the link yet to join, but we'll see. I was trying to get the link so I can join her channel, but she was like, I'll send the link tomorrow. Never got it. I also don't want you guys watching obese black women with a 40 ounce and fried chicken dancing the whole time. So let's go see her channel real quick and see. I know she has a YouTube channel here. Let's go check into this real quick. Nzinga Harris. Don't see this. Blacks with Black Fatigue. Let's go check this out real quick. Where is your channel at? I'm having a hard time trying to find her channel too. This is crazy. Maybe she messaged me. No, sent, not even read. Maybe we should go into our fatigue stream because nothing's coming up right now as far as like this. Don't know if she read this or if she's looking at it right now or what's going on. Definitely gonna find out what's going on. I sent her a message to see if we can get this started. Anyways, I could probably maybe allow a couple people up if you guys want to talk a little bit. Go ahead and lower this music a little bit. This music is so bass, though. It's pretty bass. Hey, what's up, Wolfmoto? How's it going, man? I'm going to try to have a stream about how the Black Matriarchy shaped generations. When I say try, I'm trying to connect with another content creator so we can have... I thought we planned this out better, but I never got the link on their end. Usually I'm really prompt with everything I do. Not calling them out of their name, not saying they're not professional, but First Amender showed up 30 minutes late to my debate. Hopefully that's not happening here. Hopefully, because I don't do that. I show up on time, right? The First Amender debate was disrespectful as hell in the beginning because he showed up 30 minutes late. And then he was like, my apologies. I forgot to put up. I'm not accepting your apology. I said, I'm not here to fuck around. I told him that in the beginning. I said, I don't accept his apology. Let's just get to the fucking debate. I literally told him that before the debate. And of course, he proceeded to get mollywopped in the whole debate, even with my mic not even working properly. Yeah, rat uterus. That's the only debate he had was rat uterus. He showed like a book with... How do you have a book with just a rat uterus on hand and ready to go for a debate to try to prove a point? That was just insane. That was just insane. So not only this, but he shows up and can't even defend his worldview when it comes to Transformers, right? Oh, here we go. Eleazar Perez. If you guys can, follow this guy out. He's based. He's also another debater just like me who goes into the den. These rat-infested den, no pun intended, but a rat-infested den of iniquities and battles these people with their ideology. The Transformer ideology, anybody can identify as whatever they want ideology, and it's anti-natal propaganda at best. Just completely anti-natalist agenda. Eleazar Perez is doing God's work as well as Andrew Wilson, as Rob Noor, Jake Rattlesnake, me, a bunch of other people. Anything that's out there with an anti-Christian agenda, this is what we're facing and fighting. Okay, I finally got the link. Oh, good. Rumble. Hold on real quick. I got a message back. Let me see if I can connect my Rumble up. Once again, Eleazar Perez here. Follow him and give him a like. Grid One Motorsports is in the damn building. Let me go ahead and put this up real quick. I think she's gonna try to have this on Rumble. I'm gonna try to put this on YouTube. Hold on, I've never connected with Rumble before, but we're gonna see if we can make this work. It has to work. So bear with me for just a couple moments. We're going to talk about the Black community in its matriarchy that has shaped generations of just wretchedness. That's what's happened here with the Black community. Anyways, we're going to discuss this and then even more, going into all of this degeneracy at its finest. All right, Rumble Studio coming in here. Okay, of course I'm going to spell my name wrong so they could pronounce it right. Access denied. You need to be authorized to perform this action. All right, well, let me allow all of this. Allow while visiting the site. Request to join. All right, it looks like we're going to be on the site and we're going to be on Rumble as well, too. I look forward to seeing all of you guys in the chat as well, too. Tune into your Rumble, too. I have a Rumble. I don't know if any of you guys are following that. I'm never on there. Let's go ahead and pull this up as well, too. Marte might be on the wrong mic. Yeah, let me check real quick. Hold on real quick. Microphone.
There you go. How does this sound? Sound better? I'm on the right mic. Mike was doing during the debate with First Amender. I don't know if it was my mic. I don't know if it was my headset, something else. My Rodecaster was kind of messing up. Hey, Marte, can I jump up for a minute? Yeah, I'll give you a little quick link real quick. When Grid says he wants to jump up, I guess maybe I could, right? Could allow it for just a second real quick before I join this other panel real quick. All right, Grid, the link is in there if you want to jump in just for a second. Yeah, I didn't do this during the debate. I should have checked my mic repeatedly. What's funny is I had a handicap and still whooped First Amender's ass. That's how bad his worldview was. His worldview was so bad that I had a messed up mic and still mollywop the guy. Got it. Okay. I'm on the stream right now. Let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Stream is okay. Let me bring you up real quick. Hey, what's up, Grid?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. I don't know if you saw that debate, but my mic kept messing up. But First Amender did not fare too well.
No, I didn't because Speakeasy and I don't get along, and I don't watch anything on Speakeasy's channel.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's between you guys. I definitely, if you guys have that going on, I understand.
I don't have the beef with him. He has the beef with me. He keeps saying he doesn't, but he keeps talking shit about me. So, all I can do is just show my displeasure by not being there. So.
Well, I had it on my channel though, Grid. It was on my channel.
Yeah,
still.
And in fairness, I could have watched. I did watch a few minutes of it. Somebody had sent me the link, but I was also I was tied up with stuff. To me, it looked like you did a pretty good job against First Amender. He's just a dumbass. So.
I agree.
You just gotta have if you just acknowledge that going in, life is so much easier, and that works out. So tonight earlier, I wanted. I'm sorry.
Did you see the stream that I had just before this one?
A little bit of it. I was driving.
Okay, but go ahead. What were you about to say?
Yeah. So tonight on my stream, I'm going to be covering what I am now calling Grokgate. which was all of the nonsense that went over the past week.
Okay.
Now, because you're involved, I wanted to let you know before you just like got sideswiped by any of that shit. And we're not actually going to focus purely on what happened there, but all of the ways that AI is being used and how maybe it should be used or what we should be thinking about. And I have a guy who's basically a professional gamer, and he's going to talk about what he's seen in live stream gaming, both professionally and just people gaming online, streaming. As far as script kiddies running AI bots and things like that, and we're gonna kind of deep dive on the AI tonight. I didn't want people to be running over here and say Grid's talking shit about you or anything.
Nah,
that's not what's happening. So
Grid. So here's the thing, though. Until you demonstrate otherwise, I'm always gonna assume that you, Speakeasy, or anybody else are gonna be straight shooters. Yeah. But if I see something, I'll see the stream. I'm not gonna assume that. Because obviously I don't run a drama channel, but I go over there and I look at the recap and say, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, so we're not doing this for drama. We're doing this.
It was just not what happened.
The actual. What we're trying to do is I'm going to try and tear apart the ethics of it.
Yeah.
And where are we with AI in online debate and online gaming, and just having conversations with people.
So I will say this, Grid. The reason why it's hard to use Grok in a debate is because if First Amender says, but what about the rat uterus? Now I have to respond to something I don't even have time to put in Grok.
So we, and that's actually one of the things that we've talked about. And so I don't know if you watched the debate between Craig, FTFE, and Max versus Rob Noor and I. But
yeah,
except for me, literally, Craig had to look shit up. Rob really didn't have to look anything up, but if they gave him something that was like out of bounds, he would quickly Google it or he uses, I think, Grok or ChatGPT. I forget which one, but that's fact checking, and I think that's okay. I think fact checking, or if somebody pulls something out of their, well, first of all, rule number one in any debate, if somebody pulls something out of their ass and says, well, and actually I would have called First Amender on this when First Amender said that, you can, they can, using brain scans, they can tell that this person is a trans before the person can know that. Well, that's absolute horseshit. And the report that he cited literally concludes that it's horseshit. He totally bamboozled you. And I would have called him on that. I would have said, you need to provide your source, give me the link. And I personally would have just said, hey, okay, I'm just going to read this really quickly because I think you're full of shit.
What I did was I said, Grid, I told him, I said, First Amendment, I'll even concede that to you because I don't think that that's going to actually help your argument at all. Let's get back to like a locker room.
It would have decimated his argument if you had called him on it and said, and so once you impeach one source, then all of their other sources come into question.
Well, I did. Remember when he brought up the source and I said, can you tell me in 2025 where abuse towards trans people is happening? Mm-hmm. Then he said, well, I can't, what does that have to do with anything? I said, because I asked you, where is this recently happening now? Because it's proving harm, right? I need you to demonstrate harm. Yeah. And then he said, what I'm doing is I'm shifting a goalpost. I said, how's that shifting a goalpost? And then when we got back to it, he lied about that. I called him out on this and said, well, hold on. So you're lying about the date. And then he tried to change this. So all of the sources got destroyed in real time prior even to that. So.
And I think that's key to do with someone like First Amender because he plays fast and loose with that shit.
Yeah.
Like you can't believe anything he says at all. So,
but that's the beautiful thing. I think as long as you have a solid foundation and you kind of do some studying, like there's only so much Grok's actually going to help you out. Getting back to the topic, Grok can only help you out so much because if somebody can counter and they could say, yeah, even though you read this verbatim, this still doesn't make sense because of the nuance. And I'm just like, fuck.
Well, I also think, and you and I talked about this before, and I've given other debaters this. I actually was a judge on a debate show 3 weeks ago, I think 4 weeks or whatever it was. And one of the guys, literally, you could tell he literally had like a printout in front of him reading it off of his argument. And I'm like, dude, I get it. You wrote it down. You have your research. You took notes, whatever. But read it through a few times. So all you're really doing is looking for key points, and you can put it out there in your own tempo and your own voice, and you're not tripping over words. I mean, I do that anyway, but it just sounds so bad when people are listening. If you're just if you're literally, they can watch your eyes move across the page because you're reading it. It's so terrible in a debate. It gives the audience and the judges a feeling of that you don't know what you're talking about, and then and that could play into it. So again, I'm not nitpicking here at all, right?
No, I agree. I'm actually on your side, Grit. I agree.
Yeah. So when we're talking about, I don't, and you notice Andrew never does that. Andrew will have his notebook sitting, and Andrew, and I don't have a notebook sitting here, but Andrew will have his notebook sitting there, and he'll just be sitting there talking like this, and you can watch his hands move, and you can just talk to him, and
this is what I have. My First Amender debate. Like, this is my notes and
so, and now you can see Andrew write sometimes, like he'll write something down, right? Yeah. And I think that's really important to do. But anyway, I just didn't want you to feel like you were getting sideswiped or
no, you're good, man.
Anything like that. I'm an above board person. I come straight to you. I would have done it privately, but you were already streaming, so I just took advantage.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, so
great. So I'll tell you this: even if you have harsh criticisms against me, like let's say this could hurt my feelers, but it was like fact based and it was reality, that would never.
I have no trouble pulling punches. I mean,
I appreciate that.
And I told everyone this last night that when we were discussing the show, I don't. The fact that you did it, that's irrelevant at this point. It's how do I deal with this in the future for my show, right? Like, this is a bigger problem for me than one person who did something, right? This is a problem that's going to come up. People are going to be using AI. People are going to be acting in good faith against people who are, basically acting in bad faith. And what do I do about it, right? This is my show. This is what I have to deal with. So, I'll figure that. That's for me to figure out. And that's what we're really gonna hopefully dive into pretty deep tonight. I just wanted to, I just want to let you know, man. I don't, like I say, I don't stab people in the back. I stab you like a friend, face to face.
I like that because I can at least defend myself against some shit. But here's the thing, though, Grid. I actually have a solution for you because we're men. I think men should be solution orientated, right? I can really honestly destroy somebody in the debate without using grok or anything like that. I've done this in the past. And the First Amendment debate is a good example of this. The last debate I had, I did, notes, or I even showed my tabs and shit before I even got because of the whole shit. So that was kind of like me poking fun at myself. But here's the thing. Here's the solution. IRL debates. Like, you can't use AI. Like, if you're using AI, I mean, how are you going to bring like a whole transcript in a laptop to a physical debate? I went to Jubilee and debated that tech billionaire, and I'm going to try to start doing more IRL debates that are filmed on YouTube. They're just in person. So I think if I can do more of those, I actually think those are better and more fun. Speaking of which, to my audience, if you guys can go buy tickets to DebateCon. Speaking of IRL, Grid One is hosting this whole event and actually putting this on himself. He's going to be the ringmaster to what some kids say is a circus with these faulty rhetoric people that show up sometimes, but it's going to be a good, fun event for all. I'll let you continue to speak on this.
Yeah, so actually, I now have an Eventbrite link that will allow you to pre-register. And we're doing that now. It's still free. There's no cost to this, but the reason I'm doing it is because I need to know, for the caterers driving me nuts about how much food. Can I post a link in your chat? Have you got that disabled?
Yeah, please do that. If you want to post links, you can post links.
There's the link to the event. You go, you register if you're going to show up, and that way that allows me to know how many people are going to be there, how much food to get, how many chairs to rent, all of that kind of thing. And so that really helps out. So we're putting this out there to anyone that goes or is coming to Modern Day Debate that might be at my event, so that we know how many people are going to be there, and we know how many people to plan for, which is important to me because the caterers are they're driving me nuts. They do everything based on 20. They do everything based on 20 people. So X amount of food feeds 20 people. X amount of food feeds 20 people. And so so if you've got 60 people, they need 3 of everything, right? And so if I tell them I'm going to have 75 people, they'll plan for 80, and that kind of thing. So, but they're just driving me crazy about it. So, and to be honest, it would be nice to kind of have a rough idea about how many people are going to show up. So I'm throwing that out all over the internet to see, so we can make sure that everybody that's coming gets the message and gets the link and can see that. So.
Sounds good. You guys heard it here first. Eventbrite, everything else. So this is actually really official, even more official than I thought it was. So if you guys want to go ahead and show up to the event, check it out. He's going to post the link in the chat. If you guys want to buy tickets.
I did, but it may not be letting me post it. There may be did it come up that time?
Let me check. Mods, if you guys can you guys, I don't know if it's a mod issue or anything like that.
Well, I like in my chat, you can't post links. Only mods can post links. I can throw it in the Discord and you can post it. Let me do that.
Yeah, throw it in the Discord and I should be able to possibly post this thing. Because I honestly do want to promote the event. I can't promote that if I can't post links. This is nonsense. All right, here we go. Grid 1 with the W, with the Eventbrite W here, showing this. Let's post it. If I can't post it in my damn chat, then we got a serious problem here. Okay, here we go. Post. Eventbrite. Did it show?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, guys, if you guys want to show up to the Eventbrite, now official, even more official than I thought it was, Grid 1 Motorsports Debate Con opener, you guys can show up. It's going to be an extravaganza IRL this time with Jake Rattlesnake, Andrew Wilson, and a lot of your favorite celebrities showing up. It's going to be a damn awesome event. Bring the wife, kids, everybody else, and bring good, solid argumentation. I think Grid's going to critique you heavily if you're bullshit. It's just going to call you out. Just tell your chat.
Yeah. I am going to do as much of the moderating as I can. We'll
That's
see
good.
if I throw other people in there to moderate. I do have great people that are coming that can do the moderation. So we'll see how that works out. Again, the event is free. Lunch is free. Dinner, you know, go somewhere for dinner, or have DoorDash deliver you something to the event. I don't really care. But
and he's not buying your damn drinks either.
Yeah, alcohol. I don't buy alcohol.
No alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do that. That's one.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to do the alcohol thing on your own. He doesn't do that. I mean, I don't drink alcohol at all. I haven't drank alcohol in years, so it's not my cup of tea. But it can be yours. I don't care. I just care about good, solid argumentation. And on that note, I appreciate you stopping by, Grid. Let me know.
Yeah,
you didn't have to
get my stream going. I just wanted to make sure to give you a heads up because fair is fair, and I play fair, so that's what's up.
Yeah, I honestly, the people and I'm going to mention them again, Dusty, Beth, I don't have any personal issues towards them. I just don't like it when people clown on Christianity. Not saying Beth does, but the other person, he has done this numerous times. And to me, that's like, I can't really be that. Anyways, I'm not going to divulge into this. I'll talk to you off camera with this.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to this. We appreciate you showing up to the channel, man. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We'll see you when we see you.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, Grid. Appreciate it. All right, guys. That was Grid 1 Motorsports letting me know that Grokgate was going to be discussed. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Nzinga Harris is tending to the family right now. That's what's going on. Tending to the nuclear family, ladies and gentlemen. Based as hell. Good stuff. So, oh, I hear somebody. The same voice as Erykah Badu, but she's 10 times more based. Showing up to the stream. Let me get my screen ready to share so I can bring you guys in on this. Oh, okay. I think there's a delay real quick. Let me refresh this real quick. See if that'll work. All right, I've officially refreshed it. Let me see if I can maximize the screen or whatever. I don't think it maximizes. Anyways, let me show it on my end. Bring this up. Hello, and welcome to On the Edge with Marte Reyes. This is, wait, hold on. This is your job. What am I doing? This is crazy. All right. I know you're gonna bring. I already have you live, Nzinga, by the way. So, just so you know. She got the Orthodox candles lit. She got the liturgy set. Oh, Nzinga, I can't hear you. You're muted on your end, maybe. All right, let me turn down the theatrical music real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as Miss Harris gets her audio ready, this is going to be a good time for all. Very based content, by the way. The subject matter is going to be how the Black patriarchy shaped generations, and of course, you guys know I do a lot of content on this already. This is going to be a very interesting discussion that needs to be had. I think when people avoid these discussions, things get hairy because there's the whole thought process of what you allow is what will continue. And this has happened in the Black community. Overwhelmingly. All right. Nzinga, I can't hear you yet. The lips are moving. Wait. Oh, wait. I hear you now. Okay.
I'm trying to get you into my... Oh, there you are.
I had to turn my camera on real quick so I can just make sure that I'm in here. All right, let me full share the screen real quick. There we go.
Oh, let me scoot over here. Excellent. Cool. Can you hear me? Am I coming through and everything?
Yeah. You're coming through.
Perfect.
You're coming through.
Excellent.
Looks like we both kind of messed up on our ends. I didn't allow for everything to be set because I'm not new to Rumble, but I'm new to being on Rumble. I've just used Rumble to watch Andrew streams. But yeah, this is good process for me to kind of get through all this stuff. So Grid One says, is that the lady that was on the other night? Yes, it is, Grid. The very
yes, he is my dad, my daddy.
Oh, that's so Grid One is
the
like
one that
daddy.
said daddy. Yeah.
Okay. Grid. I guess you might have had a Black ex-wife too. So
my Black
Grid
daddy, I don't know my Black daddy, so he's my white daddy.
Yeah, Grid. Apparently you had a Black ex-wife because you have a daughter out here now somewhere. This is crazy new findings we're finding out about. New developments here, Grid. It's
breaking news.
Breaking news. Grid One's Black ex-wife. The evidence of such a fiasco just showed up right now. It's crazy.
That's funny.
So,
all right,
Andrew Wilson, Black ex-wife, and now you. This is wild. All right. Anyways,
he has a Black ex-wife.
No, he did. That's just a running joke right now. It's crazy.
Oh, okay. I missed the joke. I've been literally sick all day. I woke up sick. So if I'm a little out of it, if I seem like out of it, that's why. Like I was like ready to pass out a couple times a day. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you're fine.
I mean, you know what?
Because I'm not out of it. I'll make it up for the both of us.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might have to talk a little bit more. If I seem a little bit lost, you might have to just jump in.
There you go. Yeah, I'll just
But
bring up guns. How about that? I'll bring up the 6 hours and how I like them that much, and it just wake you right
which
up
one
real
do you
quick.
like?
I like SIGs.
You like the one that shoots people by itself?
The one that shoots people. Yeah, I especially like the one that shoots people. That's my favorite.
No, the P320 has had some issues. I don't know if you've been keeping up because
Yeah,
you're more of
it
a
has. It just depends, man. I mean, there's so many issues we could talk about. They just kind of stopped producing Glocks because of the black community. Speaking of the black
Mhm.
patriarch, another evidentiary claim that I could say, because black
Yeah.
people are just irresponsible in the culture. Now they have switches, and now Glock's like, okay, we got to stop this BS. Now we got to like. So I'm just like, this is crazy. You guys are messing it up for two-way rights people.
For everybody.
This is
So
crazy.
they Glock recalled all of the Glocks, right? And then they're like remanufacturing them. I don't know. It's crazy. But my
It is crazy.
mom has a P320, an X carry.
Oh,
And
your
I was
mom is
like, "Hey
nice.
mom, maybe you should unload that for a while and just like put it to the side." So she unloaded it. She put it to the side. But now she needs another carry gun, and I don't know what she's gonna do. But
Crazy.
I was telling her everything. And she's like, "Yeah, I'll just unload it and just put it away for now." So we gotta get her something else to carry because you gotta have something, right?
Yeah,
You just
you
gotta
have
have
to have
something that's not
something.
gonna injure you by itself.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you carry it. Penix carry, you could, I mean, so there's all that. I was in law enforcement for like 13 years. So I've been dealing with Glocks for the most almost 90% of the time. It's just been Glocks. And that's like the standard issue. So it's just, I don't know. It's crazy.
I like Glocks. Glocks are fine. I have a P365 XL that I
Yeah,
carry.
that's not bad.
I really like that,
I
but,
don't like the Glock 19. I actually qualified one time by using somebody's gun
really?
to try to figure out, and it's just so long on the butt. It doesn't fit my hand, and
Mm,
it's weird because you have to be able to just get acclimated to it and get used to every gun like it's a brand new
yeah.
thing you've never shot before. It's just different. So, anyways, good stuff.
Isn't Glock 19 like the Glock?
It's a big. It just
Oh, the 17. Oh, okay. I
yeah.
thought the Glock 17 is like the Glock that everyone has or has had. Okay, my
Everybody was
mistake.
showing off their Glock 19s at the range when I went. I was like, okay, you guys and your Glock 19s, it's cool. But yeah.
You One last thing about guns, I love guns. One last thing is you can tell, like, different eras of people who are in the military or law enforcement. The newer guys, they carry, 6 hour, and then the older guys I have a friend who married a
Now
guy in the
that's why I mentioned
military.
SIG, because we've transitioned over and everybody else is
Uh-huh.
set up. They're like, no, this is more superior. This is
Yep.
why. It's not only the
Mhm.
handling, it's the utility of this. It's not only just how you clean it, it's just better all around. SIGs are just more reliable, dependent, and it's like you're not dealing with plastic as much. Like it's just there's so there's all these criticisms around that. And then there's like the whole argument with like, do you like revolvers or like there's so many conversations we can get into when it comes to guns, but I'm pretty sure that could be another podcast as well too, for sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah,
So, my law enforcement friend was gonna come on, but, he can't come on tonight. So, it's just you and me by
yeah, that's
myself.
fine. That's fine. I have a lot that I can talk about, and not only that, but I have clips that I could bring up too.
Yeah, bring up some clips,
Yo,
or
I got
send them to me through Instagram or whatever.
crazy
Um,
clips. I can share my screen right here. I think I can. Right, hold on.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
It
you
says like,
can. Mhm.
oh wait, I
Perfect.
can't share a screen since I'm already sharing a screen. Hold on, let me see if I could.
Can you Rumble? Well, I guess then your audience wouldn't see it, huh? Well, if you send me the link, then I can share it if you wanna do that.
You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I could, because it's private on my YouTube channel. Let me see if I could do that. But there's so much to talk about. Like, I don't even need content. Like, I'm just chock full of content myself. We'll get to this as I set this up, but I'm just saying right now, it's just all bad right now as far as the black community. I think that the matriarchal structure has been used to represent the men in the home now. So there's been kind of like a role reversal, and blacks took a lie in they like black as far as community has been bought and sold so many times, whether it's through hip hop, through music. Now you have like these Jays that bought the music industry and are telling blacks, hey, this is what sells. So that's been co-opted. And when it comes to black homes, that's been co-opted, because back when I was a kid, if my mom moved back in or my dad moved back in, they cut my EBT off for my mom. And now that's been kept keeping blacks out of the homes as far as nuclear families. So I think it's a good thing for EBT to be cut off for a period of time. So that way we can have like a moratorium on having to rely on one daddy, which is the government, and go back to the nuclear family daddy and relying on men back in the household. Because when you do this, you take two dads out of the home, you take God out of the home, and then you take the biological dad out of the home. I think that this is bad. Blacks have the same argument that just goes like this. Well, the CIA brought coke in and crack and everything else like that, and that's how they messed it up. Well, hold on. Did you have to smoke it? And the reason why I can conflate is, did you have to take the EBT? Did you have to take the non-religious marriage too and take God out of marriage? That's why Greg Adams was saying something like, well, how are you going to fix it for the rest of us so we don't turn Orthodox? Because God isn't in marriage, because you don't bring God into marriage. How do you think that marriage is going to work if you take God out of it? Which goes back to the black matriarchy that we have. So now that the black woman is now the black man of the head of the household, we've taken this and it's been such a hyperbole and exaggerated so much that examples like Big Mama and all the Tyler Perry movies and everything, that's the new man. That's the new competent man now, because these men aren't competent because they're raised by black women, which means they're more emotional, more feminized. And these aren't the men that you want to date. Hence, now we see why marriage isn't going to happen, because these emotional men and none of these women want to date. Well, these black women, the matriarchs, are producing this. Like, I can go on a long diatribe and a long tangent about this, but I'll stop right here.
Okay. Well, usually I go live at 8. But I can go ahead and do it now. That way, actually, I can get into bits. And
wait, isn't it 8 right now? Wait, where you're at?
8 SEST.
Oh,
it's like
so
7:37.
It's like 7:37 right now, right?
Yeah, but for the sake of your channel, and I know you're live right now, I'll go ahead and go, because I don't have that big of an audience anyway. It ain't like hundreds of people are waiting, right?
Oh,
so not yet anyway.
Hold on, we can fix that. If you guys are following me in the chat, and then not to mention that, but sub to Nzinga Harris's channel as well too, on YouTube, or if you're on Rumble, go ahead, shout your channel out to my viewers if you can.
Yeah, it's Nzinga Harris, Nzinga Harris. It's my name. So, and then on Instagram and X, you can find me at Chaco Gun Bunny. So my friend Eric is not going to be on tonight. He's got some things going on. So I'll start the stream, and it's like a starting soon thing that's going to play. It's going to be like 2 minutes long. It's just so that I can make sure that everything's streaming properly.
You're good.
Sometimes Rumble just acts a fool. But if you speak, you will be heard. So maybe mute yourself on Rumble. I don't necessarily care, because I think it's kind of fun. But yeah, whatever you want to do.
We're good.
All right.
Okay, guys. Good stuff, man. We're going to get started with this stream, and this is going to be a good time. As you guys know, my whole stance on this is black women have created a BS pop for the black community. I'll just leave it at that. I wonder if you guys can hear the music. Oh, the dance. Dance party. Good stuff. We're almost ready to go. And you can show for all.
Welcome, guys, to Blacks with Black Fatigue. I'm your host, Nzinga Harris, and I have a special guest with me tonight, Marte Reyes.
Good to see you guys. I am your host of On the Edge, and it's not only good to see you guys, but I appreciate all of you guys tuning in for another episode, another good episode, and we are going to be covering some heavy topics because, as you guys know, that we have the great white silence out now. If anybody else has this conversation that doesn't have any melanin in their skin like we do, they're deemed racist. They're deemed, I can't have you talk about us, otherwise I might pop a cap in your ass, or any of this conversation, or they might be striked from YouTube, or any of this stuff. Look, I'm going to be honest, folks. The reason why I talk about this is because I know Andrew Wilson can't go deep on this issue. Rachel can't. Rob Nord can't. Jake Rattlesnake can't. But guess who is? I do all the time, because what are they going to say? I hate my mama. I hate myself. Yeah, good luck trying this, but you can't call me racist unless you say I have internalized racism. But then you'd have to demonstrate this, and intention's hard to prove. This is why we have these discussions, because if nobody can hold the Black community accountable or even talk about these people like this, and when I say people, I'm talking about the culture, not the people specifically, then nobody can hold them accountable. And guess what that is? That's a recipe for disaster. If Black people can't be held to account for anything, well, guess what happens? Just degeneracy, and it's just wrought with just misuse of cultural everything, just degeneracy, you name this. We're going to have this conversation. It's going to go down right now, and we're going to get into the thick of it. And when I say the thick of this, I'm going to end it right now by saying that if you guys have sensitive feelings or sensitive ears, you guys can just tune away right now, because it's going to sound like I'm attacking the Black community, and I'm not. All this is out of love, because the only way that we could solve something is if we expose it and talk about the faulty rhetoric that is in the Black community.
Yep. Tonight, we're going to be talking about unpacking the Black matriarchy. Is it empowering, or does it bring division? I think I already know what Marte has to say. You probably already know what I'm going to say. It's not empowering at all. It's just bringing division. I've got stats and numbers to prove my position. But before we get into that, Marte, just introduce yourself to my people real quick.
My name is Marte Reyes. I am the host of On the Edge. I like to cover edgy topics. I like to cover things that a lot of people don't like to talk about because they can't. Whites are silenced, like I said before. Not only are whites silenced about this, but also Blacks are frowned from dating outside their race because, once again, they hate themselves. But I'm going to go into the Orthodox Church, and when it comes to Black culture and all this other stuff, I'm going to bring up a lot. I know that I have some Orthodox followers right now, but once again, I'm your host, Marte Reyes from On the Edge. You guys can follow me at _ the real Mighty Mouse at Instagram, or also Mighty Marte on X. And also, I forget what my Rumble account is, but you guys can see it here. I'll post it later, but we're about to dive deep into this issue and cover some real topics.
If you want to follow Marte, go to the description. I put all of his social media handles there. But Marte, I want to play a little game with you before we begin. Okay, we're gonna play a little game show.
Is this a game show where I leave for a carton of milk and come back for my babies? This is what we do.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
All right, okay, cool. All right,
it's a game show called Fact or Cap. I'm gonna show you. You don't have to go into deep philosophical or political commentary. I just want to know if you think what I'm going to show you, you're going to look at what I'm going to show you. I'm going to say a statement and then you're going to say fact or cap. Okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Oh, wait, let me play my thingy because I worked hard on it. Yay! Fact or cap. Let's play.
Fact. Oh, we got started?
Not yet.
Better than them at every single thing.
Wait,
every single
refresh.
thing that we do, that they do. Better than them at every single thing. Every single thing. The best person in every single thing that both black people and white do is black. We're better than white people at everything that we do.
Okay, here is the statement. Blacks are better at everything than white people. Fact or cap?
That's cap. That's obviously cap. Because you can't apply this to anybody else. You can't say that whites are better at everything. That's an absolute claim, as you know. We can't really make these absolute claims and say Asians are better at math than everybody. Well, actually, that might be more true than anything else. But when I say this, it's like we can't say that one race has a monopoly on everything because there may be exceptions to the rule. So that's what kind of invalidates it a little bit. But more often than not, he's blatantly wrong about this because when he says everything, and I'll give you an example, Nzinga. If we are so technologically advanced as an American society and we had slavery and all these white devils here, supposedly, where's the Wakanda in Africa? Where's the streets of gold? And they're going to say slavery. But here's the problem with this, though. You don't have any tech innovations. What have black people done and brought to the scope of innovations in America recently, as of today?
Breakdancing.
Man, I don't know about that. What kind of innovation? Putting down cardboard and doing monkey flips and all this stuff. That's crazy, but I don't think that's anything innovating, like as far as advancing society that much. I think it's gone the way of the dodo, really. Breakdancing is almost done.
Dang, that's cold-blooded. Okay,
I can't think of anything.
Next one. I can't think of anything except for maybe like hair stuff, but that's not like innovative to other cultures.
Wait, no, I can think of cosplay because Father Turbo looks like Forrest Whitaker a little bit, but a way more base version. He looks like a way more base version, and he's actually the kind that okay, I'm about to say this.
Don't say it.
He's the kind of black that I like, because some blacks I don't like, and I'm just like, I don't like those. I like those type, but I don't like these type. I can say that, but if a white person was to say this, they'd be like, "Oh, God, you one of them racists." And KKK. No, it's true, because if I see a bunch of blacks in a neighborhood, guess what's going to happen? Property value goes down. I'm probably not going to want to move in there. I'm going to definitely lock my car doors when I leave. So I behave differently when I'm around black culture compared to when I'm around. And it's funny because when blacks get more educated, and this is something that's really funny about this. This goes to like the whole question with the cap you just asked. When blacks get more education, more money and everything else, why do they move from black culture? They start moving anywhere else. And then the here's what happens. The counter is crabs in a bucket. Oh, you trying to be white. Talk better. Oh, you trying to talk white. Oh, okay. Now you dating snow bunnies now. You see how they like degrade us when we elevate our status, our lifestyle, or we leave degeneracy. We stop speaking Ebonics and all of a sudden we're talking white. This is crazy. It's almost like, how are you going to be better than me? Well, because you don't want to get up here through your own merits. So you just want to be crabs in a bucket the whole time. That is also rife in our community as well, too.
Okay, let's move on to this next one.
Men, grown men with big dicks in the women's locker room. And that's why I'm getting kicked out. And I want to make sure the girls know. The fuck?
Okay, here's a statement. Black women's need to yell about stuff comes in handy sometimes. Fact or cap?
I'll say that's a fact. I'll say it's a fact. It's a fact because here's the thing, though. You can. I allow self snitching. If you want to be outed and be the person that's a bad example, Why would I want you to silence yourself so everybody knows what bad looks like? I think that when we put a muzzle on people, sometimes you actually don't know what to avoid in society. So that's why I'm pro free speech when it comes to pro hate speech, because if somebody says, I hate all blacks in this, well, at least I know what they look like. But if he can't say that, then I don't know what who's this person and who isn't that person. I think it's a good thing. So speaking of which, I had a recent debate. I don't know if you know this, a guy named First Amender. I watched it. I debated this guy and I brought up this example, this whole example of Gold's Gym. And he says, oh, that's fun. That's silly. That doesn't happen. So I almost died laughing. Yeah. But anyways, that was good because it was an example I brought up at that debate. And
the other thing too is that I couldn't, it's probably more rare to see a white woman do something like that than a black woman. And what she was calling out was actually necessary. So that's why I was like, well, sometimes maybe the mad black woman comes in handy. You know?
Yeah. That's why I said well, I said for self-snitching, but I also think that it helps out twofold. It helps us know that one, stereotypes are mostly based in truth, because otherwise, why would they be funny? And then for two, I think she can call somebody else out on her own BS while also fulfilling the mad black woman stereotype at the same time, thus reaffirming that more than First Amendment could reaffirm that men are women. So I think that's
By the way, the man that was in that locker room with her, she was butt naked and the man was just like looking.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to this next one. Okay. The statement is, white women can dance. Fact or cap?
It's just one that couldn't. They can't dance because the waltz was a great dance. White people can do a lot of stuff. But fun fact for my chat, they do put seasoning on their food. From the Europeans, they brought pepper and spices as well too. What's funny is they'll say that, oh, they don't bring any rhythm. What culture do they have? Well, hold on. They had the waltz. They had Beethoven. They had what is this? The Byzantine Empire that I have, like all this other stuff. So it's like there's so much culture, but that coincides with people saying, well, whites don't have any culture. You might as well say that. They have so much culture, is crazy. And then every culture has culture, right? Otherwise, what else would you call it? She just couldn't dance. I saw a moonwalk in like a rain dance. So I think she's like, I think she's hijacking Native American culture, appropriating there too a little bit. No rain is going to come from that rain. That's true. The most shitty rain dance I ever seen in my life.
All right, let's move on to the next one.
I really can't help myself. I keep on crying. But baby, I love you forever and ever. You're mine. Baby girl, let me tell you, you are my air.
All right. Okay, the statement is,
man,
we should legalize meth so we can speed up natural selection to get rid of people like this. Fact or cap?
That's cap. I think that's cap. It's hella cap. And here's the thing, though. All I think that it does is magnify what they already do. If you're taking crack, what you already do is going to be 10x, 50x. It's like if you drink, if you're a depressed person, you're just going to be depressed times 50, right? If you do anything else, it just magnifies it. So if we think about this, it's like, yeah, all you're going to do, all you're saying is like, can we speed things up? And to me, that I'm just like, I'd rather watch a slow burn to people's lives. It's more entertaining sometimes. That's crazy, though. I feel like he was doing some black appropriation there, even though I don't feel like black appropriation exists. But if I was to call that anything, it would probably be that.
That would be it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got two more.
Here we go.
I got my basket full of stuff, and I'm gonna just walk out. I'm gonna show y'all, but give me a minute. I gotta get some trash bags. Okay, y'all, this is everything I got. And this is it up there. And as y'all can see, is not any of my people. And the white people, they're not paying attention. Camera, yeah, but oh well. I got my stuff. So if they're taking y'all EBT, just go to the white neighborhood and get a basket full of groceries.
All right. You saw it. She drove like 30 minutes to a white neighborhood to steal from their grocery store. Here is not the question, but the statement. Blacks should go to white neighborhoods to steal food if they hungry. Fact or cap?
That's cap. That's total cap. The reason why I say it's total cap is because we see this dichotomy happen all the time. I'll run away from Black culture, but people will say, well, no, it's because you hate your culture. And the problem with this is they'll say, well, no, you're running from Black people. That's what it is. No, it's the culture. So there's two different things, right? When you notice that one culture tears down their culture, they'll go to where it's sustainable, where it's livable and everything else and rob from that. Because if you don't see things, I guarantee you the neighborhood she went to never had plastic shielding to take out deodorant. You know how you have to get a deodorant and they're like, let me unlock that for you, ma'am. It isn't because of white people. So the neighborhood she went to haven't caught up yet when it came to cultural society. Their culture hasn't caught up yet because they've never had to deal with it. So I think that this is like a lapse in culture. I think that happens sometimes. If I go to like Walmart down the street, this is probably telling too much at what neighborhood I'm in. I'm going to have to ask for hair care products that are locked up behind a shelf. Hair care products.
Crazy.
They're not in. And actually, when I get boxers and socks, the weirdest things, I'm like, how is this associated with being Black? And you're just going to lock those up too? So this is just crazy. They change things because of culture. And when you see people change things because of culture, guess what happens? It's more authoritarian. The more wild culture gets, the more controls and stopgaps and everything else people have to put on certain things. If you notice, Black culture has more stopgaps than white culture when it comes to like authoritarianism. And to be honest, it sounds insane for me to say this because Blacks they'll say something like, no, whites are more authoritarian than Blacks are. Nope, because walk down the wrong neighborhood and wear the wrong color, right? Not only this, but walk down one neighborhood and then look too white. So there's so much when it comes to authoritarianism in the Black community. It makes the white community look like the Simpsons episode with Ned Flanders' neighborhood. Like that's what it makes it look like. It's crazy.
I agree. We got one last one. Get your vomit bucket ready. You may have already, because I accidentally shared the screen a little too early. But
I might have to get it ready. It's crazy.
Be prepared. Okay, let's look at some of these pictures. Her name is Cynthia Erivo, or I think she goes by they, them, or some ish.
Are you talking about the long hands and long feet?
No, this is the Wicked. She was in Wicked.
Jesus
in the movie.
The one that's going to be.
Yes, she was Jesus. She was
that's
Jesus.
Crazy.
One more time. Yes. Let's stop that. All right, here's a statement. Cynthia Erivo is feminine, sexy, beautiful, and handsome. Fact or cap?
Is there a 50-50? Because
really?
Is there 50-50? Because here's the thing, though. If you look at him from a certain angle, somebody that has really poor taste is going to say they're really, really handsome. Somebody's going to say they're handsome. Everything else is cap. But it just depends if you put the right shade of light. You know how when people take, here's the thing. I'll justify this with one claim real quick. I'll even tell you this. You know how women are in the mirror and they take 50 pictures to get one right to post that one angle that they just so happen to catch?
I don't know that, but I've heard of others.
Right. She could probably do something like that. And then somebody could say she's handsome because she took the luckiest 70th shot from a certain angle, from the certain shading. Oh, that's a handsome guy right there. Somebody probably could say that.
So to you,
not to me.
On a scale,
somebody.
No. On a scale of 1 to 10, you think that she's an 8 if it's a good photo?
What? Negative. Put a negative before that. Put a -8. That's we working in the minuses, baby. This is what we doing. We working in minus town. We not working in pluses.
You were giving her a whole lot there.
I'm giving strangers some kind of charitableness nature when I say this, because it's like somebody out there is going to reproduce with that. I've seen people, and I was like, somebody had a baby with that. Yeah, trust me. She got 2 arms, 2 legs. Somebody would reproduce with that. So we got nutsos in this world. It would happen.
Well, she calls herself a they, them. I think.
You know what's crazy about that? This is the diabolical part about this. So not to talk about religion, but when Christ was dealing with demons, They call themselves Legion. They call themselves they, them. So what does it sound like? It sounds like she's appropriating herself to like demonic entities here. This is what she's doing because the only people that call themselves they, them is Legion. Things like this. And it tracks, right? I'm just going to say it tracks to me.
I agree. She's queer and bisexual. So I guess she's a switch hitter. And, you know, I guess somebody would procreate with that. So, okay, I'll give you that.
That's gross.
Marte. I agree.
I'll ruin my
with
appetite. Zinga Harris
I'm
is like,
sorry.
I want to make sure you don't eat for days.
For like 3 days.
Messing everything up over here.
So, Marte, thank you for playing Fact or Cap with me.
Great. She's like, thank you for letting me ruin your appetite the whole night. This is crazy.
You know what's funny is like it started off with like 2, and then I kept seeing funny stuff on Instagram and TikTok and stuff, and I was like, I gotta add that. I gotta add that. Holy crap, I gotta add that. And so that's why it was so many. I couldn't say no to any of them.
So Zinga.
And then I also knew Eric would be a little bit grossed out because he's a little bit older. So like gross. A real Christian, like older dad guy. And I was like, Eric is going to hate this. I have to play it. But then he ended up not being able to do it tonight.
That is pretty gross. I will say that it's extremely gross. It's nasty. I don't understand it.
You had a question?
Was that?
Did you have a question for me?
No, I didn't have a question. I just want to say that was just disgusting. It was not my cup of tea. I was just saying it's somebody's cup of tea out there.
It's somebody's cup of tea because she did have like a partner or whatever the hell. Okay, so let's get into the Black matriarchy. I know you have a lot to say. I went through and did a little bit of research and found a bunch of stats that prove that the Black matriarchy is not good for American society, let alone Black culture. But let's first hear your what you think.
The Black matriarchy isn't a thing. I think it's a pseudo co-opted movement, and this is how it happened. Just like the snake came into the garden, just like the snake whispered in Delilah's ear, things like this. You're talking about a group of people, not bashing all women, but I'm just saying it's most likely in women's nature to be easily propagandized to certain things when they see the easy route to certain things. If you don't want to work towards things and you want to find a man that's going to be a provider and give you things that you need and make you feel safe and protected, well, who does that no better than Uncle Sam? So I think what a lot of Black women did was they said, you know what? I don't have to deal with this Negro. Get out my house. Insert Uncle Sam coming in. Now all of a sudden, why do I need a man in the house? Because Uncle Sam pays the bills. All of a sudden, and I don't even need to worry about this because I got batteries I can put in this plastic thing right here. And if something happens, I could outsource all of manhood and this is why lesbian relationships don't work, because everything is outsourced. The protection's outsourced. And this is what happens. I think that, so I posted this earlier today. I said that a really racist white man is the same as most Black women. And this is why I'll say that. Almost like the same as other lesbians. Well, not calling them lesbians, but the same as lesbians because they outsource a lot. And when we talk about things like earning things through merit, everything is outsourced. If you need a baby, I'm just going to go ahead and do in vitro. I'm going to outsource that because I don't have a man in the home. How's that no different from lesbians? Somebody breaks in my house, I have a gun. Well, I don't have a man, so I'm outsourcing to something that men produce and still have to maintain weapons, ammo, everything else, right? Well, sex lives on the fridge. Oh, I can just go get batteries because a man doesn't produce this. I'm just going to go ahead and replace this and outsource that. So everything is outsourced, including Big Daddy. Matter of fact, I think that Black women in culture are more lesbian than lesbians because actually they got one up on lesbians. They actually have a provider that's there consistent and monthly with the checks, whereas lesbians, like they actually have to sue men that they have these in vitro babies with or outsource this. They've actually gone after the men that they've had the baby with, right? They go to sperm banks, and then when they break up, I'm just suing that guy for child support. Well, you can't sue Uncle Sam for child support, so I think it's more optimal. So I think, but this is crazy for me to say this, but I think it's true, that Black women have the monopoly on lesbian gamesmanship compared to lesbians because they actually have a father that they can't sue that's going to come on time with the money. They can outsource guns and protection. They can outsource babies and pregnancies. everything else, all without the domestic violence. So I'm like, they're more lesbian than the lesbians. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy because if you just look at all different kinds of stats, I looked at stats on divorce rates with mixed race marriages, divorce rates amongst different races in America. I looked at child abuse, people who are victims of abuse, people who commit child abuse, extramarital affairs. I mean, I went down the line, and all of it points to there's something fundamentally wrong with Black America. We get divorced more, we cheat more, we abuse our children more. We commit more crimes. Obviously, everybody's been talking about that lately, especially with Irina Zarutska. There's all these terrible stats. And we can get this probably at the end, but the only good stat that I found, and I was actually surprised by this, is I knew that Gen Z men were going to churches, especially traditional churches like Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. I knew that they were going to those churches in droves. I did not know that young Black men were were overly they're going to church more than Black women. Before, it was Black women were the churchgoers, the more frequent churchgoers. Now it's young Black men, and I didn't get to this stat, and I couldn't find anything on it. If anyone in your chat especially that'd be great. But I'm wondering what kind of churches they're going to. If they're going to your Black churches that was infiltrated by like Margaret Sanger and the Democrat Party, if they're going to those churches, or if they're going to more traditional churches like the white kids are. But anyway, it's crazy because I'm married to a white man. He's super white. Like, he's not like a I don't know if I can say this on YouTube, but he's not a WIGGR. Like, he's not like, like I hung out, I'm, what I'm saying? Like, I hung out with Black people, you feel me? Like, he's
That's
not
good,
like that
though.
at all.
That's good.
He's super white. And I was talking on a podcast, I think it was last Friday, and the question was asked to me, are Black men desirable? And I said, like, I find Black men attractive for sure. But when I was dating, you couldn't get past race ever. Even if I said I was conservative, I'm Christian, and they said the same thing, there was always something with race. Even if you volunteer for conservative things or Republican things like I have in the past, and you meet like a Black guy, they're still going to say something like something's racist or something, or they still worship their flesh is what I'm getting to.
That's
yeah.
cope.
And so
It's mad cope.
yeah.
And one of the reasons why I believe that that's cope is because I don't know why we have to carry on the burden of her mother's deficiencies throughout life, because here's the problem with this. And I think that it stems from a lot of the matriarchal structure that we have, because if you have a stern dad that's fair, firm, and consistent, you're not going to pawn things off to let me remove my accountability and just throw a stone and then hide behind it because race is really comfortable and I can pull this card out and use it anytime. You're not going to do this because your dad's going to push you to work. He's going to say, you're going to do 20 push-ups because you flunked your homework assignment. And guess what happens? Hard times weed out all this because men are laborious when it comes to like discipline with kids and things like that. With women, I've seen more often than not, 5 minutes in the corner, Ted. No more lasagna for you. You're cut off for 10 minutes. And then when you think about your action, it's like, I'd never seen a dad discipline his son like that. But when it comes time for things, I don't think women make good disciplinarians. So guess what happens? You start allowing this weak-hearted nature to come in to where it's like, we now can't don the cape of accountability. We strip it off. We hide behind this card and we say, now, because a Black woman has raised me, there's always got to be a boogeyman, and it damn sure ain't me. We was oppressed, and because we was kangs, but I don't know what happened to the kingdom that happened. It just all of a sudden vanished. And now in this world, everything has to be race because I, like, by my own merits, I can't make it because my mom couldn't keep a husband. She kicked him out, but she didn't tell me that because all of a sudden, and this is another reason why too, Black men only hear one side of the story. They never hear the dad's story. They hear he went to go get a carton of milk, but mom's not going to tell you how she ran him out because as soon as he came in, they would have been like, oh, we're cutting the food stamps off. Your dad now has to work and support a family, and you have to actually make a marriage work. That story never gets told. You'll never hear this, and it's always under the guise of must remove my accountability so that moving forward, I can pull this race card anytime I can use this, and I never have to develop myself as a man. And that's the problem with the Black community, is that the men that you date that are Black out there, If your manhood is conditional, guess what else is? Your whole relationship is as well too.
Well, if you look at the stats on child abuse, so 8 out of 10 Black girls experience physical or sexual abuse in their lifetime, whereas it's still high, but 7 out of 10 white girls. The abuse, sexual abuse, childhood sexual abuse and among Black women range from like 34 to 40% higher than other groups. So, and then, the men is a whole other story as far as like homosexuality and stuff. But if you're having men raised by a woman that has been sexually abused or physically abused by probably their mom, if you go down to the who commits more child abuse, then they're not going to be able to properly raise anybody. They're not going to be able to take care of themselves. If you want to get down to the heart and the mind of the matter, you're not going to be able to. Well, first of all, they can't raise a young boy to be a man. But on top of that, if they're perpetuating the child abuse or putting these kids in situations where they can be abused, whether that be daycare or uncle or cousin, I mean, of course, you're going to have Pookies coming out and making CVS leave San Francisco because they're getting robbed all the time. And that's why there's more young men represented in the prison system. I mean, it's just like it's like a Ouroboros. Like it's a cycle of dysfunction over and over and over again. If you're talking about women child rearing, when 8 out of 10 of them have been, raped or abused physically. So it's just impossible outside of Jesus Christ. And it's still really hard if you're in the church. It's impossible to raise any child and have them be functioning good human beings in society. But like you've been saying this whole time, if there is no man to come and bring order to chaos, then what do you have? Like Jordan, who is it? Jesse Lee Peterson talks about like when these young men act like their mothers. I don't agree with everything he says, but he does bring that up, and I agree with that. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, I don't know what the prescription is. I guess I can come up with some, but what do you think is the prescription as far as like child abuse? If a woman has experienced that and then she goes and has children and she's the only one raising them, like what does she do? What do you tell her?
I mean, one thing that I can tell her is we need to nip this at the bud. Like all this needs to be changed and revamped. One of the problems that I'll tell you right now, and I'm going to refer to like the Andrew Wilson, Greg. I don't know if you saw that debate with Greg and Coach L. I'm just going to call him Coach L. His rhetoric is loser rhetoric. So one of the things that I'll say is that people rail against religion all the time. And he has said himself, he said, well, you don't understand. There is no God in divorce. There's no God in marriage. He's uttered this so many times, but I actually agree with him. When you do marriage and you don't have God in your marriage, what do you think is going to happen? Because if you don't bring God or Christ in your marriage, yeah, of course, you're not going to have a solution. So the whole debate stemmed down to, and I'm going to tie it back to like what we're talking about. The whole debate stemmed to like, can you give us a solution for God absent a marriage? This doesn't exist. Because when you talk about this, I mean, it's a covenant. It's not like a contract. So these are two different things. One is respected because Black women inside this covenant, when it comes to the historical church of 2,000 years, it's unchanged. When you bring Black women into this, now all of a sudden they found their quote unquote roots. You don't have your roots when you have churches led by female pastors, things like this, and they just make up their own. Matter of fact, I can't. Let me play. I gotta share the screen. This is crazy. Let's get to this because I do have I was gonna do a religious segment on women in the Black community leading. This is like, to me, this is really tangential to the topic because the Black community has been co-opted so many times, but the men also allowed this to happen too. The men, it's really a multi-layered issue. It's very comprehensive because I can't just blame the men. I can't say, well, the men should have fought back harder, because the harder men fight back, the more credit cards they have to put down to fight for custody, because you're also paying for her defense too. The thing that I'll say, and this is the prescription I'd say, for women if you have a marriage in Nzinga, I'm going to tell you, because I was married for 4 years and I got a divorce. I'm the one that filed. I can go on with this. There was some infidelity, stuff like that happened. So I was like, I'm out of here. So here's the thing that happened, right? I think that if you can nip this in the bud and find something that's going to work and it's proven to work, Orthodoxy only has a 9% divorce rate. And then you have people like Coach Greg Adams saying this is a fairy tale. It doesn't exist. When I can point to a community, the Amish community was brought up for a certain reason. How come what they do works? How come what they do works? And every time we bring this up, you call it a fairy tale. So I would point to the Black matriarchal community and say, hold on, all you can reference is what you know. If all you know is Pentecost, people speaking in tongues that you can't even understand, nobody understands this language that they speak because they just make shit up in the church. He's just making it up. They're having these contests in the church to who can have the biggest hat. Sister Mary isn't going to outcompete me for biggest hat of the year. Like, it's crazy. This is what I grew up in, and these are the mothers raising kids with no fathers. So I think right now the belief system, they've literally said that this is also an excuse. Well, hold on. How are you going to hold me accountable when I believe in God? Lord have mercy. Like, no, this is not God. This is you looking at yourself as your own deity, because now all of a sudden religious, like these principles you have are conditional, because now you're mad one week, you believe in this, and now Sister Jenkins, you want to go to war with her in the church because of that. All this is just conditional rhetoric because of up and down nature. When we're talking about female nature, this is the Black matriarchy at hand here, and they hide behind this religious shield of Pentecostal beliefs, Baptist beliefs. And a lot of this is just made up shit. We've taken the truth and put a little bit of subversion in there. Oh, that's why I can lead this. God's called me to lead this as a woman. Ooh, child, my Tampax is acting up. Like, and I don't understand this. This is what we have now running the churches. And now we're saying, no, well, hold on. There's a man in charge. It's God. So you can't tell me nothing. To me, that's bastardized a lot of the culture that we have. And now it's like, what are you going to produce from this? You can't produce marriages from this. And then when you do produce children, those children are going to mirror these same women. So the guy you date is going to be like Sister Jenkins in a man's body. So that's all they're doing, is we have a replication factory from these women who are saying, oh, God is my savior. This is the guy that you're going to produce, and he's going to map this onto his character. Now, Black women have to date him. He's overly emotional, overly sensitive. He wants to pop off and he gets pissed. The solution is finding the original church, something that works. And if I point to this and I say the Orthodox Church hasn't changed in 2,000 years, 9% divorce rate, has most kids, we're outproducing everybody else. So I guarantee she's not taking them to Planned Parenthood if she joins Orthodoxy, or I would say even Catholicism, or I would say a close second. If you do this, that's a solution. But when the Black community looks at this, they don't know what that looks like, because I don't think the Black community overall has been introduced to Orthodoxy. And when I say Black community, I'm talking about the degenerate locking things up in Walmart because I have to ask for permission. All this community, that community.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about myself for a second. I was on John Chukwu's show. He's a pastor in Raleigh, North Carolina, and he brought me and 3 other Black women on to talk about why Black women vote Democrat. And my answer was, I think it was the reason behind the reason is that they're angry. They're angry at a bunch of racist stuff, slavery, Jim Crow, etc. And they're mad that their dads aren't in their life. And I think because I'm married to a white guy, I talk the way I talk, I have the politics that I have, and the ideas that I have, people assume I grew up a certain way. I grew up very stereotypically Black, meaning I didn't have my dad in my life. I think I've met him 3 times, one time since I've been an adult. And then the numbers that he gave us, they didn't work anymore. The letters came back that we would send him. And so we had no way of trying to find him or communicate with him. So we don't know what happened, me and my brother. And we've kind of just let it go and been like, oh, well, when we could try to pay to find him. But it's just like, well, he clearly didn't want to be in our life. So we haven't. But I remember growing up in church, And I grew up in one of those churches you're talking about. It wasn't Black, it was more mixed, but it was still like, you could like have a lot of emotion. And, I played guitar in the church and it was like, come on, guitar player. And you're playing and you're sweating and all that stuff. I grew up in that type of church. But I remember growing up, and one time specifically, I remember there was this little girl. Her dad played guitar at the church and he got down from rehearsal off the stage and he picked her up and he was throwing her in the air. And I remember looking at that and I said, why don't I have that? And it made me so mad. I was so angry because I didn't understand why she had something I didn't have. And like me and my mom have talked, she's a good Christian lady and everything, but she clearly made some mistakes that have hurt me and my brother, and now we kind of have to deal with it, and that's really annoying, and it sucks. And I talk to my husband about it all the time. It's like it sucks, but you just kind of give it to God, and you keep moving and try to do better with your kids. But I imagine if I didn't have, I don't know, like I'm not like a super high IQ person, but I remember as a teenager I said I'm staying away from boys because I knew I wanted men's attention really bad. So I stayed away from boys. I did not date a lot. I didn't date until I was like mid 20s. And I waited till I was married to have sex because I did not want to do what my mom did to me, to my children. I was like, I'm not doing that.
Glory
This
to God.
sucks. This sucks. I hate it. This is not cute. It's not fun. I feel inadequate all the time. And you just know there's a hole in your life. And so when I think about these women that are they're sexing, they're doing the Plan B songs, like abortion is funny, and oh, I'm pregnant, and I don't know who the daddy is, but I'm getting that EBT and all of that stuff. It's like a game and it's funny to them. My thinking is they had the same feelings I had. They had the same choice I had. They read from the same Bible. We went to similar churches. Why don't they make the same decisions I made? I'm not special. I'm not especially smart. I'm not especially gifted. There's nothing super or extraordinary about me at all. I'm very, very basic. And it's like, well, I think what happens is these churches do not preach to these women. They wait until they've had the children and they've had the tons of premarital sex, and they're like, "Come here for a safe haven,
I
and
know.
we'll help you raise your children, and
Crazy.
we'll give you a place to like volunteer." And then I think pastors do take advantage of these women that don't have a man in the home. I can speak to that too. The church I grew up in, I learned about Jesus and all that stuff, and that's where I gave my life to God and decided I wanted to follow Him. But when I look back as a grown woman now, 35 years old, I look back and I go, I can see where those men who were not real men of God took advantage of the fact that there was no father in me and my brother's life, and they did. And so it's this weird cycle that happens where these women don't make a choice from the get-go that I'm not going to be like my mom. And I don't know where that needs to take place. I don't know if it needs to be in movies and TV and in the
That's a start.
pulpit, but th that has to change, like you said, like, it has to start from there when these girls are little, when they're 8 years old, when they're 10 years old. They can make those choices. If I'm gonna do better than my mom, because they should. That's like every generation should, even if your mom made great decisions, like the child abuse wouldn't be there. I mean,
Yeah.
black people in America, we commit the most extramarital affairs compared to other races, and it's
Oh,
like the
that's not even
affairs,
talking about HIV,
child abuse,
diseases,
the
everything
STDs.
else. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
crazy. And the allowance of degeneracy, like when we vote,
Yeah.
most tend to vote for trans activities or these other marriages that we wouldn't even allow, like same-sex, genetic dead end marriages, like all this other stuff. Like, and I mean, First Amendment got pissed when I said that. It's like, but how am I wrong? So, but here's the thing, though. I'll even say this: like growing up, I remember because I had a black mom, right? She was also deaf. My mom was not only
Mm.
deaf, but it was like English was my second language because I learned sign language growing up. So she was already on disability because EBT because of that, and rightfully so. I could say it's probably hard for a black woman who's already deaf to find a job. It's tough, but she worked for the police department as a secretary. Somehow she made it work, but until she did it, and then she didn't have a job. It was on EBT. One thing I'll say though
Mm.
is I have like 5 brothers, and all of them turned to gangbanging, Bloods, Crips. My IQ isn't any higher than theirs, probably, or maybe it is. Who knows? I don't think I'm any more special as well, too. So when you were talking, I saw myself in this dichotomy that you're presenting, this whole example. I was like, okay, this sounds extremely familiar because I didn't lose my V, and I didn't do it when I was married till I was like 25. I waited till like later because I was like, I don't want to be having all these kids. I don't want to have this happen, all that. So I waited for a very long time, but it was because of peer pressure I lost. But anyways, that's a whole nother thing. But back to this, I'm like, I went into law enforcement. I grew up around needles, syringes, a stepdad beating me too, black community, all this other stuff to where it's like justified where you should be able to beat a woman because since, I mean, the pimp hand should be strong in knee. Like that's the community I grew up around. So it's like listening to hip hop music, rap, all this. And then my brothers turned into Lindo Park Crips, literal gangbangers. Wow. And then when I was in law enforcement, my brother put a hit on me. I'm like, this is black culture here. This is crazy because I'm a pig now. All of a sudden I'm a pig. So you could see the divergence happen. I was on one side of law, they were on the other. And it's like, how come they didn't turn out this way? Well, fluke things happen. I think maybe you were kind of a fluke. I think I was a fluke, but even more, I wouldn't even call us flukes. What I'd say is that somehow we were like, and I'm not going to, I don't use this term to like glorify red pill. I think we were red pilled at some point to where our eyes were open. We saw something and we said, I don't want no parts of that in my life. I don't want these kids out of wedlock. I don't want to have HIV. I don't want to have this or any of this. So we just saw the community that we decided that we didn't want to partake in. And that's all I did. It was a simple move, but I don't for the life of me understand how they didn't see the same thing that I wanted to avoid, which was gangs, which was drugs, all this other stuff. It's just insane. And matter of fact, my brothers don't even really still talk to me to this day. And my dad, like you said, you've seen him a total of 3 times in your life. I've seen my dad a total of maybe 3 times in my life. And turns out he was a DJ. So of course, there goes that. You can just fill the blanks right there. So it's like, if you really think about this, that we have similar stories. But for some reason, I'm on this base conservative side, and then you're on the base conservative side too. You believe in nuclear families and all this. So I have a lot of complaints that I can rail towards the black community, but I'm solution orientated. So when you ask me, is there a solution for blacks to go to? I would point to the Orthodox Church. The only problem with that is the argument that they're going to give back to me is, I don't believe in God because I have to be convinced of God and all that. Okay, well, you don't want to be convinced that the divorce rate's only 9% on this side, that we have more nuclear families, that it's even the red pill community can even get on board that it's a patriarchal structure and you don't want that. Nope, I want to stay out here while you guys try to figure out how to make marriage work without God. We're going to stay here and avoid marriage until we figure out how to make marriage work without God. Okay, good luck. That's going to happen in the month of February, which it'll never work. So, I mean, it's the reason why they say there's not going to be any solution is because they don't want one. They don't want to have to like turn their life over. They don't want to have to do the conversion. And I get that. If you don't want to do this, you also don't want to convert to like a traditional family and a marriage that'll work. I get that. That's what you're saying too. You just don't want to admit it.
I remember Ann Coulter one time said that Black Americans were like the last church group in America. And at the time, I kind of believed it. It was a few years ago. But now I'm like, I'm not sure if I believe that. I mean, I've been to bigger Black churches in the area, like Durham, North Carolina, and you go in there, and I can't tell you the amount of Skittles Black men that are in there, and they're flamboyant. It's not like, I believe that someone can be Christian and struggling with their sexuality or even if it's even if they're heterosexual, I think that Christians can say, oh, I'm struggling with lust or whatever. I don't think you can be full on flamboyant, just displaying your degeneracy and then calling yourself a Christian. Like Rob Smith, when he was on stage with Charlie Kirk that one time and all the gropers got on there. I don't know if you remember that, the culture war.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a groper was at the time, but I knew those white boys were spitting. But it's just like, you can't call yourself a Christian if you're just flamboyant with your degeneracy. Well, you go to these big Black churches, and there's clearly a group of people right there that have a a sin on display that you could try to reach. I'm not saying call them out in front of the whole church, but you could try to reach those young men, because we know how most of those people end up the way that they are, and they act like they were born that way, but they were probably diddled. And they just take advantage. I mean, I think they take advantage of Black women too, the church, I mean, the Black church, when you're talking about, how much Black women donate to these big Black churches. So you've got the young men are going to church more, young Black men are going to church more. I don't think they're going to Black churches, though. I wasn't able to find anything on it, but that's just my instinct telling me that, because Black women still contribute like 61 to 63% of church donations in these large Black churches. So I think these churches are not centers like a hospital. You know, in Orthodoxy, we say like sin is a sickness and you need a hospital. Protestants say the same thing, but I don't think that they're really acting that out. I think they just want people to come on Sundays. Yeah, bring your kids, sure, bring the next generation of degenerates that we can suck for money. And so there is no solution in these Black churches at all. I don't think so. Like you can't have all these single mothers and never say, "Hey, this is what a true woman of God is. These are the things. This is how you went wrong." Because some people may be kind of retarded, or sorry, I don't mean that. They may be kind of
Artarded.
they don't. Yeah, they may be kind of artarded,
Yeah, it could be
and they don't
artarded. Yeah.
have. Yeah, like they don't have the like how you and I were able to step back and look and say, okay, these people made this decision wrong. I'm going to do something different. And so the women can't do that. So it probably is going to take a good pastor or good preacher to say, this is where you went wrong, but this is how you can teach your daughters to make different decisions. And this is how you can teach your sons to make different decisions. But I think that they get something out of these women staying in bondage, if you get my drift.
I think what really is going to take effect is if we have, and this is something that I agree with Andrew Wilson on. If you have really good argumentation, like let's say that you and me, we're going to have the great Nzinga versus Marte debate. And we're debating semantics on marriage or something like that. Maybe it's something that you want to tweak and we're both on a conservative side, but I think something else should be semantically changed in this, right? Let's just say that there was a liberal that entered the chat and they were like, we're just going to have a three-way debate. But if people really looked at the optics nightmare of how unsustainable marriage is absent God in this, and then with feminism and everything else running amok, and we literally refine our arguments to become better, and we improve on these arguments that we have when we practice this and we get out here and we debate. Not only do we debate, but we're also I would say more charismatic when it comes to debate. We're more entertaining when we do this, and more people tune into this. And then the people that are at home on the fence saying, you know what? I was in between, but Marte's got a really good point against this damn liberal that interceded with what Nzinga Harris was saying. Marte, I never thought about that before. That makes sense logically, that like, but it also depends on how you can platform this, bring it to everybody else, because sometimes I think that it just depends on who's the forerunner of this argument. Because I'll tell you this, if you don't have competent people in the beginning of the war with these trenches, all you're going to have is just gotchas and all this stuff. And it's just going to look like these people twerking outside of Planned Parenthood clinics. It's just like, yeah, I saw that. That was cool. No, if you can really make these dumb people engage in logic somehow and find a way to bridge the gap, you can make it just as entertaining as the woman twerking outside a Planned Parenthood clinic. But then all of a sudden, just throwing a little bit of logic, you can nudge them a little bit more. But I think it takes a lot of us to do this. And also it takes a really competent person to do this, which means there has to be more of us on the front line. It can't just be me. It can't be Andrew Wilson, Rob Nor, Jake Rattlesnake in the trench. These trenches are empty, Nzinga. There's nobody out here fighting this. We need more. Matter of fact, Nzinga, if you ever get better at debate, we need you on the front lines. We need more people on the front lines debating this. And I'm not saying like debate theology or do any of this stuff. I'm just saying use their own arguments against them, turn them on their ear to where people can say, you know what, Nzinga had a good point. Because here's the thing, a woman can be feminist to the point that she doesn't like men. The moment that I say something, it's chauvinistic, but when it comes out of Zinga's mouth, you know what, let me think about it, because it was a woman that said that. You see how we could turn the tides of this? Rachel Wilson's doing this. So I think that there has to be a movement, and it's slowly happening. People like Dusty, I don't know if you know who that Dusty guy is, but he's
I've seen him around.
he told me, I don't, because he's made fun of Christianity numerous times. That's the reason why I have beef with him. But he's told me numerous times, arguments don't do anything. Well, hold on. We have arguments all the time. What's world star hip hop? It's nothing but hood arguments the whole time. So it's like, if you can tune into that and then become entertained, all we need to do is just hide a little bit of logic in there. When you feed a dog a pill, you have to wrap it up in meat, right? Unfortunately, I'm just going to say a lot of the Black community is kind of like low IQ adjacent when it comes to these things, because why else would my brothers be Lindo Park Crips? Why would their friends hear all this and just be like, this is the way, bro? I have to say everything with C because I can't say birthday. I have to say C day and everything. I'm just like, so this is 60 low IQ that they function at. And I'm just like, not making fun of my brothers. I'm just saying this is what happens. I think that if we can, I think break it down into like bite-sized pieces while making it entertaining to where they can engage and be charismatic at the same time, kind of win them over a little bit. That's going to take a long time. But I think that if we can get a head start on this, like, let's be realistic. This is like a 30-year, 50-year push that we're looking at. This is not an overnight thing that's going to happen. Propagandization through feminism. How long did that take? So if you're talking about the Greg Adams saying, we need a solution right now, hold on, let's be realistic here. People aren't moved overnight unless it's something catastrophic. This takes time, because I'll tell you, back in the day, if you tuned in, the Cosbys had a nuclear family. I know it's a bad example because of Bill. We had more nuclear families. We had It's a Different World, blacks going to colleges, base colleges. There wasn't liberalism. So if you go back further, we had nuclear families on TV. More black nuclear families too, Good Times, things like this. So the more you move back, it's like the more you start seeing more base traditional families. And guess what? Andrew Wilson brought this up in the debate too. Blacks were some of the most marriageable people and most long-standing when it came to marriages. The further back you go, this was like after slavery, all this stuff. Now all of a sudden, the black staple of the home was like the monument pillar of the community. What happened to that? We did it to ourselves. And I'll be honest, that's what I think happened. We just said, okay, we're going to sell this. We're going to sell our soul for easy money. CIA flooded everything with crack. We didn't have to smoke it. They flooded us with EBT. We didn't have to kick dad out and replace another dad. So all this happened through a slow, progressive movement that happened. So if I talk about reversing it, guess what? It's not going to be overnight. I think that conversations like this need to happen. And unless these uncomfortable conversations happen and people veer from it because they're like, no, because I'm going to be ostracized from the black community, and they have the fear of this, nobody's ever going to change anything, you know?
Let me ask you this. I'm writing down these questions so I don't forget, but I asked this first to fence sitters. So when you think about like people who don't want to talk about these things, because there are people who may not engage in black culture that's negative and that's bad, but they go, I don't really want to make us look worse, or I don't really want to engage in that, or I don't want to sound like I'm anti-black. I've heard that since I had the idea for Blacks with Black Fatigue, because okay, the title is to create an emotion so people will click, right? But you and I, in my usual co-host Eric, we actually care about the black community. But what do you say to people who either don't want to talk about things because they're afraid that they'll look like they're anti-black? And what do you say to people who want to sugarcoat language when they're talking about these things?
So we all have to pay bills at some point. I'll give you a good example, Nzinga, and you'll probably relate to this because you see this all the time. You ever hear about blacks being afraid to pay a bill even though they got money because they don't know when their next dollar is going to come from? You ever see this happen in the black community? So it reminds me of this, and I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that I have a bill to pay and I owe this bill, right? But dang, I want to keep on everything I get because I recognize everything is loss because I don't know when the next dollar is going to come and I don't want to work for this. So when people say things like this, like you just uttered right now, like saying, I don't want to make the black community look bad, it's the same rhetoric. Because if I go out there and I hold the black community accountable, well, guess what? Now everything turns into merit at this point. And now I have to really work to actually demonstrate this and actually prove that I have a solution instead of laying back and allowing things to happen. And what happens when you don't pay a bill? Things get repoed. Everything gets taken from you. So guess what's going to happen? They do this to themselves because I think that if I don't address this, if I sit up and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and hold people accountable. Guess what? I'm going to experience loss because the Black community is going to be like, you know what? He's one of them. He's a coon, or he's all this. And they're going to start throwing all this. I've been called a coon. I've been called Uncle Tom. I've been called all this. And guess what happens? Loss. Because I'm paying a bill, I'm paying something, I'm using a lot of merit, I'm actually destroying something that should be good, so that way I don't get this held over my head the whole time as an excuse. What happens though is people are afraid to speak up because they're afraid of loss. This is such a big thing that happens in the Black community because I'll get ostracized. They're going to leave me, all this other stuff. Well, I mean, you're going to lose anyways if you don't pay the car bill. You want to hold on to the money. It's so valuable. I don't want to part with this money because I'm down to $5 if I pay the car bill. Well, what's going to happen? You don't have any transportation now. Now you don't have a job. That's what happens to the Black community. Now you don't have street cred. Well, hold on. You'll never get a job. It's the same mentality. You're holding on to the wrong thing, fearing loss, because you might think that you'll get ostracized from the community. And I'll hear this too. Whitey ain't gonna love you. He ain't gonna bring, you think he's gonna accept you like we will? I'm like, you guys don't even accept me because black on black crime is worse than their crime against themselves. So what are you talking about? You guys, we kill each other faster than anybody else can. So when people talk about, well, whites kill blacks at an alarming rate. No, blacks kill blacks at 3 times the alarming rate. What are you talking about, man? So when we have this fear of loss, but going in and being afraid of losing street cred, being afraid of being called, oh, you with whitey now and all this other stuff, I'm like, you have to really think about what we're really losing by trying to retain something that we think is valuable that we can't see, touch, or taste. When we talk about black culture, you can't really see, touch, or taste this. This is just a construct. Just like money, when we see digits in our bank account, yeah, I mean, those are just digits because you can have a digital error and it could just be vanished right away. We think about this. We hold on to these constructs as if they're life or death, in the process, losing everything as the government repos it from us.
Mm-hmm. I want to read this comment real quick and I'll give my take and I'll give you, and then I want to hear yours. AJ's rants and reactions. The black middle class and upper classes need to separate ourselves from the ghetto people. No other race defines itself by its lower common denominator like us blacks. I agree with that, but take this into consideration. Black kids that come from rich families are significantly more likely to face incarceration than poor whites. So we can separate, but there's still a fundamental issue in the black community that goes beyond just money and tax brackets and poverty versus middle class. So I think that is a solution. I don't think it is the solution that's going to ultimately turn the black community around. What do you think, Marte?
I think I agree partially, but I think a lot of this is just people thinking bad optics. Well, it's bad optics, you know, it's just, and if you're just concerned with optics and image, then I think that to some degree, AJ, by the way, thanks for entering the chat. I think that if there's a hyperbole that we're speaking from, I think you lost the plot kind of to some degree. The reason why I say that is because we have to think outside of what we're sacrificing. Back in the whole repo conversation I was talking about, what are you willing to hold on to, and is this worth it? Because if we're going to elevate ourselves, like, we have to serve other people in the process of doing this. Sometimes that takes a little extra work, meaning like we can't have division within ourselves. That's what you're talking about. We already have enough division. There's division with me not talking to my brothers, but I think that if I promote black excellence, which is normal, and this is the crazy thing about this, Scott Harris, that's your husband, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. The really base comment I saw, he said it's really crazy that normal in the black community is exceptional. That's crazy. So here's the thing though. If we have blacks step up and then also help other blacks, meaning like we're promoting base ethics, Christian ethics, everything else, and we step up and we choose not to be held back by, you know, my ostracism or anything else like this, being ostracized from communities, and we say, hey, you know what, you can be educated, I'll even help you out. If we start doing this and decrease and build bridges to some degree by creating some content and actually inviting people up, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start doing more IRL debates with black folk and saying, hey, listen, I know that I'm not going to even, this is going to sound like I'm talking down to people right now, but like this is my thinking. I'm going to think, I'm not going to use really big words with this person, but I'm going to try my best to meet this person in the middle in the way that I talk. I might say cap, I might use some other lingo, things like this. And I might just have just a conversation, because he might say, well, this guy debates all the time. No, I'm just want to have a conversation, but I also want to introduce you to my audience. You know, I understand you've been a part of the Lindo Park community as far as the Crips for a very long time. Why do you believe in this? Would they actually die for you if this guy got a family and had a wife and everything else like that? Do you think he would prescribe to the same Crip mentality then if he had everything else to lose in his life? Like, I want to have these conversations, but you see what I just demonstrated? An example of like, maybe my class is not middle class, maybe I'm upper class, but I can then have content that I can have Black people look at and entertain them from a perspective of saying, you know what? I love Tukey. Let me look at this. Oh, Tukey never talks in front of a camera. Well, guess what? I put him on my platform. I'm talking to him, and I'm actually having a conversation. And it could just be a program called Out to Lunch or going to get a coffee with a brother, something like that. Like, I could just make some shit up. But if we're having a conversation, these aren't just conversations. We can have programs, all these other things. And I know it's been tried and done before, but I think these debates need to also be conversations as well, too, that are extremely uncomfortable with people that have been so divided that they wouldn't normally sit down with us. And I think those conversations need to happen. And if people start seeing this, they can see like, oh, why is this guy talking to this guy? He's upper class or he's whatever. I didn't know that how does he know Marte? Or all this conversation can happen. But you see this, not only is there such a distinction, but it's radical for people to see this. They'll see one Black that's a coon, according to everybody else, talking to another brother that is like 2 days away from serving a life sentence, and they're having a conversation. You never see this happen in the Black community. But if we can have more conversation, I'm a man. I can have these conversations. Ms. Nzinga, baby, in person, she would have, because it's be more rational. On the other end, if there was like her opposing person, another Black woman that's the complete opposite, maybe it wouldn't even happen. She'd be reaching for her hair trying to pull it. But me, I can sit down and have a conversation with brother because, of course, I lift weights. You know, it's like, I wish he would try some stuff, but I'm going to have conversations that are really uncomfortable with Black people, Black folk on the other side of the aisle. And if we can start having more conversations, I think that we can decrease baby deletion. I think that men will look at masculinity a little bit differently. If I don't, like, quote unquote, according to Greg, thump a Bible, I can talk about their secular beliefs and say, this, how is this functioning? Wouldn't you want a wife and kids? Oh, you got like 4 kids by 4 different women. How would you have done this differently? Instead of attacking him and just saying, hey, what would you tell your sons? Are you present in their life? Is there a way to, you know, and we can have these uncomfortable ass conversations with broken people and just say, hey, there's a solution here. Let's see if we can move the needle on this without acting like I'm preaching or anything. These conversations need to be had. But I think because uppity Blacks will talk to uppity Blacks according to those Blacks, and then these other Blacks will talk to these Blacks on Adam 21 or 22, and you'll only see this happening because like Blacks only talk to like Blacks. But I think that if we can have these two different worlds merge and we can have these uncomfortable ass conversations, I think something will happen from that. But nobody's willing to have this. I am. They're not
I
willing
wish
to do it.
too that no, they're not. But I also wish, and they're not. First of all, they're not willing to do it in good faith. Like you've seen where Steven Crowder went to a barbershop. He did a part 1, part 2, and every stat he told them, everything he told them, they said that's not true, or they said they didn't believe it. So there's this disconnect where they don't want to believe the truth, and then and it's like you we all have a family member, at least one family member, that is kind of a gangbanger or has been arrested several times or has been to jail, been to prison, and you want to act like that's not a prevalent thing in the Black community. We make up this much of the American population, and everybody has at least 1 or 2 family members that is incarcerated all the time. It's just like, stop. Like, why are you lying to yourself? They're liars. The other thing too is I wish that Black pastors would have these conversations, like on podcasts. I wish they would have these conversations with people that they don't normally have conversations with, like Andrew Wilson. I wish they would show up on like the Breakfast Club and tell people to turn their lives around and make better choices. And they don't. And I think it's because they mainly profit from these women who, if they get a tingle or they get goosebumps on Sunday, if they get their ears tickled on Sunday and they've already lived their 3 or 4 paths and they've got the kids to prove it, and then they're like, well, I need to change my life around because now I'm 35. I mean, I think these pastors do a disservice to the community, and I think they've been doing a disservice since when? The 20s, the 30s. We did one of the first Black Fatigue that we did. We talked about the communist roots of the civil rights movement. And let me tell you that it's still there. It's still here. So the Soviet Russia sent a spy to America because they were like, how do we infiltrate that country? Well, they said, oh, there's contention between the blacks and the whites. The blacks have this insecurity and we're going to exploit it. Well, they did. One
Yeah.
of the things that they did is they went into black churches and they got the pastors to get these people all riled up and upset. And they used that way of speaking like Martin Luther King. Martin Luther
Co-opted.
King was a communist. And they got these people to preach a certain type of message to Black America. Now, I had a video that I showed on that episode where it was, I think
I
it was
got a
in the
video.
60s or the 50s,
I could
and
pull
this,
some up too right now. I actually have it, but I was like, I was gonna save this for a rainy day, but I was like, you know what? Since we're
pull it
talking about
up.
oh, this is all
Well,
right.
there was this video I saw with these 2 young Black kids. This is like in the 50s. It was some show. It was black and white. The audio isn't great, and they were saying like they were talking to this Christian Black guy, and he said, the white people know that slavery is wrong, and they've apologized. And he was saying he's a child of God, he's a Christian, and they were like, man, don't tell me that I ain't brainwashed like you is. Can't nobody brainwash me like you is. You gonna join the revolution? They were talking about revolution even back then. And
Crazy.
so the tune hasn't changed. It's like we haven't evolved in our thinking since the 30s. There's a guy named Manning Johnson. He wrote a book about the communist influence in the civil rights movement because he was a part of it. Him, this other woman named Julia Brown, they went to the Soviet Union, they trained there, and then they sent them back to America. And they had like BLM type riots that they would start. There was a Black kid that got shot by a white store owner because he was stealing. And they were like, we're going to jump on that. They made pamphlets and they rioted and looted. It's the same thing they're doing today. And these preachers, pastors, these leaders like Charlemagne the God, all these rappers and singers and stuff, they want to talk about Black culture because they want to preserve all the bad and say, no, 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 it's good. It's good for us to say the N word all the time. It's good for us to all be obese. It's good for us to have our abortions. It's good for us to be kind of sexually promiscuous. They say all that stuff is good when all that stuff is bad. And it came from the degradation of communism. And so I just wish that Black leaders would have conversations, like you said, on platforms that would hopefully change enough minds that could turn Black America around for the better. One of the things I wish we would do outright without any conversation is just the deletion of babies. Outlaw that 100%. You don't even get the
Yeah.
choice to do that. A baby deletion pill, get rid of that. It is totally illegal. And then we can talk about the rest of it. But people don't want to have conversations.
No, they don't. They don't want to have conversation. I tried to share a screen. I don't know if you got a message on your end.
Oh, let me see. I was too busy yapping.
No, it's fine.
Where did you send it? On Instagram?
On Rumble. I think I sent it on Rumble. Hold on. Let me see if I could. I was actually going to have a stream where I actually had you on there and we're going to discuss this. It's a similar topic though.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I could share this with you. I'll share the video. Hold on. Let me, because it's, let's see if I have a share button here. Share this tab right here. I don't think I can. This is crazy. But
if you send it on Instagram, I might be able to pull it up.
Yeah, maybe. Hold on real quick. I can't get in my Instagram on this tab, but
okay.
Yeah, let me back out of all this stuff real quick and see, because I can show videos on my end. I don't think you can see them on my end.
But can I hear it though? Do you think I'll be able to hear it?
Oh, you're gonna want to see it.
Okay.
You're definitely gonna want to see it.
All right.
Yeah, but well,
well, while you're doing that, let me plug something.
I have a solution too.
Okay.
So one of the solutions I have is I'm going to make the video public on my YouTube, and then you can just go in there and share it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll just do that because I had it private, and then I download videos sometimes. But it's a compilation of, I would say, Black matriarchy in the church. So we're gonna go in here and actually make this a public video. Go to Magic, and also by the way, since I'm bringing this up, I did want to say that this would be a solution. So I think what Steven Crowder could have done in the future was bring up somebody Black with him. And it's a really weird thing we have to say is that Blacks will jump on board with something if another Black is co-signing and saying, hey, hold on real quick, white boy got a point, or something like that, says something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that would have changed things just a hair, because they would have had to turn their back on their own, you know, to some degree. So that would have at least turned the volume up a little bit when it came to Black speaking something, and then another Black would have interpreted it in his own. I'm just saying, like, and then told the other Black.
I think that would have made it more contentious.
You hear what he's saying? Like, this is what we, no, listen to the man. I heard him, and how this makes sense what he's talking about. He's telling you that, like, and says what, you know, what Crowder was saying, but in his old language to our own people. I think that would have changed things a little bit if he would have just brought a base conservative Black person with him. So I mean, this comes to mind. Like, let's say Andrew Wilson wanted to have something like that. I'd be like, Andrew, man, just bring me along, bro. Let's do this, man. And I just show up, or somebody else, like, just bring another Black person. Just be like, hey, man, just people just having a conversation, and that's all this would have been. All right. I'm going to make this not private anymore. And okay, it's now public. Publish.
What's it called?
It's called Religious Black Mess. It's on my channel now. 13 minutes and 50 seconds. It's crazy.
I got to go find the video in your videos.
It should be on the top. It's the second or first video you'll see.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is crazy. We're about to see some religious Black mess. This is crazy.
Under the sound of my voice, that's releasing, like this man of God that flew all the way from Houston, releasing a $10,000 seed. I want those 17 people to obey God.
Hold on, let me.
The Lord says, I ain't asking you to, I'm telling you to. I'm not asking you to, I'm telling you to. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. I want everybody to get your offering so fast.
Let me see if I can. Hold on.
That you can't even explain
what
is taking over your
life.
life.
The audience can hear it. I can't hear it.
When I count to
I can
three,
watch it, though.
Everybody move now. 1, 2, 3, go. Do you go to this ministry?
He's telling everybody to get $1,000 right now.
Sister Pamela, I want you to go sit down and come back with a different seed. Move now. The Lord just located your home. I'm walking through your house.
The Lord just located your home.
Billy Ma.
Oh, is this a prophet?
Move quickly. I got something to tell you. Hurry.
Suing your pastor. Yes, I'm suing him because he divulged what I told him in confidence, which was that I was unfaithful to my husband, and he went ahead and told my husband, who promptly divorced me and kicked me out of the house.
So why is it your pastor's fault that you cheated on your husband?
I thought what I had told him was in confidence, and I was looking to him for emotional help. I couldn't afford a therapist, so I thought, I'm depressed. And
did he help you?
He said that honesty is the best way to make myself feel better. And so he said, you have a month, tell your husband. Then one day they met at the gym, and Pastor Hall just says that I was unfaithful, and then my husband comes home in a fury, and that was it.
Oh, yeah. I've actually listened to that guy.
I'm just happy that
So this guy was accused of diddling
behind us. What does this do like?
But there's only a few white here. The rest of them are Black.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Evangelist Juanita Bynum recently went viral after she asked 21 people in her congregation to sow a restoration seed of $1,066 each. She told them, "This is a restoration
Is that Juanita
seed,
Biden?
and it's for God. God has some bills he need paid. And this $1,066 is
She's a rich
nothing.
man.
God himself has handpicked 21 people in here to make an offering. I promise you,
Just lying.
after you sow
I
this
can't
seed,
stand that.
you will
I
see a
cannot
major
stand that.
turnaround in your life. And this is not about the
Just pay
money.
$1,066.
This is about your
You'll see a
future.
turnaround in your life.
This is about
The
restoration.
Lord has chosen
This
21 people to give me money.
$1,066 seed
Like, isn't that
is going to
convenient?
restore you back to God.
But this is
Supporters
Black
of
Matriarchy. She's
Juanita
leading the
Bynum and
Black-
others who believe in prosperity theology are defending her, arguing that
They're defending
giving
her too.
tithes and offerings is a key part of their faith, and that God can
that's the
use
thing, they
such
defend it.
acts to bring
There's no
blessings.
accountability. Well, if
Critics
you could just
believe
say you're
she's
a prophet or
manipulating
a
her congregation
bishop or whatever.
and stealing their money all in the name of
Manipulating the
God.
congregation,
This is
stealing
not
money.
Juanita Bynum's first
Yeah, if you
time
could just give yourself
asking
a
for
title.
a large sum of money. In
You have seen
2022,
nothing
she
yet.
was
It gets worse
criticized
than
for
this.
charging $1,499.99 for a 4-week course, which many viewed as her charging for access to God. She defended her price by saying, "People are not
for
paying
access to
me
God."
for prayer. They're paying me for my expertise."
Unbelievable stories here in Detroit.
This is one of them.
This is one of them. Imagine
There you
being
go.
told to pay child support for a kid that is not yours or go to jail. That was the order the state handed down to a
Black
Detroit man.
Matriarchy
So
right here.
today, he turned himself in, but here's what happened when 7 Action News reporter Kim Russell went
He's
with
paying
him
child support
to
for a
court.
kid that's not his.
Carnell Alexander walked into the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice knowing in moments he could lose his freedom.
I stayed up all night, couldn't sleep, thinking about it.
Carnell is a wanted man because he refuses to do what the state orders and to pay child support for a child that DNA tests prove isn't his. A child he doesn't even know.
I haven't even had a chance to really speak to him, except for
Not
one
even
time
his
when we took the
kid.
DNA test.
Be careful where you
Nonetheless,
stick
right
it,
now,
gentlemen.
under the law, he's a deadbeat dad. Today, he turned himself in to the judge as ordered.
Scared because I've been before this judge before.
But this time he had attorney Cherika Harris, who volunteered to help after seeing his story on 7 Action News. The judge
my
said
sister,
he will not
Cherika
go
Harris.
to jail for today.
Thank you. Thank Ms. Harris. And hope that we can resolve this soon.
I'm just trying to help him with his future.
Though the threat of jail is on hold, it is not over. Carnell Alexander still owes more than $30,000 to the state for a
owes
child that's not his
$30,000
because
to
the
the state
mom
for a child that's
wrote
not
his
his.
name down because she needed to name
Holy
someone
smokes.
in order to get welfare
DNA
benefits.
test proved that
I had
this
to
is
put
his
him
kid.
down as
Still
the father.
$30,000.
That was the only way I can get the sister.
Now,
I'm almost homeless. I'm almost in jail. I'm out of work. My money is being threatened to be taken.
Wow.
Carnell isn't just worried about how this is impacting him.
Crazy.
He says the law needs to be changed. So when this happens,
Wow.
as it often does, other men don't become dad by default.
We can be defaulted into being a father of a child that is not ours. I don't understand that law, but it is a law in place.
In Detroit, Kim Russell, 7 Action.
Carrying a pistol
during a
Like, how does
traffic
that-
stop.
Oh, yeah. Just pause it right now.
Oh, I remember
But
that.
didn't
Let's
expect
watch
a
this
silly
last
mistake
one.
from this female officer.
She shoots the guy by accident. Oh my gosh.
Right in the leg.
Ouch. Female police officer, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yeah, people need to get terminated for this stuff. This is crazy. So here's the thing, though, is that woman has admitted, she said that I know that he isn't the father, but I put down a name because I needed somebody to pay child support. That's what the person that's receiving child support said. And the judge is like, you're still going to pay. It's another black woman, but it's like, why are you guys feeding the black matriarchy this? And it's like, you're crippling the black community. It's like, no wonder why the black community is like, why would I want a relationship with you? Yeah, i.e., why would I want a marriage with you? So here's the thing. I said this, and this is crazy when I said this. AJ might agree with me on this. I think that we need a moratorium on black women for a while, because I think that
I was just about to ask you that.
you won't miss anything until it's gone. And then black women will be like, how come we don't have any men that we could date? All we could date is just white men. Like, yeah, okay, you have a moratorium on black women. So I think that once once we, because just like when we talk about illegals, I think we should have a moratorium on illegals coming into the country. We should say, hey, we're gonna have a pause on this for a while until we figure out either the policies or fix something out and have a solution for this. I think that when it comes to black women, and this is the reason why I could say the justification is that black women, and I'm being generous when I say this, 17% of the population that has baby deletion are leading. So I think one of the most unsafe places for a black child is in a black womb. So I think that's crazy. And I think not only is there a G-side that's happening right now when it comes to so like an Austrian painter decided to go ahead and just delete all these people. I think that this is no different from that. When we bought into Margaret Sanger's so-called quote unquote progressive, it's like this was a really racist agenda from the start. This was a G-side program from the beginning, and blacks had bought and sold their own selves. You know, it's just crazy.
So is the idea that you're saying just black men or just any man should not marry and have
Black
children
men.
with black women?
Black men.
Black men?
Because you'll
But
see
then
this.
would that create, what would happen then? Like, okay, let's say every black man decides that that's what they're going to do. They're a united front. But then wouldn't that end the black race in America?
It wouldn't end the black
Because
race because it'll only be a matter of time before somebody's like, and just think about this. Yeah, just think about this. In the communities where people practice religious rigorism, when it comes to this, they're outproducing secularists. So the black-based communities are outproducing the secularists who are deleting babies anyways. It can't get any worse than this. So I think that if we pull out and say, you know what, we need to go ahead, because women did this in mass. What did they do? They boycotted. It was a lot of their ideas from saying, we're not going to do this. They almost tried to lead the front when it came to marches and boycotting everything else. That actually worked for a lot of the mainstay. We talk about black communities changing their ideas, their votes on certain things. So I think that if we can have moratorium on this, black women are going to say, you know what, this is crazy. Now we have nobody to date. The dating market is like a desert now. This is insane. They're either going to have to be forced to date white, because think about it. On the red pill side, they're uttering the same thing. And the reason why I say this is because they're saying, well, if we don't participate in marriage, they're going to be frustrated and nothing's going to happen. Well, they're saying the same thing. But the reason why I think the moratorium is going to work is because if you think about it, and this is statistically proven, which is crazy for me, I'm not practicing internal racism when I say this, but if you look at the dynamics of black women when they're swiped on, they're the least swiped on. Right? I don't think that you're in that category. You're not a ugly black woman. You're actually attractive. Mr. Harris is actually a lucky man. It's very rare that I could see somebody and say, well, you know what? This is the reality that's going to happen. And then they accept this. Well, the metrics show this on Hinge, Tinder, and all these other dating apps. Black women are like the least swiped on. But I think that because there's already semi-moratorium that's going on right now in the black community with dating, I think that if we could just back ourselves all the way out of this and say, nope, we're not doing this, and then be vocal about this, I think change can happen. But it's not going to happen unless we boycott for at least a temporary amount of time and then vocalize this. But because the moratorium's already happened, because they're not swiped on, and nobody's saying this, nobody's screaming this and creating propaganda against this, black women will reign supreme because nobody can tell them anything. When white people, like I said, the white silence and everything else, they're not held accountable for anything. They're not suffering. So when the black community suffers, change is going to happen, because then you could say, like Mondani got New York, these liberals need to suffer. And when the city crumbles, then we could say, see what happens when you guys are in control. But if we keep allowing them all these get out of jail free cards when things happen and save them all the time, we'll never have an example to point to say, see what happens when you lead. So I think that if we could do this with black women, we can at least have an example to say, nope, we're not doing that, because this is what happened. The black drought of this year, we'll call it whatever you want to call it. This is what happens when you guys lead. Nope, we're doing this. And now we could justify more force when we did in the past.
I'm wondering if, like, ideally, perfect world, well, with different men, I'll say that, different black men, if that could, I think it could work. But with the men that we're talking about, they're not like you where they have self-control. They have low impulse control. They just take whenever they want. They commit crimes. It doesn't even matter if a cop is standing there. We're talking about like low IQ individuals.
Yeah.
And it's the individuals where my husband worked at a jail when we first started dating, and he would tell me about these men that were in there. I mean, they were like there was this young Black woman that was a guard, and if she was kind of cute, and when she walked by, I mean, they were just yanking it out and just, going to town on themselves.
I bet.
Like they're like straight up chimpanzees. And so I just don't think that those type of men are going to not smash. So I'm wondering if you have any other ideas.
Well,
I think
you remember when I talked about
Go
that?
ahead.
I was alluding to shame. Because there's
Right.
no shame, and we've omitted that, you can't shame Black women. Because the moment you do, somebody's going to step up and fight for them. I think that we need to fight these simps. These simps are the worst things ever, and they're being produced by because here's the problem too.
Mhm.
Is a single Black women community, when we see this in our Black community, they're producing a ton of simps, a ton of mama's boys, and these are the men that are going to fight for degeneracy in the Black community. They're going to fight for Marquisha to be on OF and to twerk and 3 baby daddies and say why you shouldn't clown her for doing this stuff. No, we should. We used to call women spinsters back in the day, and that worked for a period of time until we started taking away the stigma from sex work and everything else. And the more stigma that we take off of bad things, the more we're starting to turn everything down and invert the Black community until it's no longer the Cosby Show that we see out here in the community, till we no longer see this. Now that's clowned. It's like if you have a Bill Cosby sweater on, you're made fun of by being called a Bill Cosby sweater wearer or whatever that is. No, I've even heard that numerous times. Just like people called out for saying, oh, you trying to act white. Like all of this is just reversal of stigma. And if we can do a reversal on this, I think a moratorium could do this. I think shaming Black women and making this kind of like having the sting in the shame that's been removed. I think if we could pour some of this in there, it can sometimes reverse this, but I think it's a long stretch. We're talking like 50 years. This is going to take a while for this to happen. This has to happen in education, in entertainment, the music, everything else. This is such a propaganda overhaul that I'm talking about, but we at least have to do something. Like we have to at least produce propaganda. We're doing that right now in a podcast talking about this. But unless we start having these difficult conversations with people we wouldn't otherwise sit down with, and people that might Charlie Kirk us in the end, like what happened to him, and risk ourselves. And I hate to say this, and I talked to somebody about this at school today, and because they knew who Andrew Wilson is. And they were saying their top 5 people who are changing the community as far as orthodoxy or anything towards marriage. I said, well, yeah, you can bring up Father Moses, Trenum, all these other people, Jay Dyer and stuff. But I said, the problem with this is I noticed she didn't bring up Andrew Wilson. And they said, yeah, he's okay. And I said, no, he's more than okay. And Rachel Wilson is more than okay. The reason why I say that, and I'm not wishing anything ill on anybody else by saying this, I'm just being realistic, Zinga Harrison. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. But I think it's faulty for you not to put them on the front lines of marriage reform, or at least trying to talk to the Black community or anybody about this, because Rachel Wilson's talked to Black women about this. They would probably be the closest to being the next martyrs compared to all the other, because they go into the den of thieves, they go into these trenches, do IRL in-person debates, and put their lives at risk. If you're talking about the next Charlie Kirk action happen, it would probably happen to them before and I'm not saying Jay Dyer doesn't do it and anybody else doesn't do this. They're not behind a computer or laptop doing this. Andrew Wilson's doing a West Coast tour in person, being in public, showing his face, debating these people, the Coach Gregs and all this other stuff on site, in locate. Like you're really at danger when you're doing this, especially when you're debating Black folk. Crowder, my hat's off to him. He could have been one of these Black folk could have just been from the wrong community and just did something really bad. But when you're talking about this, it's like, that's why I give my hats off to these white people who are doing what the Black community should be doing, is having debates with Black people and saying, I'm not afraid of getting ostracized. That's a big problem when white people have to go into our communities and say, hey, I'm going to have this conversation about why this is wrong. Oh, this is really controversial and challenging. Well, Black people should be doing this. We should have conservative blacks stepping down and say, that's my point, is that if we can have blacks talk to other black people they wouldn't otherwise talk to, it's like now all of a sudden that's the reason why Crowder's thing was controversial. That's the reason why Andrew Wilson talking to Greg was controversial too, because he was talking to somebody who was, they look at him as a pillar of the black community. We should be doing this. And the fact that we're not doing this, that's why I'm saying this. That's the message here tonight that I want to bring, is that if there's anybody black and conservative, don't just be debating white folk. Debate some of these hood degenerates too. Some of these people that have the mentality of Coach Greg Adams and everybody else. Debate these people too, because if you're afraid of being ostracized, check out of the debate community. You don't belong here. We don't want you. We're going to ostracize you on our end too. Because if you're afraid to do this, but white people are going to address the black community and say, no, the black matriarchy is taking over and point that out. Oh, we're definitely dropping the ball. I'm not going to do that. That's why I'm one of the very few people that will rail against degenerate black culture all the time. I don't care. They can say, oh, your black card is revoked. That's been taken away 9 years ago. They revoked that a long time. I don't even pay the bill on that no more. I refuse to do that. Black people, I think that people like you, I think people like me, I think that other people who are melanated people should get up and speak truth in front of people and with people and have tough conversations. I think that's a solution. If we can find ways to reform our arguments and make our arguments better, refine them in these conversations, you're only going to get better. And all these people that are sitting on the fence, we're going to be like, well, you know what, Nzinga, now to think about it, she was kind of right about this. You ever hear a song that gets stuck in your head sometimes? Well, conversations get stuck in our head sometimes too, on loop. Well, that phrase she said really stuck. I don't know why. It's been stuck in my head all day. Yeah, because she was charismatic during this debate. She happened to have a really stellar point. And then she likes guns too, which is, you don't see a lot of black women talk about guns like that. It's really conservative. Your rhetoric can be stuck in somebody who's a fence sitter's head for days. I can see that. And then not only this, but I would say that you are kind of like hyperbole to black people out here. You're like walking hyperbole. We don't see people like you, Nzinga Harris. I'll be honest with you. Like, that's why you stuck out in Anonymous's debate. I was like, hold on, this is an orthodox base black. This is crazy. And she's like, we need you, Nzinga Harris, speaking up about this. We need people like me. And I don't know if there's any others like this, but I'm not talking about like saying, the guy with the mustache, the Austrian painter, was great. Like, Myron Gaines plays around like that. I'm not trying to do all that stuff. I just want to say, I love black people. I just hate our culture. And we need to have these conversations more often. That's
I agree. I will say, I'll add this too, is there's a lot of black conservatives, but they're all in Con Inc. They like do Blexit and Turning Point. And, that's fine.
They leave that.
Yeah, I think people who are everyday people, there needs to be like a multifaceted approach. There needs to be people who are just like streamers like you and I. We just like do it from our rooms. There needs to be people who are, I guess, in Con Inc. The problem with Con Inc. though is that they have to please people with what they say. So you and I don't have anyone telling us what we can and cannot say. We can say whatever we want, however we want, and word it any way that we want. But those people can't do that. And so because they have like old boomer donors too, they like certain kinds of people and the way that they look and the way that they talk, and like, oh, this kid's pretty black. He's a nice black kid. Let's have him on the front lines. And it's people that black people wouldn't consider listening to because they look like people they'd rather beat up.
They get,
so I think
they get talked to like their pets. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think
he's a good boy.
I think they need to do. What? Yeah, there's a little bit of that, and like I like to talk about a lot of different things that's going on in the world, but every time if I'm in like a Republican circle, they not just conservative but Republican, like the party, they want me to talk about black stuff all the time. They're like, "Don't you want to talk about black things?" And I'm like, "I can, but that's not the only." You know what I mean?
Limiting,
it's just like,
though. It really
it's limiting,
is.
and then you can't say it how you want to say it. Exactly. That's the word. That's the term.
You'll get typecast. And then Nzinga, when you start talking like that, you have to keep doing that. And that's going to be exhausting. And I'll even tell you this right now. I'm gonna compliment you right now. I don't feel exhausted talking to you. I don't feel exhausted. I don't feel fatigued talking to you. This is crazy. Usually, and this is why, Nzinga, I go to, like, I don't know if you know who Fatty is. I go to his channel. He has a black channel, and they have like panels. I did a debate recently, and these are people that will support the black women, but they'll simp for them too, and they'll the pornography, all this other stuff. They're like they hate it if I was the calm degenerate, and they'll fight that. But I'm like, at the end, you defend pornography, so how are you not even adjacent to? So back to my point, I was on their channel and I was debating that whites should get reparations from blacks. It was such a polarizing topic. Not only did I destroy the panel afterwards, but I think that was an example of me moving into other black spaces and saying something that was contradictory and polarizing, and really not agreeing, because I'm not being a yes man in their community, which they hear all the time. Right on, brother. Like, all this other stuff has now been like, yeah, man, I feel you. Like, it's like the language is the same. It's just changed. It just changed the way it sounds. So if I'm on this panel and I'm saying the reason why, and I'm using logic here, 600,000 white people died so that way blacks can be free. Are you putting a price on the blood of white men who died to save you? And then, not to mention that, the moment blacks get pissed because now a woman's involved in a black woman, all this other stuff, cities burn down. How much does that cost in taxpayer dollars? And blacks move into neighborhoods, property value goes down. How is that not also a loss too? And then these blacks, I had a video that I showed where the guy at Walmart, he was just doing the swiping thing, it wasn't ringing, but he just did this real quick and then put it in the bag. That's theft. So you do that enough times that white people now have to close their mom and pop shops because you're stealing so much. How is that not proper? So, and then not only that, we have EBT, fathers are leaving too. You're getting handouts from the government. Hold on. How are you not getting reparations right now? It's like, so I not only did this, but I had probably like 3 death threats DM to me after that. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But it takes that kind of prolific effort for me to get into these communities because I don't see it happen. I get invited because people look at it, oh, this is a freak show. This guy's crazy. He must have some inner self-hatred. No. If I talk about things logically and then somebody's in denial and they say there's cognitive dissonance that happens, well, you saw it, right? You now have to think about this, where now I brought some valid points. How is this not valid? And you're going to think about this for a bit, and you hear this about this enough time, that person's going to have to go take a shower. You do your deepest thinking in the shower. Now I've planted 2 seeds. I keep producing more content and producing more seeds planted in these people's heads. Now they have to think about how illogical their thought process is. All I'm going to do is refine my arguments. I just want black folk to get up, and if you're conservative, don't be afraid to get on these black channels that have echo chambers and just say, hey, I'm not afraid of being ostracized. I don't really care what you guys think because I'm on the side of truth. We need more people being on the side of truth, not being afraid of being ostracized or losing a black card. All this is just rhetoric BS to be crabs in the bucket and to keep us in a space where we can't speak honestly about how we're handicapping ourselves, because people are saying, well, I don't want to speak like this because, I don't want to look like I'm just and they look at this like it's just hurt or hate, because the moment I speak the truth about the black community, it's like, oh, you just want to hurt us. And it's like, no, that's not why I want to do this, because I can actually explain logically why this is happening and how you're hurting yourself by not addressing this, and you accept this. Do you understand that this is at the cost of your family and division and all? And then I have these conversations. You have to actually have a justification. You can't just have hurt, right? You can't say, well, I just don't like black culture, and just get up and just say, you guys are just chimping out and just adopt, because I hear white people say this all the time, chimping out. You actually have to have a logical argument behind this. And if you could demonstrate how blacks are hurting other blacks, you have to then ask them questions and then say, can you answer that for me? Now they're because now they have to question their whole existence of why they use the victim card. If we can put them in a corner or put them in a box to where they actually have to use logic to fight their way out, now we planted seeds. And if we could start doing this on more black panels, we could then begin the change and move the needle a little bit. But I can't do this by myself. I need more black conservative based people, and Christian people will help too. We need more people in the trenches because there's only a few of us.
I agree. You know, three things. One is I used to have on Facebook back in the day, I used to have abortion debates all the time. And I would slaughter these people
The
on, oh,
baby
sorry,
deletion debates.
the baby deletion debates
Yeah.
all the time. And I would slaughter people. And I would get DMs, people saying, hey, you know, that was actually a good point. I never thought of that, or you changed my mind here or there. And I had a cousin that was like, "Why do you even do that? Like, why do you debate people? You're not changing anyone's mind." And I said, "Actually, that's not true. I am." People message me privately.
Yep.
They may not even comment. They'll read through the comments, and then they'll go behind the scenes and private message me and say, "Hey, that was like one of the best debates I've seen that's pro-life or whatever." The other thing too is that the way that I came into Orthodoxy was watching Jay Dyer debate Protestants, because I watched priests talk about Orthodoxy and I said, okay, I'm convinced. But I said, well, wait a second. If you just hear one side of the story, you can be convinced of anything. So I just looked up, like, I don't know, Orthodox Protestant debates. Of course, who comes up? Jay Dyer. I didn't know who he was at the time.
Yep.
And I was like, holy smokes, there's no one that can refute this man, like every point. And I watched many debates that he did before I ever walked into an Orthodox church. So if people think that this type of thing doesn't matter or doesn't change anyone's minds, it really does. When you are engaging in like this discourse, this public discourse on these platforms, even if it's boomer Facebook, it works, and you may change one or two, but that's one or two more than you had before. So we're going to land the plane here. And I want to give just a few things I jotted down while you're talking of my prescriptions to the Black community, especially the matriarchy. So I think one of the first things that America should do is outlaw abortion. And that includes the mother can be, she can be held accountable. I keep saying the word. I'm so sorry. She can be held accountable for baby deletion. So I think that those need to be outlawed right out.
Yeah.
And then I think that we need to get these people out of Black churches, some shape, form, or fashion, and get them into Orthodox churches, because it is so different. It's not emotionalism. You get the fullness of the faith, and that's what I think a lot of people are missing in this country. I would overhaul EBT and welfare. I don't think we should get rid of it completely, because, like, you know, if a family, you
No,
know, the
overhaul, but not
dad,
get rid of it. I agree.
yeah, like a dad loses his job and he's like, "Oh, oh snap! You know, my industry is on a freezing." That happened to us. You're on a freezing
There has to be show cause.
hiring freeze. Yeah, like, can we get a little bit help? A little bit. I agree with that.
Yeah, I submitted like 2 weeks. You could say, well, I look here. Here are my 2 job searches. I'm waiting on 2 employers to do this. I gave you the contact. They call the employers and say, did he apply? Yeah, okay, you fulfilled the quota. You've applied for two jobs. So here's your weekly SNAP benefits. But if you could show this, and then also I would add in a caveat to say every month there's like 2 drug tests, things like that. The problem is another thing that needs to be overhauled, and you would agree with me on this, because of course you seem to think logically more than a lot of people that I talk to that are melanated community. I would say that if you see people like the Black woman in the video that you showed stealing, let's say this person was on EBT or SNAP, I think you should lose your Section 8, and you should lose your SNAP if you're caught stealing food. I think that this could change everything. When we talked about the whole thing on TikTok, when the EBT was going to run out, people then said, I'm going to resort to thievery. But wait, hold on. If you now have this law saying that the moment that you steal food, you're now stripped and banned from EBT and receiving SNAP benefits, guess what disappears? That. I think that should change too.
I think for certain crimes, we should have more of the death penalty, instead of just jailing them forever. And I don't think the death penalty needs to be that expensive either. We need to propagandize women more with TV, movies, music, incentivize marriages and children and not single motherhood. And I think we should do what Margaret Sanger did to pastors. We should do that with celebrities. So I think we should have like where we take rappers and R&B singers and stuff like that, movie stars, and show them documentaries or talk to them. You know how Israel does this? They'll be like, "Hey, do you want to come to Israel for free? We'll show you all around."
Oh yeah.
And then you just go back and you make these posts. I think we should do
Propaganda is
that on our
yeah.
Yeah, I think we should do that on our side, and I think we need to reform adoption laws where it's not so expensive, so that families that are they do okay, but they're not filthy rich, they can adopt children. Because I
Incentivization.
really
Yeah.
Yes, and I really don't think that any child in America, unless we're talking about a widow, I don't think any child in America should be raised by a single mom. I think the numbers are there, and I'm raised by a single mom, so
Me too.
I'm not okay. I'm not talking like I don't know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about, and it sucked. It sucked donkey balls.
I'm an
Okay.
exception to the rule. I'll even admit
Mhm.
that. Yeah.
And I'm not my mom's a great mom. She probably and me saying that may even kinda hurt her feelings a little bit. She did the best she could. She didn't tell the guy to leave, he left. But you need a mom and a dad. That's why I don't like, Skittles having children, adopting children, that shouldn't happen. But I do think that it shouldn't cost, like, upwards of 50 grand or more to adopt a child, because there's a lot of good parents, a lot of good Christian parents that could adopt these kids, but I don't think any child in America, if we can help it, should be raised by a single mom, especially if she chose it. If she's a widow, that's different, but that's just what I think.
You know, I used to have a lot of and I still do. I have a lot of baby deletion debates. One of the arguments that I used, so I like using a lot of hypotheticals, and they'll go to like the force argument. Like, well, you know, I don't want to be forced to have a baby. You'll hear this and they'll say this all the time. I'm sure you heard this rhetoric being said, or the term saying, I'm forced to have a baby. I will then tell them that, what if I was to go ahead and stab this man right here, right? I'm going to stab him in the back with a knife, like Michael Myers, right? Because I watch horror all the time sometimes. And anyways, old school horror fan. And I stab this guy. But then the police show up and they say, hold on, we're going to force you in jail. Well, hold on, there's force doctrine being activated here. You guys are going to, I just thought that, you know, because let's say that I was a Skittle. And, you know, part of BDSM is like, I just stab a little bit, but oh crap, he just died in the middle of this play that we're having, in the middle of all this sexual promiscuity we're having, right? And this happens, right? We see people choke people all the time, and they'll say, hey, oh man, they didn't wake up. It was an accident. Things like this happen all the time. But what's at the other end of this? Force, right? Well, hold on, Nzinga. I could have used a styrofoam knife. I could have used an imaginary knife. I could have never picked up a knife. This is abstinent. You see where I'm going with this? So it's like, hold on. How are you going to call the other end force when you decided how you wanted to act when it came down to this? You wanted to use this. You had like 17 forms of contraception. You know, just like I could have picked a styrofoam knife. I could use the paper one that doesn't kill. But in the end, if something happens in the outcome I don't want to have happen, now force is being used on that end. Can you tell me what the distinction between the two is? Right? Because you're engaging and you're using the methods you're using could lead to different outcomes depending on your different action. Is that force? Am I being forced into jail? Because that's the same logic. You're forcing me to have a baby, but hold on, this is my decision. There's force at the other end of this. That's not force. These are our decisions in us facing the consequences of this. All you want, if I was to tell you the functional equivalent of me going to prison and you getting the baby deletion would be me getting a get out of jail free card. Do you want these people to get out of jail free cards now? Because that's literally what you're saying. I should get out of the actions because I didn't mean to kill him during sex play. Do you think that that's okay? I would use that in an argument. Or I can say, I choked this woman and it was too much. I didn't expect her to pass away. It was an accident. You know, I should get a get out of jail free card because it was mutual sex, right? I just didn't want the outcome of death. It's like, so that's the same functional equivalent. I actually have it written down better than this. But that's the thing, though, is like these are easy arguments to defeat. But I do agree with you. I think that if we can do away with this by holding the women accountable, because now you have an accomplice that we never hold accountable. If there was a person and we took a hit out on that person, Yeah, you should take the person that accepted the money, and they should have the same punishment. But according to their logic, the person that ordered the hit goes to jail, but the person that accepted the money doesn't. How's the can you tell me what the distinction is between the two? And different? No, it's not different. So it's incongruent on its face that we don't punish these women when we should. You're literally the person that's ordering the hit. You're paying the hitman. You're only going to punish the hitman. This is crazy. Why that?
Yep, I agree.
Consistent.
Yep, I don't understand. And there's a lot of Christians that think, well, we should have more compassion for the mom because she's just scared. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's been a lot of dudes that have unalived people when they were terrified, and we don't not arrest them. So it doesn't logically follow, and I don't personally get it. Like, if my mom had unalived me when I was in the womb, yeah, throw her in jail. Like, you would want your mom to be arrested. Yeah, I would want her to be arrested, and I want her ass in jail.
And then you're talking about 98% elective. Wait, hold on. So less than 1% is because of grape. Less than 1% is because I would have died if I would have had this baby. Like, you're saying the numbers are so low, but hold on. Women have other alternatives. So you can't use like baby safe havens. You can't use adoptions, where men don't have this option at all, but only women do, much like they have only women's homeless shelters, but men don't. Do you see how lopsided this is? And you see how comprehensive the unfairness goes? Like, it's just to a level that's monumental that I could just run the gauntlet with when it comes to deleting babies. This doesn't make any sense when you have all these other choices, and their whole argument is like, burden on the system. I don't want to cause more burden on the system. I'm like, but hold on. Poor people are deleting babies less than upper middle class people who are doing the most. So that argument doesn't make any sense either, because if you're talking poor people, they have the least deletions out of the whole, because mama that wants to succeed and wants to get a raise and climb the corporate ladder, they say, I have to delete the baby, otherwise this baby's stopping success. But poor people are deleting less than those people. So that argument doesn't make any sense too. I don't know. I like engaging in these arguments with these people because it's like watching them being pinned down on a subject, like First Amender with the whole trans ideology, and watching them squirm and then get emotional and attack you. All they're doing is just creating more content, which produces more propaganda to my side. Christ is God, by the way. But anyways, all this stuff is good. We just need to produce more clips, more concise arguments, and refine them to where they're better. And we can move the goalpost, not the goalpost, but move the needle on this. If we could start moving the needle in Black culture by having uncomfortable conversations, arguments, and rhetoric, I think it's better, man.
Well, I'm hopeful because the young Black men are not putting up with the same stuff that was put up with in the past, and I hope Black churches hemorrhage their congregation. Like, I hope that people leave these Black churches in droves. First of all, I don't even like the fact that we have a white church and a Black church.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy to me. Like, the church we go to now has, you hear all kinds of accents, and you're walking through coffee hour and you hear all kinds of languages and stuff. And
coffee hour. I like coffee hour.
Yeah. It's just like, should it be this way? Not to mention when you separate a group of people from their countrymen, because we all are countrymen.
Yeah.
Of course, you can easily isolate them and then pick them off, and that's what's been happening. You can call it the devil, you can call it Democrats, you can call it whatever you want. That's what's been happening. So I'm really, really hopeful in the young Black men in Gen Z, because it seems that they understand what we're talking about. They may not be as vocal. They may just have their head down trying to get their life together right now and prepare for a family. But those people know. And those are the people that are going to be running the show at some point in the near future. And that includes the government. So I'm really, really hopeful. But I do want to thank you, Marte, for coming on and chit-chatting with me about the Black matriarchy.
I do want to say something real quick. We had a conversation. I won't be long. And I'll be real quick. You were like, I'm going to pray that you find a spouse. Well, here's the thing real quick. Speaking about the Orthodox Church, when I'll even ask you a question. How many black people do you see in your Orthodox parish?
There's a good amount of them. I haven't counted, but
Oh, wow. We don't really have any. There's like one, and she's like an older lady in the choir. She's like one of the people that sings. We don't have any. And then I go to like another Greek church. There's none. So when I think about looking for a spouse, to be honest, it's probably going to be somebody white, because there are no black people in the Orthodox Church in any of the parishes I see. It's extremely rare. And if you see them, they stand out. And then I have another problem too, because a lot of people will date things that the people they're familiar with, like culture, because they can talk to people. But I think opposites are beautiful. I think when opposites get together, it's gorgeous, because lesbians have the highest divorce rate, highest domestic. This is an example of like when you put similar together, it's really bad and destructive. So I think that if we can have women that aren't masculine in the black community, and then bring them to the Orthodox, or anyways, this is a whole long thing that we can go down, but I'll make this real quick. I think that we have our most feminine women in the Orthodox Church, because we're still maintaining these values. It's probably going to be a white woman that I'm with, to be honest with you. That's the way it's looking right now. So,
well, learning more about the Theotokos alone, about Mary, Mother of God, that alone, it does something to your femininity. I know for me, that was a huge part. It took me a second to get comfortable praying to her. And just I was like, oh, because I
for
just
her intercession,
yeah, because
for her
I
to
wasn't
intercede.
right. I wasn't raised to do that.
Yeah, me too. Me neither.
Then learning more about her life that I just didn't know, you go like, wow, what an incredible woman. And then it's just something that you want to emulate. So everyone wants to be like Jesus, and you should, right? But when you have all these other wonderful women that are wonderful examples of a Christian woman and what they did for their community and for their faith and for their God, you're like, I want to be more like that. And so you got all these women who are trying to be like men in Protestant churches because they don't have any great examples except for other women who stood up and preached and were prophets and got big checks from poor people in the congregation. So I keep recommending it. Almost every time I make a video, I try to recommend the Orthodox Church because it's not widely known. And I'm hoping that people will go and dig deep and search. Protestants who are kind of upset that the Orthodox Church is growing in this country will strawman. They will strawman the hell out of the Orthodox Church and the things that we believe.
Yeah.
And so I try to encourage people to go to certain people, like, your Jay Dyers of the world. And there's people like Barrel Aged Faith, Cleveland Antiquities, a new guy, and there's some other people too, but they steal man, they don't straw man. So if you're looking into it,
I was
don't look at
wondering what you were
Protestants
saying.
talk about.
All right.
No, the Protestant straw man.
Yeah, Protestants will straw man. Yeah,
Orthodox position for sure. They just say things that's just totally untrue, as if it's 100% true. So anyway, if you're looking into the Orthodox Church, look to some of those guys, not necessarily a Protestant pastor, because I think some of those people are a little bit irritated that the Orthodox Church is growing in this country.
We have
Anyway.
very base women in the Orthodox. So I don't know if you know about Saint Olga of Kiev. She sent a bunch of pigeons to Iskaristan, and after a long siege, these pigeons were. She sent them with fire, and these pigeons burnt down a whole city. It's so base. Like, it was like this woman literally went to war and used pigeons to burn down a whole city. It's crazy. And then we have Saint Mary of Egypt. It's like, so if you think about this, we really have really based women in the Orthodox Church, and to pattern ourselves from, and actually we can emulate this and use this as a reference point. If you are a woman and you're saying, well, that's the only thing that I have to pattern myself after, and I can use this as a, I would say, like a reference point. A lot of black women will say, well, I'm the embodiment of Jesus, and I'm going to preach to you, and I'm just going to evangelize this whole group. No, we have to think differently, because now you have a bunch of women like emulating masculinity. So I think that when we have more options of femininity, like Saint Olga of Kiev, I would say Mother Mary, all these other things, the Theotokos, Saint Mary of Egypt, there's so many different examples. So when you think about the epitome of a woman's femininity, like what she can kind of like mirror. I think, these women are beautiful. We actually should mirror Jesus, but I'm not here to like evangelize, but I'm just saying, I think that we have great tenets in the Orthodox Church.
A saint that I hope is I haven't gotten permission, but I hope she is my patron saint is Saint Marina. Just pretty much beat the devil with a hammer. And like, oh yeah, that's my
Damn.
kind of lady. I like her. Just go look it up. Her story is pretty cool. And but we have, what's cool about the Orthodox Church is we have all of these women, us women folk, we've got these other women that have gone before us to look at as examples. I don't have to be a preacher man. But before, when I was a Protestant, it was like you only see men doing things for Jesus, and then the women who were doing things for Jesus were doing similar things to the men. And so you go, "Oh, I guess that's what I should do, and that's what I should be." And it's like, no, you don't really have to do that. You can be totally a woman of God, and actually hear like 1,000 different women that did it before you did it. So I think we need those examples, and we have so many women now that are trying to fit men's shoes and do what men do, and it's just not working. And that's part of the reason why the Black matriarch is falling apart, or not falling apart, but it's incredibly destructive. So
it is. You're talking about conditional emotions, and you're going to just have conditional leadership that in the end, society is only going to hold men to account for this and not women. Because if I was with a Black woman who was leading my family and we got put out and our houses foreclosed, News Channel 5 we're going to do a story on houses that get foreclosed and the families that lose in the situation of the housing crisis. Who are they going to put the microphone in front of? Not the strong Black masculine woman. They're going to put it in front of my face and hold me to account from this, because the beginning of dawn of time and existence, men have gone down on sinking ships, not women. As the women and kids floated off, we are supposed to be the protectors and providers, but now it's like you have us as interchangeable widgets, as Rachel Wilson talks about all the time, and she demonstrates this logic that's failed, because in society they would hold me to account. I could say, well, this sister Shaniqua is leading our house. Why don't you go ahead and blame her? Well, you're the man. It's always going to be you're the man. Well, here's the problem, though. I think that if we, not the moratorium argument again, but I think that if we can hold to these Christian tenets, make our arguments better, and use their arguments against them, and be entertaining in the process, we can make a change that can happen. But this will never happen if we have echo chambers. I'm highly against that. If we can bring up people and talk to people who have counter arguments, I think that's good. But I think that debate is something that can move the needle if we can have this in an entertaining fashion by competent people who are charismatic and entertaining. You can't be boring as shit and be on here and be like, well, 4 score and 7 years. I'm about to fall asleep, bro. Like, we need to have divisive content that could possibly be divisive to people with extreme views. Because if I have somebody that's a sister Shaniqua and I'm talking to her and she's like, nah, you see my family, I held it down and I worked 3 jobs together and I'm supportive and I'm proud. That's who I need to talk to. That's really who we need to have conversations with.
Yep. We need people on all fronts. We need people in politics. We need people who debate. We need people who just make pre-recorded videos. We need people who are good at research, that can write, do Substack. We need everybody, because I love the Black community. I love Black America. And I'm only talk about things I care about. Stuff I don't care about doesn't get talked about.
Same.
And so maybe I'm a little bit controversial, and maybe I say things in a way that'll get a little bit of attention, but it's because I'm hoping to get attention and I'm hoping people will hear. And I think Marte thinks the same thing. But anyway, we'll end it here. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. If you haven't checked me out, go and check me out on YouTube at Nzinga Harris. And if you go to the description of this video, you can buy me a coffee. You can give me a little bit of a tip, buy my kids some oodles and noodles, buy me some ramen, you feel me? You can do all of that. Check Marte out on all his social media handles in the description. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Thanks, guys.
Christ is God.
Christ is God. Ooh. Thanks, Marte.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm still live on my end, by the way.
I figured. That's
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah, my
I didn't
audience.
move.
They like I show them all kinds. I show them everything. Yeah, I think it was a great conversation. I think that there needs to be. I can invite people that are divisive on my end. I think that if I can invite Fatty to my channel, he showed up. We had a conversation. There's a lot of division that happens, but it's never going to happen. Like you and I can have good conversations, but I'm going to start making moves to where it's like these people I disagree with. Hey, I'm inviting such and such to the show. That's going to move the needle because people can say, well, you're just getting sound bites and clips. And I'm like, well, they use the same thing. You're telling us that we can't use like it's like, do you see what I'm saying? So it's like their arguments are arguments that don't really make sense because if we say that we're going to have a Christian nation, well, you're going to make blasphemy laws that you can't talk about. Well, hold on, because if I was on YouTube and I talked about Israel and Palestine, you're going to ban my whole channel. You guys have blasphemy laws on your end too. They can't really use we use their arguments against them. So that's why I think it's really good to have these conversations. Like burning the flag is a bad thing, right? Because it's a symbol and symbols are powerful and it's propagandization, right? Because in LA, we had Mexican flags. How are they not foreign nationals? So to me, it's like we have the same problem because if I burn a flag with a blue symbol and a star in it and I burn a pride flag, guess what would happen? Oh, the law enforcement is coming after me, or I might lose my job because so everything that they have that they accuse us of, they have the same logic that doesn't make sense. And we could turn that back on them and say, look, you guys do the same thing, only it doesn't make it makes less sense when you guys do it. So it's like, I don't understand this. They'll accuse us of doing something when they do the same thing, only worse. So it's crazy.
I told Scott I was considering, because I don't know how to debate. I want to like kind of teach myself or whatever, but I told Scott, I wonder if I should debate like maybe at least start out with Black issues and then kind of build from there because it's just something that you're almost not allowed to talk about. And when you do talk about it, they try to shut you up. Like, I've been called all the names too, coon and whatever. And my husband's like super white. And so that disqualifies me. And then I'm named after an African queen. So then I've had people say like, you don't even deserve that name and stuff. I'm like, okay, whatever. Because I'm not pro-Black enough.
I would be like, so what? Like I told First Amendment was like, well, you have girls playing rough and tumble with boys and they like hang around the opposite sex. And I was like, so what? It's like these points that they bring up, like if they were saying, well, you don't deserve that name, I'd just be like, so like, what's your point? Like you're just making these empty assertions that don't really make any sense.
Argument.
Yeah, and
that's not an argument, sir.
What I would say is like, can we get back to the point that we're meeting under this prompt? Can we get back to the prompt, man? Like that's cool and all, but let's get back to the prompt. Like that's what I do in debates. People try to deflect a lot and they'll say, well, no, you don't understand though, because you're a bodybuilder and you just watch podcasts and that's all you get. You're like, you understand. I didn't even engage in any of that conversation with him. I was like, okay, anyways, back to the argument. Like your article doesn't even have a date on it. Like, it's like, it's so stupid. It's like they end up hanging themselves. And one thing I'll tell you with debates is like, if your enemy is trying to delete themselves, like, why would you stop them? In the process of them deleting themselves, like just let them. And that's the thing though, too, is I learned in debates is like, people were like, well, you have a lot of patience. He just kept talking. Notice how I didn't interrupt him in the process of him deleting himself. It's like, yes. And then he didn't understand anything that I was saying sometimes because he was talking. So he couldn't refute anything I said. He said, what did you say? I didn't hear you, because either you were typing and you're engaged in something else. And I called him out on his own BS. And when I was listening, I can then steelman his argument and tell him why it's stupid because I was listening. So if people got these wires crossed when it comes to certain things, because we're so not taught how to debate in 2025 that when we have arguments, we're not taught how powerful listening is an offensive part of an argument, because they could literally be handing you a gun and a sword in the whole process, but you missed it because you weren't listening for the sword that they just handed you to stab them with. They literally just gave you their argument. Like First Amendment lost the debate in 2 minutes when he said, I'm not saying that women are exactly like women because they're not. My argument, you just killed yourself.
Wait, what?
I was just like, you just lost the debate in 2 minutes. That was the quickest W I've ever, like, So that's what I'm saying. And it's like people will give you their argument if you listen to them too, because sometimes we're just so quick to rebuttal because we have such a good rebuttal that we miss the noose that they hung themselves with. And people do this often in debates. So.
It's going to be interesting. We'll see what I do. I haven't 100% decided because I'm just not. I've done like debates where it's like, you know, in the comment section, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but never vocally.
If you ever want to have a devil's advocate debate, I'm down for the pro baby deletion side of it. I'll do it because here's the thing though, when you start practicing as a devil's advocate and you start practicing their side, you start realizing the holes in your own argument. And then you start realizing, dang, I can plug that hole up really quick. That sunk me because now I can see why they believe so strongly in this, because but even though it's an indefensible position, you start refining your argument better because you now understand like their argument better. So I think it's just better if you can play devil's advocate. That's why I'm willing to step up and say, you know what, I'll even be the feminist in this equation and just say, hey, you know what, I'm a super simp from Missouri, single mom. I think that we should be able to delete. And I could come up with a good argument and we could just have like one of these things and we could just do that. That'll be good. But I think that you need to have people who are really good at debate, play devil's advocate. I wouldn't say like your husband, because you actually have to live with him and see him and all this. I'm talking about the likes of me, where it's like, you know that I'm friendly fire, but I'm not going to put like Nzinga. I'll even tell you this right now. I want to be able to see you on a video and tell you 30 more minutes until we're friends again. If I can do that with you and we could spar, that's how fighters get better, because they're sparring with people who they wouldn't take out by their own hand. They're doing this in preparation for the people that do want to take them out. So if I can be the sparring partner that's like, hey, we're simulating real combat here. I'm trying to take your head off here, Nzinga. Your whole belief system, let's see how strong it is, because if I can take it out, you're not really going to develop yourself unless you really feel like you're in a war zone, and I can put you in the path of the war zone. Yeah.
That makes sense. Dude. Well, I appreciate it.
The chat is just a practice dummy that doesn't fight back. Just think about it. Even if they have good sentences, there's no tonality. There's no inflection there. It's just a practice dummy, like the wooden thing that you're doing like this. It's like, how good are you going to be with this when there's no real hits, when you're not really getting hit? It's like, no, I can hit. And I know you got thick skin. Let's see how you are with the baby deletion debate one day, and let's test it. You'll get better.
I'll think about it.
You'll just get better. You'll get better.
Yeah.
It can be like a Zoom call. It doesn't have to be in public or anything like that.
Word.
And I'm not going to record on my end. So I can just be like, look how I whooped your ass. And like, I'm not doing it. I honestly want you to be better, to see if this is really for you or not. And if you ended up whooping my ass, I'll be like, yes, I wanted you to. It's like, so it's a win either way, because if it's an L, you're just going to learn. So it's just better. We have to be able to engage in real combat. Otherwise, what good is just being a fan of these people if you can actually just say, I can actually be better? And not only do I respect them even more, because I know that this is a painful process of me having to learn how to articulate myself and format my arguments better. But damn, now I'm more confident. Now I can whoop some ass, and it's just better. And now you're actually contributing to the change that we need in society. I think that's good.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that. I started making content again. I used to make it before children, and then I started making it again after what happened to Charlie Kirk, because I was like, I gotta join in the fight and make a difference, and not just kind of sit on the sidelines anymore. So now I'm trying to think of what I can do more of. I used to do a lot of like pre-recorded scripted videos. That was kind of like my bread and butter, but it's hard to do that with 2 kids. So I like streaming a little bit more, because I can just like hop on and just do my thing and then hop off, and I don't have to edit, and I have to do all that stuff, set up lights, color grade, and all that stuff. So I was telling Scott the other day, I said, I wonder if I should start like training myself to debate. And he said he would be my practice dummy to kind of like, I'm not going to be like the top debater, but just kind of get in there and duke it out with people and their ideas and hopefully change some minds. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep thinking about it and seeing if I want to prepare for that, because I know you have to be ready.
I mean, so Nzinga, I'm in the Crucible Debate Club, and like I used to whoop people's asses, right? Until I started taking L's in this debate with people who don't even do debates outside of debate club. Now I'm in like the F tier class. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm an F tier person that's whooping people's asses outside of that. Who'd have thunk? This is a really weird position for me to be in. But you have to think about it like this. If you start engaging in this and you start practicing a little bit more, you're only going to get better. And then not to mention that, but like all these nerves that you got and everything else, you start weeding that out. Now, all of a sudden, like just not having to study for a debate because you have this all like a lot more. Somebody could just say, hey, do you want to debate over this? All you need is 5 minutes. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, boom, right away. I can do debates where it's like, now I'm in this debate club and it's like, all right, we're going to pick a topic. And once you pick this, all right, go. And it's like, damn, I need to, okay, cool. This is just my belief system that I believe all along, such and such. And that's how I kind of got started doing this. But the more you start debating, the better you're going to be at. The longer you think, just think about this. You think long, you think wrong sometimes, because this can go the other way. I mean, you want to be quick at this. The more we have this and the more fights we have, the better you're going to be at fighting when you're doing the real thing. Let's mirror the real thing. Let's simulate real combat. And if we can do this, you're going to be like, damn, I whooped Marte's ass. Nobody saw the recording, but it was glorious and I'm better. And I'm going to be like, damn, I'm proud of Nzinga. She whooped my ass. I can't wait to see this. Now I have a debate I can watch. I'm not just watching Rachel Wilson. I'm eating popcorn and Nzinga Harris. I already know she's going to whoop the shit out of this person in this debate. And I'm eating popcorn. And then Scott is like, damn, man, that's crazy. Now Scott is saying the same shit about you that Andrew Wilson says about his wife, because Andrew has said that Rachel is smarter than him, more brutal than him. And it's like, we hear this in the Orthodox community, but she still recognizes the patriarchal structure in the home. What's more base than this? That's crazy.
You know what I need? I need like, and maybe we can do this. We don't have to do it now, obviously, because I know you have a stream going on, but we like to break down like the mechanics of it all. Like,
yeah, we can
what
do
do you
that
put in your opening statement? Like types of questions to ask. Like, I only know a few of the fallacies, stuff like that. I'm like, I probably need to understand that more before I try to get into jumping in and just debating Negroes online. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'll help a lot too. Also working on some philosophy, things like that. People told me in debates, they were like, these are people I've beaten who asserted that they won. They were like, you should take Andrew Wilson's course. And I'm like, that's one of my best friends, bro. So I literally helped coach Rachel Wilson and him too with their meal plans and stuff like that. It's like, and I consider them family, and this guy's telling me you should take his course. And I know that I can ask Andrew Wilson, but this is pride talking. Andrew Wilson said, I'll just give it to you, bro. And I never asked him for this, because it's like, I don't ask my friends for handouts, because I feel like I don't want to owe anybody anything, and I don't want to just be given things, because I know that money, handouts, and things like this tear up more friendships than anything else, man. Let me be honest with you. So I think when you don't have anybody having expectations, like when it comes to monetary things, things that they work really hard to create, handouts, that destroys friendships, family, and everything faster than anything I can ever think of. So I would still, like, if you worked on something and you crafted this from scratch, the biggest support that I can give you is paying for all of it. That's the only, not me being like, oh, let me just get a handout because you're my friend, Nzinga. Let me just, this whole babysitting program you had for homeschooling, let me just get it, man, because we know each other, right? I'm not really supporting you. I'm just bootlegging your whole shit. Like, it's like this black community right here automatically saying this, but I think that our merits, like our fruits, the Protestants say this all the time, like, you'll know people by their fruits. And it's so true. Not to sound Protestant here, but I think that if you get out here and you fight, and you fight the good fight and you become better at this, damn, you just put orthodoxy on a whole different level because we don't have black voices like yours as a woman saying this. This is going to be polarizing. The distinction is going to be glaring. I'm going to eat popcorn quicker than anybody's ever seen in their whole life watching this. And not only this, it's going to be glorious, and you're going to have clips. Your kids are going to look up to you, and they're going to say, damn, man. Like, because think about it. I don't know if you have boys or girls or anything like that, but I'm going to say this right now. If you have boys, they're going to look for women for their mom and women that they date. So I guarantee you the metric or the barrier of entry is going to be so high that this better be a damn good woman. Now you made your sons a better filter for the dating market and dating arena than it could have ever been. And I think that's where the change starts at home. But I think you as a debater, I think that would be a glorious thing to watch. So
I'll study up.
I mean, I'll study up. I hate to say I'll study liberal studies for this debate, but it's probably going to turn my whole stomach 15 different times, but I'll study for that debate if I need to.
Well, it's equivalent. I'm reading Rachel Wilson's book, and like I'll be reading it, and I just have to go because these people are freaking insane that she's writing about. They're absolutely nuts and degenerates. And Scott will be like, "What?" And I'm like, "Listen to this. This person's nuts." And so I guess it's the similar phenomenon. So
I have her book, and I also got the audio book too, because if I drive, sometimes I'll listen. I'm also writing a book too. Actually, it's almost done. I have to put, there's an Orthodox fighter. I have to put his anecdote in there because I have to get warriors and stuff and what he saw. He was in the military too. Once I get all this, Rachel Wilson said she'll write the forward, and believe it or not, Rollo Tomasi said he'll write the forward on this. So I have all this going on. It's called the Female Warrior Fallacy, and I better go ahead and finish putting in the sources because I have it on a separate document. Once I put this up here, I'm just fine tuning it because I know once I release this, I'm going to be attacked on panels, and this book is going to be dissected for all kinds of fallacies and I'm going to have to defend this. So yeah, but that'll be coming out in possibly 2-3 months. We'll see. But we'll see.
Okay, good for you. That's awesome.
All right, we've been at this for a while. Let's wrap it up. I gotta eat because I'm starving, but good podcast. I was wondering if you could show up to my podcast because I talk about the black culture and the degeneracy. It's gonna be almost the same thing, only I'm gonna show a lot of videos, and I also have a game on my side as well too. Okay. But good stuff. Yeah.
Let me know when.
Tell the patriarch over there I said hi. Tell Scott I said what's up. So,
he's watching.
All right, what's up, Scott? Good stuff. All right, I'm out of here.
All right.
Check you out later.
All right. See ya. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, that was a long conversation. That was quite the conversation, man. Oh man. Her and Marte should host a 2-way. Yeah, that would be cool, man. Us talking about guns. I didn't know she was this based. Like she's like beyond based for like a black woman. If every black woman had her ideology and thought like the same thought process she thought, well, nah, that would be boring if every woman thought like that. But the world would be way more based. We'd have babies. We'd have the patriarchy like leaning more towards like it being on top. Like that'd be great, man. I think that would definitely be awesome, man. Definitely awesome. He was live for 3 hours, cut him some slack. What are you guys referring to? LOL, bro is running. And yeah, I wish I was running. I need to actually hit the gym and a few, man. So we'll see, man. Crazy stuff, man. Coach Greg Adams' book is better. So there are two different categories. Like let's say if I had a book about guns and a book about bodybuilding, I could say my bodybuilding book is better, but it's about something completely different. They're two different topics. So is Coach Greg Adams' book better about anti-feminism because that's what her book's about, the history? No, I don't think Coach Greg Adams' book is better on the history of feminism. not even about that. So when you see better, it's like, no, Rachel's is better about the topic it's discussing. Coach Greg Adams is better at the book he's discussing, the red pill tenants and things like that, maybe, but they're two different topics. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't really make any sense to me to even conflate the two. So yeah, they're two different things. So for me, I think that having her in the discussion is really good. Not only is it good, but I think it's good to switch things up to where I can at least have a conservative. She's rare. Nzinga Harris is extremely rare. I don't see a lot of black women who are conservative. Black women, but Orthodox is even ultra rare. That's like a unicorn event that Haley's comment. Well, I don't even see that. Just like I said, I don't see black people in the Orthodox community at all, man. It's crazy, man. Yeah, all the pills are gay. I agree. Pills are gay. So people just call things pill. There's a gold pill now, all this other stuff. It's just crazy stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff, man. Yeah, she's extremely based. It's rare for me to find women that are extremely based. And here's the thing, though. Rachel Wilson was attacked by another podcaster that I saw. And I wrote into this podcaster and was calling her a predator. And lo and behold, it was from the black community calling her a predator. One of Coach Greg Adams' devoted allies calling Rachel Wilson a predator. And it's crazy because Coach Greg Adams, in the same debate that he had that was being reviewed by this guy, was saying, Andrew Wilson, you think that this is a good patriarchal marriage, you getting money from your wife? It's like, that was a fallacious thing to say too. And then he started attacking Rachel Wilson, saying that she's ran through. Like, there's a pattern here in that community. It's like Andrew Wilson wasn't attacking Greg Adams personally. When Greg Adams started attacking Andrew Wilson personally. When I brought up Rachel Wilson, one of his detractors was attacking me personally, saying that I was sleeping with Rachel Wilson, all this other stuff. And I was like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Just crazy. So I'm like, if we're going to look at Coach Greg Adams as like the arbiter of red pill, what's right, and all this other stuff. And then Coach Greg Adams is like, if you got to take all this, you need to take everything else. Well, the problem with this is like, if we take what you're saying is true, we also have to take all these ad homs true, and I can slander married people's families and stuff. You're not doing any justice to married people who are actually having a patriarchal structure that's working in their life. So Coach Greg Adams is like, nah, you want to avoid divorce while slandering somebody else's marriage. That's not a good representation of what we want in the world. If you're going to go about this and slander marriage and speak against it, yeah, you're definitely preventing marriage. You're not creating a solution by attacking healthy marriages at the same time. That's what I also didn't like. Coach Greg Adams, they said, well, he won. Yeah, the guy that's slandering healthy marriage is winning. That's the way that we're going to go about promoting marriages, by slandering people's wives and calling them run through. That's crazy. Work academics, Mr. Work Academic says, I respect you putting in work, but you and I know who won. Yes, I believe Andrew Wilson won. Because I think Greg Adams was arguing against divorce, right? He was arguing against divorce. And he made this argument saying, well, you can't get divorced if you don't get married. And my whole thing is like, it doesn't make any sense. Well, you can't die if you don't live. You know, it's like, you can't drown if you don't swim. You can't choke if you don't eat. You can't stub your toe if you never walk. So we're just going to have people that just don't walk. Like, it delves down into people. It's like, well, all right, just don't get married. Cool. Don't get married while the Christian people who are having structured families that are intact outproduce you. Fine. The problem's going to fix itself. That's what's going to happen. Fine. You don't have to have marriage. When you say God's not in marriage, that's because you don't have him in there in the beginning. You don't allow him to be in the marriage, man. So, and I get it. Women aren't signing up for this. A lot of women aren't signing up for this, but these are like godless women. Godless women aren't signing up for this, but yeah. You know, people are asking me, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to find to solve the solution about finding a wife? Well, I have a solution. All I have to do is go Sunday in the Orthodox Church and ask somebody out on a date. That's it. The odds of a divorce are like 9%. Good luck to you guys that don't want to go there, but I at least found a solution. Well, what about the rest of us that don't believe in God? I don't know how you can argue for marriage absent God works. There's not an argument that even Andrew Wilson would endorse for a godless marriage. I wouldn't endorse that. I don't think secular marriage works anyways. Doesn't work at all. I don't endorse secular marriage. Secular marriage doesn't even make sense to me. It doesn't. Coach Greg Adams' argument is like, tell us why give us a solution for why a marriage without God, you know, so that way we can make this work. There isn't, man. There isn't a solution I can give you for a godless marriage, man. That's crazy. Crazy as hell, man. I will promote these kind of marriages because the woman that just came on, Nzinga Harris, has God in her marriage. Andrew Wilson has God in his marriage. Well, it's all orthodoxy. Jay Dyer has God in his marriage. And then when we're talking about Coach Greg Adams saying it's a fairy tale and doesn't exist, Andrew Wilson and his wife don't exist. Nzinga Harris and Scott Harris don't exist together. Are they was this woman make-believe that just showed up? Jay Dyer and Jamie Dyer don't exist. Jim Bob and his wife don't exist. I could actually go on. There's more of these fairy tales that Greg Adams says doesn't exist. They're still together. 20-year marriages, 30-year marriages, still together. But because people are like, well, I just don't want to convert. That's it. Well, fine. If you don't want to, nobody's arguing for you to get married without God. Because we wouldn't even argue for that, man. So I don't know. That's just all I'm saying. Crazy stuff, man. If anybody does want to come up, you guys are welcome to come up. I don't really know what you guys want to talk about. We can talk about this whole marriage thing if you want to, or not. We could talk about the Black community, but I'll at least hold an open panel for at least 10 more minutes before I go, because I do have to go eat. What was this? I've been on like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Also longer than that because I just held a podcast about this guy named Chris Mike or Mike Chris or something like that was talking so much shit about Rachel Wilson. Oh, AJ, of course. AJ showing up. So I gotta play some music real quick.
It's so funny
music real quick. Here we go.
Chris Mike is a subscriber of mine. I've known him for like a year and a half, dude. Chris Mike's not a bad dude. He's just, he's a big CGA fan. You know what I'm saying? So I
can run it back and I can show you.
No. I was watching earlier. It's just crazy how small of a world the internet is. You know what I'm saying? It really is. Like how small, but and I clicked on this live earlier. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. That's Chris Mike's live stream.
Chris Mike was saying that I was banging Rachel Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, really?
Yeah. So
when you say this isn't a bad dude,
I'm not defending. I'm just saying that I know you both. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what are the odds?
It's a small world. This guy was coming at me crazy. Like he was just, and he's like, we have the person that's Rachel Wilson's side piece here, and I'm like, can you prove this? Like, and then when I asked him, hey, we can have a debate over this, he was like, nah, man, I'm not gonna debate. I'm like, see. This is what I'm talking about. You want to hide behind the computer. You want to throw stones and then hide behind the tree. That's crazy. Like,
I just think that you were talking to what's the woman's name? Nzinga? That's her name?
Nzinga. She's so based.
Yeah. There's another content creator called Red Talk Anna, and she's pretty based too. She's a subscriber of mine, and I follow her, and I'm gonna do a collab with her, so hopefully you can jump on because we're gonna have our Black Fatigue panel here soon. So I'll let you know.
Oh man,
she's based, man.
We need to have more Black Fatigue panels.
Marte, she even goes into these knuckleheaded pro-black ghetto morons TikToks and she records stuff going on TikTok. So she's funny, but yeah, I think it's funny though that you see like Fatty's panels and all them, dude. It's almost hopeless. Like, and once again, it's not about the panel. It's about the audience. That's the only way that you're ever going to do anything with debates on like in the all black space, because it's all about gotcha moments and over talking each other and yelling and screaming. That's why I don't do predominantly black panels anymore, because it'll be like you, me, and let's just say that there was 2 other guys, right? And let's just say that we're all cooking. There's always one B-dub there that was, oh, y'all are dick riding.
That's my favorite.
Now? I'm just saying.
No, bring the B-dub up so I can have a conversation. And I love people that disagree with me. I don't know if you know this about me, Jay.
There's a thing though. Here's the thing. You come in good faith, and I feel like
I love bad faith.
But there's a couple of things that
I love people that try to be
that's
bad
an issue when you're on all black panels. Number one, there's a lot of people on these panels who want to do that monologue thing where they're like, well, this and that and this and that and this and that, and you'll be like, hold on, can I ask you, what, you ain't gonna let me finish? You ain't gonna let me, like, dude, you first of all, you said 17 points at once, so I need to address them one by one. Second of all, I asked you a clarifying question. I need to clarify something with you. Oh, you ain't gonna let me finish? You ain't gonna let me finish, right? And then the other thing is, have you ever been on a panel and these knuckleheads don't understand an analogy? You'll be like, let's say that your car is broken down on the side of the road. Why are we talk about cars, dog? What? You always trying to change?
My car ain't breaking down.
It's like,
my car ain't breaking down.
Do you not understand what
oh, wait, hold on. We have Scott, the illustrious, patriarchal, based Scott on site. You know what? I have to go ahead and open the floor up for this guy. I appreciate you showing up, man. Here you go, another one real quick. We got to double it.
I'm jealous, man. Both you guys have hair.
Yeah, I gotta,
I'm saying my hairline's been in retreat since I was like 23 years old. I'm 45. It's
so the patriarchy, the patriarchy has entered the building. In addition, for sure.
Well, Z and I discussed the hair issue, and if it ever started getting a little, like I had worn the kippa too long and I was losing the hair in that spot, I was just going to shave the whole thing.
It's the patriarchy in the house, guys.
How dare you?
God, you're articulate and well spoken. How crazy!
I have been.
This is what I get told all the time.
I have been accused of these things in the past. Yes.
I might as well hit you with the same allegations or same things that they tell me. They tell me this all the time, but it doesn't sound weird if I tell you that. But they'll tell me, Marte, I'm shocked you're as articulate you were. I just saw pictures. I didn't know that. Like, this is so stupid.
Most people think I'm a dumb jock or a gun junkie until they actually talk to me, and then they're like supremely annoyed and they think I have a PhD.
I like it.
Isn't it funny though how these people see someone? They're like, oh, well, Marte is in good shape, so he has to be and is successful. But I'm smarter than him. They always gotta have. They always gotta have that one thing that they think that they're better than you at. They're like, damn it, he's educated too. Dang it! And now they're completely cooked because they've already built up in their head that there's something that you're lacking in. There's some what is it, Dungeons and Dragons, a character trait that you're low on that they're higher on, and then you're just better than them in everything, and their whole worldview is cooked. So
you ever see the Terry Crews meme where it's like him wearing golden armor, and it's like when you put everything into charisma and strength, and it's just Terry Crews.
yeah.
Gotta throw my work bona fides
That's
out
true.
there.
Yeah, but when you max out your charisma and strength stats, and don't have any intelligence.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that I would tell men this too. Oh Lord, here we go, Mr. Work. Before I let you on the stage, just make sure that you don't say anything like ABs, like baby deletion, words like that, or
no swearing, no smartsies, no. It'll get the stream taken down, guys.
Yeah,
so no cussing,
I know
swearing.
You're like new to this. I just have to. Okay, we're gonna let you up real quick. So what's up, Mr. Work?
What up? What up? Can you hear me? I don't want to say anything disrespectful or nothing. So
No, you're good. I mean, as far as like certain words, it's crazy because they would accuse Christians of being like, we can't have like blasphemy laws or any of that stuff. Meanwhile, like liberals and the left will have their own blasphemy laws.
Yeah.
Like I can't talk about the Austrian painter on YouTube, or they'll delete my channel.
Mustache man, yeah.
Mustache
so I would
man,
say, guys, that we're the road runner and the algorithm's Coyote. We can outwit Coyote. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it works. So
yeah, no, that makes sense. And the thing is, I agree with a lot of points. And I watch Andrew Wilson debate like this all the time. But when it comes to the debate with CGA, it's clear that Andrew Wilson lost. He was debating a straw man from the start. The topic was, is marriage worth it? And he redefined marriage to be a religious marriage, which the debate topic wasn't what is marriage. So he would have to go by the most commonly accepted idea of marriage, which most people would recognize as the state marriage contract. So
well, no, that's ad populum. Actually, that's a fallacy to say that if people co-opt the movement and they take a monopoly on the movement, that's to say because the majority now believe in something that actually worked for a minority, now all of a sudden that proves it wrong. I think that's not a straw man at all. The reason why I don't think it's a straw man is because if you think about this was a covenant before it was a state anything. So first, it's like if we're going to talk about the origin, what marriage is, we can go back to Zoroastrianism and everything else. And it's like, no, the state wasn't interceding on any of this stuff. So it's like he held true to like the origin, the grounding, the foundation, and all this other stuff. What we did was we took something and we incentivized the state to be involved in this, and we turned it into a business. That wasn't the origin of this. And we talk about marriage, it's like, no, you're talking about marriage today. And it's like, that just depends on who you ask. And that's just ad populum.
Well, I think that was the flaw in the question itself. Is marriage worth it? They should have said, is marriage worth it now? Or has marriage ever been worth it? Because Andrew was saying, is marriage worth it? And then he reverted to his worldview and what it has been in the past and what it could be if things change. And Greg Adams was saying, oh, hold on, but it's not. It is for a certain group of people. Greg Adams was saying.
Well, hold on. That proves it.
No,
it is now. Yeah,
no, it doesn't. Because if like 16 people jump off, if 2 people jump off a 16-story building and live, I can say, well, yes, people can jump off a building and live. What I'm saying is this: they were both talking past.
Well, that would prove that would prove it.
That you can jump off. So are you going to jump off a 16-story building?
If you asked the 16 people and you said, how did you live? And they said, well, the reason why I lived is because I jumped off this way, and this is the belief system I use. I believe that this bungee cord, which you guys don't believe in, works and saves lives. And guess what? Matter of fact, we have that example right here. So Harris,
so would you recommend
Mr. Harris,
more people jump off a 16-story building? I mean, come on, dude.
We have that right here.
Question?
So I'll even ask Mr. Harris, are you make believe right now?
What do you mean?
Like you exist, right? You're
Clearly.
Orthodox and you have a marriage. Yeah. You're not make believe, are you?
No, I actually do exist, and my story is quite strange and unbelievable.
Yeah. But
wait, hold on. You're not supposed to exist. You're supposed to be fairy tale. That's
no
crazy.
one's saying that though. You're just saying that you guys are the minority though.
It's not because he's currently married.
I
understand that, but guys, hold on.
Does he have a state contract?
No, but listen, guys, hold on.
Does Harris have a state contract?
Hold on.
Yes.
I'll finish up here in a second.
Okay,
right?
so
okay, you have to admit.
Well, no, that actually proves the point.
No,
if he has a state contract,
people to get married without the state contract.
No,
so where's that person? That's the fantasy. I need to see that person.
Wait, hold on. No, he exists in real life. He's right here before us. He's not a fantasy.
Contract. He has a state contract.
Yeah, but how is the state contract working?
Because Andrew's prescription was to get married without a state contract.
Yes, and if that were, legal to do without some kind of sanction by the state, then that's what we would do.
Yeah.
Okay, so you acknowledge that his prescription is invalid then?
No. I
just said it
acknowledge his
wasn't possible.
prescription is
You just said it
superior to
wasn't
your
possible.
worldview, and that if the state had no interference in marriage, we would be much better off.
But
Yeah.
that's
So
an if.
is it not possible then to get married without a state contract? Is what you're saying?
You can do so, but nobody will acknowledge it, and there can be issues legally.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so
hold on.
So you would advise people to not do that then, right?
I would advise people to do the best they can to operate under God's rubric in a secular world. For example, if Z were to have cancer, which she did a couple of years ago, don't laugh at me. Z had cancer a couple of years ago. If I wanted to actually go into her room and hold her hand while she was enduring treatments, I had to be married to her. Now, the state decided to stick its dirty little fingers into the process and decide that they were going to determine what marriage was. If I had my way, I simply would have allowed God and the church to decide. But the state has to do what the state does. However, in a superior world, a world run by God and run by Christians and run by the church, that wouldn't be an issue. But I had to operate under the rubric that the world had.
Now, I think that if they were to get rid of no fault divorce, that when they made no fault divorce is when biblical marriage and state marriage really diverged.
Well, if you
know what
think
I'm saying?
about it, we do have a semblance of this. Just people don't want to subscribe to it. Now, Mr. Harris, listen to me right now. You are going to agree with me on this because I'm going to say it because we both believe in the same doctrine. If you guys wanted a divorce, and I'm just going to talk to Jay and Mr. Work here.
Sure.
Let's say that you wanted to have this happen in a hypothetical world. What the clergy and church is going to do is you have a communal sense, and people are actually, so they're shamed there. They're going to tell you, well, hold on, you have to have a fault. You have to have a reason. You have to have a show cause. What the thing is, though, that the church does, and I'm not trying to tell you guys need to convert tonight or anything like this. I'm just saying an example of what they have right now, which I'm not married. That's why I'm using him as an example in a hypothetical world. He now has to show cause. There is no such thing as no fault. So what you're asking for exists in this world. It's just that people don't want to adopt this. They want a marriage absent God, absent this worldview, absent this community, or absent all that. I'll say, you know what? Yeah, I agree with you guys. I agree with Jay. I agree with Mr. Word that you guys want a solution to marriage without God and without having to do any of this. My answer is that I don't think it's sustainable. I don't understand why people want to get married, actually.
Is this when before no fault divorce, you had to actually make a case to get divorced. You had to actually have a judge and actually have a whole legal procedure, and it was up to a third party, just like the church, to give you divorce. Divorce was illegal in Ireland until 20 years ago. So what I'm saying is it was the same secularly, meaning with a government contract, as it was in the church. And the moment, it wasn't. Well, hold on.
Yeah.
The thing that stopped divorce, like divorce wasn't easy to do. Just like it's not easy to do in the church, it wasn't easy to do legally either until no fault divorce.
You know why, right?
So we used to have the setup that you were talking about.
Because they took God out of marriage. They took
legally, exactly, by doing no fault divorce.
Yeah, they took God out of court. They took God out of marriage.
And I asked my subscribers
who started no fault divorce.
What's that?
Who started no fault divorce?
Ronald Reagan did in California in '69, and then New York. That was the last state.
Is he religious or is he not religious?
By 2010. You know what I'm saying? So. What I'm saying is I asked most of my subscribers if they got rid of no fault divorce, would they get married? And the majority of them said yes, because it takes the risk of being left assed out. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah, getting rid of. I agree. If no fault divorce wasn't a thing,
you mean
what you're saying is that the
what we have in Christianity?
Yes, and what used to be the majority in America. But hold on, you're acting like this.
But the thing is, you're objectively wrong, though. The Scott Harris
because this was the standard before.
So
it was a standard.
If wife wants to, she can subvert the church. She can subvert the church, go straight to the courthouse, and he would end up in divorce court.
So hold on. So what you're using is the same argument that fell flat on its face, because What Coach Harris did, or not Coach Harris, but Coach L did, was he said, no, you're using ifs, right? Did he not say this? Well, you're using what ifs and all this. What you just said right now is the same rhetoric that contradicts what Coach was doing. He's saying, well, what if? What you're saying is what if when I see a what is in front of me right now.
I never
what
said
is
if.
Andrew Wilson, Jay Dyer and Jamie Dyer, Bob, Jim Bob, and all these other people. I go to a parish where I see people 30 years, 50 years married, and I'm like, how come nobody wants this solution at all? But when I go outside, the problem with this is people are saying, I want to go ahead and let these businesses succeed, where it is a business to get married and it's a business to get divorced. These people are profiting off of our pain. The reason why is because they are anti-God, they're anti-Christ, or any of this stuff. What Jay's talking about here is like, I remember when they didn't have no-fault divorce, and they included this, but what happened? They took two fathers out of the home in the Black community. They said, we're going to give you food stamps, we're going to eliminate the real father, and we're also going to take God out of the home. When you take God out of the home, you have no solution. So when you say that it doesn't work because state, well, Scott Harris is proving state's involved, they're together. Andrew Wilson has state involved, they're still together. What it is that God's involved in this. In Orthodoxy, even if the state's involved, and all you could say is what if they can do this or could do this and would should be. But it's like the same thing that Greg was saying. All you have is what ifs. You know, the knife cuts both ways, right?
What I'm saying is that
I
there
mean,
was
that's
a point.
a good talking
There was a
point,
point
but
in our history
my famous
where
not
the
even
majority of the population was married and stayed married. And what was the event that might have coincided with Christianity going downward? Was no fault divorce, was when they made it easy for all denominations, maybe not Orthodoxy, fine, but according to you guys, they're not Christians anyways, which is fine. But when it made it easy and incentive to where it's the only legal contract where people can walk away from. So I say that instead of waiting for the entire population to somehow go towards Orthodoxy, which, guys, I'm not religious. Well, I think that that's a great thing, honestly.
Oh, we're not waiting.
The more Christian ethics is out there, I think is actually better for the United States, right? Because it seems like the farther.
Yeah, add something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So just to respond to Mr. Work, it
I
sounds to
haven't
me
been
like.
able to respond to the last three people that talked. So.
Well, I'm not trying to dogpile you. I'm
dude.
trying
Sorry,
to give you a response
off,
from my
man.
point of
My
view,
fault.
Mr. Work, so I can give you my point of view from it, and maybe that'll be edifying to you or not. Nzinga and I made it very clear to one another prior to getting married, both religiously and through the state, as is mandatory, that we would follow the biblical model, which is that we would become one flesh. And so, regardless of what the state offers us as far as like a parachute or an escape route, we have no intention of taking it because we are now one being. And this is what religion, quote unquote, or in our case, Orthodoxy, has to offer. It's this true belief that you are actually enjoined and that you become one person. You know, it's in the Bible. It talks about, you leave your family and you cleave unto your husband and your wife. And so when you have true belief, when you have genuinely heartfelt conviction for these things, the state can offer any kind of pagan nonsense that it wants, but ultimately your convictions will drive you, and that's what will determine the morality of a nation. I can't imagine a nation that was occupied by people like Nzinga and I that didn't do well. It's really a shame to see how badly things have gone in this country as a result of the sort of nihilistic and sort of depressing, frankly, point of view that you and folks like your guy that you've been shilling, this coach guy, have taken, because frankly it's nihilistic and a little bit self-defeatist. God wants to give you more than that. He wants to bless you with somebody like Nzinga, and I think that you're missing out.
Here's the thing though, Scott, so I watched the live and you look like you won the lottery. Like you really did win the lottery.
I mean, yes I did.
Here's the thing, you would say that she's an outlier, not the norm, right?
Definitely a unicorn.
Okay, so how does that help the rest of us guys?
Well, let me tell you my origin story, and maybe it'll help you. I was a POS who was philandering with lots of women, and I was not being a good Christian, and I had not found orthodoxy. I was a proto-evangelical, Pentecostal, whatever the F, and I thought I knew what a Christian was, and I didn't. And I kind of reached my wit's end. I had health problems. I was puking up blood. It's a long story. And I kind of just fell to my knees, and I had a come to Jesus moment, quite literally, where I said, you know, I'm like, what is my life for? Why am I here? Just take me if you don't want to have a use for me. And things suddenly got better, and I suddenly started making better choices. And then after a while, I started praying, and I said, look, I'm getting old. You know, I've never had a steady relationship. I haven't been married to anybody that really wanted to be with me. I want a family someday, and you know, Lord, either use me or make me a monk or something. You know, send me off to a cave. I'll do whatever you say, but I don't know what I'm doing here. And 2 weeks later, this really cute Nigerian cab driver showed up on my Hinge profile. And you know, and we just started talking, and it was very honest. And you know, I met her. I didn't meet her for about 2 weeks because we just were talking. And as soon as I saw her in person, I knew I was going to marry her because she hadn't catfished me.
Yeah, but that's an awesome story. But I guess per the math, right? Statistically, right? Let's just say, because I honestly believe that the majority of men from a young age want to get married and teach their kids to play catch and all this other stuff. Like, I've even asked, you know, most of the guys that I know, like, yo, if you could find the type of woman that your grandmother was, or your great grandmother was, or your mother was, would you get married? And 99% of them say yes. The issue is numerically, culturally, there's those types of women. Feminism, social media has made it so that the average Western woman's a demon, and yet us men are supposed to somehow yoke ourselves to these complete just wastes of space. And that's my issue, is like a lot of, and you guys aren't trad cons, but like there are these trad cons like Matt Walsh and Crowder who are saying men need to step up. It's like, what about the women? Like a friend of mine's son, he's 16. And I said, do you think any of your friends are raising daughters that you would want your son to marry? And she's like, you know what? No, I wouldn't want my son to marry any of my friends' daughters because they're all a mess. That's what I'm saying, is that practically, I'm just trying to understand. Let's just say 80% of guys decided that they wanted to get married next week. What are they supposed to do with these women that Marte and I talk about, that we talk about, because we can accept the fact that they're all not the type, they're not wife material. You know?
I just looked it up online. We have 10.4 million Greek Orthodox women in the world. That's a ton of women. So not only is that a shit ton of women, so when you talk about outliers in the United States,
well, you guys are Greek Orthodox.
So the problem, no, not just Greek. This is only one segment of Orthodoxy. There's like other form. There's like the Russian Orthodox, Greek. That's just Greek. 10 million women. So if we think about this, it's like, but you have to convert. You have to believe in Christ to do. Oh shit. Oh, so the problem with this is your dilemma isn't saying like there isn't anybody. It's just that the people that are going to be faithful in these traditional relationships, you kind of have to like convert because they want somebody that's patriarchal,
but
that believes in Christ.
I talked about numbers. Let's just say 80%.
Can I say something there? Because I've been like super respectful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So your number of 10 million as a percentage of total people, which is like 8 billion people. I know you're trying to make it seem as if it's a large number by saying 10 million women in Greek Orthodox in the world, but as a percentage, it's probably like close to. I can't use my calculator.
No, it's actually more than that, but I'm being generous when I say 10. Like, let's say it's 8 million, right? Let's even be over generous and say 8 million. That's a ton of women. But the problem with this is they exist. It's just that they don't want to be with somebody that's secular, doesn't believe in Christ. They'll follow you to the ends of the earth. They'll let you lead and have a patriarchal structure. It's just that they don't want to be with somebody that's degenerate. And I would actually argue that that's understandable, right? These are women that are wives. They can, you know.
You're advocating for passport bro, right? Because you're saying
no. That's so passport bros. The reason why that's gonna always fail is because even Mr. Harris would agree with me, because if I go to Egypt and get a woman that has a patriarchal structure, all this other stuff, and I bring her back here, what's going to propagandize her is a belief system. If she doesn't have a belief system, guess what's going to happen? Passport Bros doesn't work, because when they come back here, they're going to hang out with women. It's the community. So the community that they hang around with is going to be like, yeah, girl, I'm around these divorced girls all the time and stuff. So guess what? We have a solution to that. If they come here, we have a communal sense of the Orthodox Church. That's the community that she's going to be in, meaning they're not going to condition her to believe in the world's attitudes and things like that. That's the distinction between getting somebody that's Orthodox and somebody out of the country that has a structure of a patriarchal structure. Is we have faux patriarchy here, pseudo patriarchy. We're not bought into the same world that you guys are bought. And I'm not saying you guys, but I'm just saying it's different. That's a massive distinction.
I have a couple friends that are passport bros who found women from overseas, and they've been married for 20 years. So,
right, that happens. That can happen. But the problem with that is though, we have belief systems that we could be bought into. And the what if that Mr. Work is talking about that seeps through the marriages. That's why you don't have divorced friends around you, because the rates of divorce increase. I think it's like this. What is it? 37% goes up increase when you have divorced people around you. That's why you become the people that you hang around with. But guess what? We have a community around us. We have shame and we have a structure, and there's no such thing as no fault divorce in Orthodoxy, because you have to go through clergy. There's so many benefits that I could list off here. It's crazy.
Hey, Scott, there's someone in the chat, hitting on you. I'm going to tell your wife.
No, don't tell her. She has a lot of guns.
Well, so the whole problem though with saying that you don't have to go through the state is that even in Scott's scenario, and this is not an if statement, this is a could statement. So his wife could go file for divorce in court, and they don't have to go through whatever church or annulment process. So it's kind of irrelevant to say, well, if you go through a church marriage, you're not subject to the court system, which is currently skewed to benefit women in it's pretty much set up for women at this point.
May I briefly respond to this before you guys go into it?
Yeah, go
ahead. You're absolutely right, Mr. Work. She absolutely could, and I could do the same. But neither one of us is afraid of that happening. And that assurance can only come when you find somebody who shares your faith. And that's kind of the beautiful, unique thing about it, is that, like I said, it's one flesh. We have one mind. We have different personalities, different egos, slightly different ways of approaching problems. But ultimately, we're one person. And so the idea of breaking that person is anathema to both of us. It'd be like self-death. It'd be unaliving oneself. And so,
don't you think people who get divorced thought that initially when they got married? Or are you saying
no, because I've been divorced by the state before, and I married somebody blindly who I knew was bad for me in a place where I had no business getting married, and it was a disaster for both of us. So I actually know what it's like to go through the pain of divorce and the suffering and everything else. So I know exactly what it's like.
That argument is kind of fallacious, because you're saying everybody that gets divorced didn't intend to stay together forever when they got married.
I think there's plenty of people who get together under false pretenses, but that's not really the point you're trying to make, right? You're really trying to say that marriage as an institution can't be trusted because I could always get hurt, right?
Well, no, you're making the argument that you're not worried about getting divorced or your wife filing with the state because you guys have faith. And my counter argument is, well, didn't the people who got divorced when they got married, didn't they also have the same faith that they would be together forever?
They didn't have our faith.
But
you see, so that's
isn't that the no true Scotsman fallacy though?
No, it's not a no true Scotsman, because here's the problem with that though. Unlike the no true Scotsman, he can go ahead and look at replicatable data. So he can actually replicate this and say, okay, so cool. One person says they're a different kind of something like this. Let's go to the data, 9% divorce rate. And then we can actually map this onto society, and we can say, well, can this work? Because it does happen and this does exist. If you look at another Christian that says they're Christian, evangelical, 67%, oh, that's sky high. There's a massive distinction. So even the data actually shows this distinction. It's almost black and white when we have to come to terms with this. Like, let's say we even throw the data out of this, right? Let's say throw the data out of this. Well, you'd have to say that Scott Harris doesn't exist, and it's all going to go circular back to this, to where Andrew Wilson can exist because he's still married. How many years to Rachel Wilson? It's obviously worked for him, and I can go on with all these other Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, and everybody else. They're all examples, but it's like you have to refute that they are walking examples of this.
My question is, couldn't the Mormons say the same thing to the Orthodox because their divorce rates is less than yours?
Well,
No,
actually,
because they're in a weird sex cult and they're not allowed to get divorced.
But hey,
that's
they do get divorced less, and I'm just.
Wait, yeah. Can I speak on Jay's point? Because I was actually going to say something similar. So I know you guys are touting the 9% divorce rate. However, with Andrew saying that people in your church are getting married without a state contract, the divorce rate would only calculate people that are getting married or divorced with the state contract. So you'd have to account for unaccounted people that would possibly get divorced without a state contract. So your number would go up. But assuming that is the case, and it's only 9%, and Andrew's prescription for men who don't want to gamble on a divorce to reduce risk, like you said, maximizing the reduction of risk, would go with a religious sect, and if Orthodox is 9%, shouldn't he be telling people to convert to like Amish religion if it's only 2%? Because it would be a better deal than Orthodox Christianity.
Well, the reason why I'll tell you this is because we have to live in modernity. And if you're going to go to Amish, like it wouldn't make any sense. Like, let's say that I was black. I am black. But let's say that I was like midnight black.
The jury's still out on that.
I knew it was one of ours.
Well, hold on. The black community, I got my black card taken, so I can actually say this. So since I got my black card taken, let's say that I was black, right?
Mine too. Mine's been gone for a while.
And I said that the best people that don't get shot, the way to not get shot is to be white, right? And I'm saying to be white. To me, it doesn't make sense because this would be I would say hypocritical because I don't live this by nature. It's not the example that I can present because then they could flip this on me and say, well, why aren't you white if you're telling everybody else to be white? It would be the same argument as to say, well, if these people, Amish, have a 2% divorce rate, why don't you convert to Amish people? So it's like, then you'd have to tell him to convert, which that would be irrational for anybody to say, well, you need to give up your belief system to say that you want a stronger marriage.
And then not to mention this, telling us to do though is to give up our beliefs.
Andrew doesn't have a non-ecclesiastic marriage, so your argument kind of falls there, doesn't it? Because he's also
it's different because then there's all these other woven in things because Jay, I'm going to tell you need to live without electricity, and I'm going to tell you like there's so much more to this. It's more of a comprehensive conversation that needs to be had than we could just have on this podcast. But even then, I would say the reason why Andrew Wilson, I would side with him, isn't just because I too am Orthodox and that I see this. But even if we look at the percentage rates and there's something lower than that, we're still right. Like the Hindus are 6%. I would say just go to Hindu, right? But I don't want to live the Hindu lifestyle. I don't want to put a red dot on my forehead. We have options of a lower rate. So that even shows you that there's even prescriptions that show a lower divorce rate. Why don't you even go to Hindu? You have so many options and decisions that you could pick. We're giving you one solution. So now that even makes your case worse when we show you 4 different solutions that are lower. And nobody wants to take any of these.
A lower solution than all that would be the free agent lifestyle, where you're talking no marriage, no cohabitation. And then not only can you not get divorced, but you won't end up in family court.
Plummeting birth rate, nihilism. I mean, that's not good.
That eliminates risk altogether, then.
Well, if you don't have kids, you'll never reproduce. Your bloodline dies. Yeah, as Christians are out.
Well, who says you don't have to have kids? You can pay for surrogacy.
Yeah, that's going great. Is where the birth rate. So that actually promotes less birth rate. You realize that, right?
Well, that's not the argument I'm making here. If you were to purchase a surrogacy or child through surrogacy, there's no way you can end up paying child support.
Or having your kid's mom
broken families. That increases more broken families. Yeah, that increases. If you have a nuclear family,
Mr. Work, there is no amount of statistics or unique paths that you could take that are going to eliminate all possible risks. Like life by its
There is,
very
like I said.
nature is
Guys,
it's full of risk.
guys, here.
And if you try to take the easiest path, the sort of Aaron Cleary Book of Numbers sort of path, which says, just rank yourself up, build your power levels, get your finances in order, and build freedom. Just screw around with women, but keep them at arm's length and make sure you sure as hell don't get one pregnant. That can work for a short period of time, but you aren't thinking about the spiritual component of what you're doing, or also the attendant risks and the downhill effects of the things that you create. When you use women, you destroy them. There's I think Z actually mentioned him earlier, Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. He said that men are slut makers.
Yeah,
well, that's what free agents are. You're slut makers, and you destroy women's psyche and you hurt a part of them permanently, and that affects the men downstream that do want to marry them.
That's a false dichotomy, because it's not because I like Andrew Wilson, but he does this too. He says you're either married or you're some Chad who's banging all the chicks, and what it is you're either married, you're some Chad who's banging all the chicks, or you're just a guy who's checked out, and that's MGTOW and Free Agent, all these guys. So a lot of guys are just checked out, and what I'm saying is I call it men minding their own business. Enough guys will have to check out to where they're going to have to sway men back to this. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have to sweeten the pot, right?
Right.
And you're free agent or you're MGTOW until you're not. I know plenty of MGTOW guys and Red guys. It's a choice. They choose to come back and get married. It's not a permanent thing. It's just.
But Jay,
what's that?
Well, the problem with this, I'll say, is now you said, well, no, it's a false dichotomy because it's only two branches. Well, great. Let's include the third branch of like the recluses to the picture of people that end up being genetic dead ends. I mean, by their own accord, they're willfully becoming this because as time grows. So real quick, let me finish this.
What's wrong with that? Passes, like, I'm a genetic dead end.
Right.
Well, statistically, a lot of men have been dead ends genetically.
Yeah,
right.
And
so here's the problem,
gentlemen.
That the majority of men have never reproduced.
Exactly.
Correct. So what we're doing is we're creating a bigger number of people who are also not producing this. So to me, it's like that third avenue is not a solution either. So the problem with Greg's examples that he ever brought was like just avoidance and not a solution at all. It's just avoidance by its very nature, nothing to aspire to a bloodline that you can create.
A rigged game. That's the solution: is stop playing, stop losing until they have to change the rules to sway you back. Because there's
realize this makes women the patriarchy instead of the matriarchy, right?
No,
we're making them the men.
Because control force.
If
we
we say no, we're not going to participate until women take control and change things. I'm like, well, no, you're patriarchying the women.
No, there's a small group of men that use government and women to redistribute wealth from us to them. That's all it is.
Money.
That's all it is. And you have to agree on that, right?
But throwing money at problems doesn't change things. We've seen what happened.
That's why we're checking out. That's why we're trying.
Right.
So,
and guess who's not argument? Orthodox Church isn't checking out. And here's the thing, though, real quick, before you intercede real quick, Mr. Work. Mr. Harris, the Andrew Wilsons, the Jim Bobs, the Jay Dyers of the world are out producing everybody that's walking away. What does that tell you? The world's going to be repopulated by the solution-oriented work ethic slowly as everybody else is opting out of the dating market, which means they're opting out of the birth rate market. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to complain because as long as Christians are out producing you guys have to find your own solution because you guys don't want to convert, which is fine. I can't make you guys do that, but that's what's happening. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
Marte did well. Here's the thing, because we're kind of throwing a lot of different arguments back and forth. So I kind of want to address something prior, and then I can address what you just said.
Okay.
But you had a very similar argument when you were talking with the lady earlier, where you said black men shouldn't have kids with black women, and that would force black women's hand to basically because men would have the leverage at that point. How is that not synonymous with the free agent lifestyle?
I'll tell you why it's not synonymous. The reason why I don't think it's synonymous is because I think when you're talking about a culture war and you're having arguments and debates and you're saying, no, I don't want to do this, it's acknowledging something that already is. Remember something that you admitted right now when you just said this. During the conversation when I talked to Miss Harris, I told her on dating markets, if you could find this in Tinder, Hinge, and everywhere else, Black women are the least selected and least swiped on. Jay, am I lying about that? Is that true?
Yeah, nobody wants.
Okay, so since it's already happening,
yeah, American
right,
beat.
It's already happening. Since it's already happening, the only change that I've actually said was if we can propagandize this and say, hey, this is happening. I'm going to point to something that's already happening and say, hey, you guys don't know this, but we're already doing this. We have a moratorium on Black women that exists. And not only is this with Black men, this is with white men and everybody else. Nobody wants to date the Shaniquas. And when I say Shaniquas, I'm not talking about Black women. I'm talking about Black cultural Shaniquas. And since we already have a moratorium, we just need to say this in publicize this. If we publicize this, then we could weaponize this and say, see what's happening right now. You can look at the stats and everything else. That's the only thing I really said in the argument, because it's already happening and it exists right now. The problem with the free agent lifestyle is they're saying, well, we don't have a solution, so we're just going to give up. My solution is saying
the solution.
The solution's the same as what you said. Because Gen Z men aren't dating. Gen Z men are doing to all women what you're saying to do with B-dubs.
No. You realize the distinction, what I'm saying? What I'm saying, though, is we need to bring attention to this, where the free agent lifestyle is saying, hey, men don't want to do this, but I need them to do this. What I'm saying is that men are already doing this, but we need to show the problem and why the crisis is happening. That's why I brought up the moratorium. That's the distinction between me and Greg's argument, is Greg wants to convince men to do this. I want to go ahead and say this is already happening. That's the distinction.
But you also want to convince men to do that, because you said we should publicize it.
No,
basically.
We should say, hey, this is the truth of what's happening. I'm not pushing men to do this. What I'm saying is we should have a moratorium, meaning we should say we're magnifying this. It's already happening, but nobody knows this is happening. I'm just the guy that's giving the warning cry to the world. That's it. I'm just saying if we can just magnify this, then we'll say that we're not hiding behind something.
No, free agent lifestyle saying that feminism has destroyed the dating market and society, and that men shouldn't try to pursue traditional relationships if women aren't going to abide by their traditional role. It's
you
the
realize,
same.
Lots of
women
guys
in a leadership position when you say things like that. You're not going to move until the women do something. That makes the woman the leader, not you. That's the problem.
Very similar to what you said with the moratorium.
No. What I'm saying, my argument was saying women are already doing this. We need to propagandize this and bring attention to this that's already happening and saying, no, this is something that we need to talk about. In the whole podcast, I don't know if you missed it or not, when I told Miss Harris, we need to have conversations with people we disagree with, which is why I brought you up here, because if we have conversations, people can say, hey, I used to sit on the fence until I heard Mr. Harris talk about this. He's right, damn it. Not only does he make good points, but he's in a marriage that works despite whether or not the state's involved or not. Damn, he must be onto something. That's the reason why I wanted to have this conversation about the moratorium, is so that way people that are divided in the middle and don't want to pick a side and don't know what's going on can say, let me see if Marte's right about this. Oh shit, he is right. The Black community is doing something like this. All right, we need to figure out what to do and have these conversations. So having the conversations is a solution in the first place. What Greg's doing is saying, no, we just need to opt out permanently and just take ourselves off the map. That's crazy.
I think the issue is,
say it's a permanent
who's the leader? Hold on. Who's the leader? The buyer or the seller? Who's the leader there in that situation?
The men should lead.
No. Listen. In my example, the buyer or the seller, who's leading?
The men will always lead.
Listen,
yeah, men will always lead. Yeah.
But listen. In relationships, when it comes to marriage, we are the ones buying, and they are the product, right? Like we when we propose.
I would disagree.
No. Listen. Okay, men control access to who gets married in relationships, and women control access to sex and who has kids, right? So a woman has to make herself a good product for the man that she wants to propose to her.
Both have to be good products.
No,
we
that's
both
not
have
even
to.
true. Women
but only men propose.
It is true.
But only men propose. When it comes to marriage, when it comes to sex, yes, men have to be the product for women. But in the case of marriage, because women don't propose, men women have to be the best product for a man to get down on one knee and offer his hand in marriage.
I disagree.
How?
I don't believe, and I'll tell you why. I don't believe in egalitarianism, but I do believe in egalitarianism when it comes to value. So if you have a man that's a good leader, and not only is he a good, well, let me change the word good, because nobody's good according to Christ. But I will say this, who is virtuous and has this Christian ethical system, his marriage and propensity of value and price in the market is going to skyrocket, because she is now going to mirror this if she looks up to him and admires that. I think you're going to create a product that's bad, Mr. Work, if this guy's a bad leader. Now, he can lead a woman to water and everywhere else, but that's very finite. You know, if we think about this, it's going to end. I don't care how big of a crack dealer this guy is, he's going to lead her into despair.
No, my point.
That's what I'm saying.
That a woman wants to marry the best man possible, the most religious, Christ-like man there is. So she has to prove her virtuousness. She has to be what he wants. Correct?
If he's firm, fair, and consistent, she will be what he wants. But if he's
exactly. So
that makes him. He has to be a good product, right?
So when it comes to her having his children, but for marriage, because men propose, men control access to marriage. We're talking about marriage, not children or her having his offspring, right? Because women want to procreate with the best guys that they can. Men want to marry and protect and provide the best women that they can get, right?
I'd like to make an amendment to that world.
You're missing duty, though. But go ahead.
Men want to give duty to the best.
No, there's duty on both ends. There's duty on both ends.
Exactly, but they're different because there's different roles. Men propose and women have children. Yes,
no. We're talking about duty. So I have a duty. I have a duty to my wife that doesn't have to do with anything beyond proposing. There's more to it than just that.
Well,
but
she's not your wife until you propose.
No, we have
married.
There's a key aspect that everybody's missing here, which is that all we have to do is look at history. Every country that incentivizes marriage, happy couples, staying loyal to your husband, the women do that. Why is that? Because they respond to force. This is not an Andrew Wilson thing, force doctrine. Think about this. Women biologically are consensus seekers. The reason that the Orthodox believe in this is because the woman was designed to be the helpmate to the man. Now, the secular people may have a different logic for this, but nobody can disagree that women by and large are consensus-seeking creatures. They tend to be more friendly, more amenable, a little bit more open in terms of their emotional connections, et cetera, whereas men tend to be more like threat detectors, builders, and fighters. And so as a biological function, if you want to take religion out of it, women by and large will go and do what they can to build consensus and to maintain the status quo. This is why they're so good at distributing resources as opposed to gathering them. This is why they tend to favor things like socialism and communism as opposed to capitalism. It's because in their mind, they're taking the goods that were brought to them and distributing them to the children, right? So apply the same logic. If the men decide that we're going to have a Byzantine Christian worldview and we're going to enforce it by force, what do you think all the women are going to do? Go along. They're going to go along.
Yeah.
They're going to go along like they did in the past. They're going to go along like they did in Soviet Russia. They're going to go along like they do in Poland now with the incentives where they're taking taxes away from the people who have more than a couple of kids. They're going to be responding to the cultural incentives. And who controls culture at the very top? Men, we control it. And so when we put our foot down, when we take control and we do what we are supposed to do by God's decree, the women go along. The problem with everything that you guys are saying is that you're essentially arguing semantics about the fact that we all failed in our job to be men. We put our spears down, we fell asleep on the job, we got off the wall, and now we're all whining about how to get ours and maximize the number of orgasms before we die and buy a bunch of Funko Pops and fill our house with useless crap instead of having children, building a legacy, and having our name.
But here's the thing, though.
Out into the future. It is not a worldview that you should be.
Listen. I understand that, but here's the thing. Like in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, being black, especially, was the majority of the population married? Yes or no?
Yes.
In the United States, were they all Orthodox?
No.
Okay, so what was going on there? Yes, there was the Catholics and the Protestants or whatever, right? But your solution to say that we should all become Orthodox, when in the past we were the majority married, the blacks, we were almost 90% married, and we weren't Orthodox. We were the most married group that there was. So something changed other than religion, right? That made the marriage rate drop. And I still say that it's no fault divorce. And with this whole thing with men drop the ball, Rachel Wilson wrote in her book that there was a bunch of rich capitalists and occultists and all this stuff who changed the laws and did all this stuff to cook men and give women power. So it wasn't just like men were just like dorky, and gay. There was a agenda, right, to actually disenfranchise men and use government and women to redistribute wealth and time to themselves. Now, there's been men's rights advocates, religious ones and non-religious ones, since the 1940s and 50s. They don't get stuff done, right? They just don't. I believe that the only way, while you guys are doing your thing, which I think is a great thing, I wish that there was a huge explosion in the Orthodox Church, right?
There is.
But hey, great, awesome. But in the meantime, I say this: there's a tipping point. If you look at like advertising and public policy, there's a tipping point where X amount of people hear something. There could be the tipping point with Orthodoxy. Maybe 17%, 20% join the church, and then it explodes. But enough men are going to check out of society and not be whoring around and not doing all the stuff, but just staying home and working on their old Chevelle that needs help. And then society, who needs men, are going to say, wow, what can we do to get men back? Because Kentucky had the 50-50 custody law. They changed that law and took power away from men and women and gave it back to men, and divorce went down by 35%. So there are solutions out there other than just converting to Orthodoxy. It's taking the power back from women and giving some back to men. Mandatory paternity test, no fault divorce going away, and that 50-50 custody thing will actually make the divorce rate probably go back to what it was pre the 70s and the 80s, because that's the situation we were in. America knows how to do marriage. We've done it up until the 70s or the 80s.
Well, here's the bad part about this, because I've been listening. So the problem with this is like, if you think about, because you were saying, well, it wasn't Orthodoxy. Well, where did that come from? It all came from Orthodoxy. It's just the schism where people held on to Orthodox tenets. They just happened to water them down a little bit. So all that's Orthodoxy. We just didn't call it Orthodoxy, watered down. So that's the thing, though. When you say it's not Orthodoxy, even Harris would agree with me here that all these tenets come from Orthodoxy. So it's like, so that's kind of a fallacy. The next thing that I'll point to is like, I keep going back to this example is like, sure, you don't want to do things like First Amendment. When I had the debate with him, and I said, cool, I don't want to be held emotionally hostage because I have to affirm your gender and all this stuff. If you guys want to self-delete, I don't really care. Yeah. I sound heartless when I say this, but it's the same argument that I'll make to you guys to say, well, we're going to step away. We're not going to contribute. Like, you could say, well, we're not contributing. We could still contribute to the birth rate, but it's like, no, that doesn't sound like it. Like, I don't hear that when I say that. It's the same argument when I say, well, hold on, we're outproducing you guys. Yeah. You guys are slowly deleting yourself because you're opting out. You can't tell me that you're producing anything when you're saying, well, I can always come back to it. It's like, well, how often does the chances decrease when you say, I'll come back to it? Even more so, you're already out of the dating market. You're just choosing to be further away from producing kids. And to me, it's like a self-defeating argument because it's a stepchild of just nihilism that you're talking here.
No.
All we want is you guys to produce and have a marriage. We give you a solution here. It's just like not what I want. That's all you're saying is like, we just want it without God. And I'm just like, well, we're not.
But you want your version of God, right? And like, here's the thing. Once again, things were going well until the 70s, right? So like all from 1776 all the way to 1965, when my grandparents were married 80 years, they weren't Orthodox. Like, when no fault divorce hit is when really, really the culture changed. And I think that started the whole, screwing over the whole, Christian dominance. But I look at how can we get things back to where they were in 50 as far as marriage. And
Well,
things
they
aren't
were
going to
close to
change.
Orthodox, right?
No, because the majority
They were,
wasn't.
because
They
the
were
further you go
Protestants.
back, the further Christianity gets closer to Orthodox.
And I
now
don't
that
doubt
we're
that.
further into the future, we're further from Orthodoxy when it comes to the other sects.
But you can't discount the fact that there was that legal precedent that was set with no fault divorce.
You understand what I
That
just
was
said?
one of the
right?
biggest. Yes, well, that was one of the biggest changes, that if not the biggest change when it comes to marriage, is saying that this is the only legal contract that you can do, you can break for no reason. And then these, Marte, you're black. I honestly believe that these black churches where Pastor Pork Chop is up there doing backflips and asking for money for his Learjet, they adopted that culture of pandering towards women, because they knew that the divorced chicks and the single moms are going to be the ones handing out the most money in the collection plate.
So you recognize what doesn't work, right? Because we both can acknowledge that Pastor Pork Chop isn't doing a good job, probably dissuading black women away from everything else.
Yeah,
I mean, I heard a story.
Pastor Pork Chop.
By Nzinga Harris was talking about this. She said, me and my husband went to go shop churches around, and Scott was like, "Yeah, this isn't for me. I don't see Christ in this church at all." She said this herself. So it's like when they're shopping around for churches, you're going to look around stuff. Yeah. So it's like we have choices, and everybody makes a choice. And on your dying bed, you're going to say, well, I'm surrounded by grief, or I'm satisfied with the life that I lived. In the end of this, that's what it really boils down to. It's like, these are choices. And I understand that you said I have to be convinced, but if I put Islam in front of you, Christianity or something like that, what would you call these things? They would devolve into choices, right? Yeah. So when I say this, it's like, I think about this in real time, and I say, well, I could see proof in the pudding of saying, well, yeah, Pastor Pork Chop isn't working, but a 9% divorce rate, and I'll keep going to this. It's like, well, if the evidence is there and the proof is there and it works, why not try this to see if it'll work? And not what's the problem with this? Where's the harm in switching
not step
away
until the situation that you and Scott wants takes off, and then jump on the train?
Because I've done it. I've done it, and it was awful. It led me to this close to suicide. I'm telling you, I'm trying to warn the two of you. I don't care about this bureaucratized widget mentality where you guys think that you can take a few things here and move them over here, and you're going to change the world. That's not how society works.
It's just
society is downstream from culture, and politics is downstream from culture, and culture is downstream from God. And ultimately, unless you bring God back into the picture, what you're going to try and do is you're going to try and move things around on a spreadsheet. And hopefully that will bring you back to the 60s or whatever idea you have in your mind. But what's ultimately going to happen is you're going to lead people to death and nihilism, because that's what I was encroaching upon. And let me finish, and I'll let you go on. I've just been sitting quietly. Let me make my
No problem.
I'm telling you guys, the only people who suffer under your system is you. The women will find a way to find men. Even the scummiest Shaniquas will find a guy to pay their bills, or several. The point is that you are the ones that lose. When you walk away, you're the ones who don't get to pass on your progeny. You're the ones who don't get to experience fatherhood like I have. You're the ones who don't get to experience a loving wife and a truly godly marriage, and all of that comes with that. And marriage is a sacrament. It's a holy sacrament. The fact that we're even discussing it as if it's some kind of state mandated thing that can be flouted by law is kind of nonsensical to me anyway. I adhere to laws because the scripture tells me, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But at the end of the day, they can go piss up a rope. The reason that Z and I are together is because we're bound in one flesh under God Almighty, and we're going to spend eternity in heaven together. All of this is really important, because unless that mentality shifts in the people that are trying to walk away, the MGTOWs, the MRAs, the red-pilled fellas, you guys are only hurting yourselves. You're not going to hold the women hostage and enter some kind of nuclear detente with them where they're like, well, we're going to stop being sluts now because we're able to have 1/3 less sex than we used to have 10 years ago. That's not how this works, you guys. You're the leaders. You need to set the values. You need to set the path. You need to dominate society. You need to change all these awful laws that I completely agree with you, AJ. I agree with you, Mr. Work. Everything is completely weighed against men. And that's deliberate because they're trying to undermine masculinity so that society is easier to erode, deracinate, and ultimately undermine. But that's a bigger picture problem. But if you guys have the right value set and you grow a spine and you're willing to stand up and say F all the way off, then you guys will find women who are willing to stand behind you.
So a couple of things. First of all,
Can I say something?
Hold on,
I think
hold
I've
on.
been
Was he
the
was
least
talking
one
to me
talking on here.
directly. Hold on. It says you make assumptions about my position that I have to clarify here, right? When I say red pill, it's a dossier of information to allow men to make the most informed choice possible. I have red pill friends that are married. I have red pill friends that are divorced, never want to talk to a woman again. What I'm saying is guys need to do what's best for them, right? I'm all for marriage, right? I know guys that have married 30, 40 years. That's great. I'm not saying guys don't get married. What I'm saying is do what you believe is the best choice for you in an informed way, right? So I don't agree with everything Coach Greg Adams says at all, except to say, look, what is best for me, and not pack mule it and say, I have to put everyone else's needs first. Scott, you said that part of your needs is fatherhood and being a husband. That's great. That's a great thing. To me, that's a red pill thing. You looked at the facts, data, statistics, and you did what's best for you, right? My issue is the shaming language. You can live how you want, but don't shame me and say, well, you're not this and that and getting girls. It's not about getting girls, right? It's doing what's best for you. I don't care about what getting girls and all this other stuff. This is like a vegan. Why is it that I can let a vegan eat the way that they eat and they're fine, but then vegans have to critique the way that I eat? I don't shame you for living the way you live. Don't shame me. What I'm saying is I'm gonna do what's best for me based on the information that I see, and that's what I think the red pill is. And there's plenty of red pill guys that have come to the church and got married, and that's best for them. Bravo. It's just men actually getting out of this gynocratic, misandrist society, and if that means finding God, because Christianity is the most patriarchal thing that there is, more power to them. But to me, that's part of the red pill. It's getting your best outcome. That's all. So you might have read me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that guys need to do what's best for them and take some time to yourself and figure it out. Don't just try and go chick to chick relationship. Do what Scott did, right? Do what Marte is trying to do. Think about what's best for you spiritually, emotionally, monetarily, mentally first. That's all.
Can I take the mic, bro?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to keep it somewhat short. I just want to say that I was debating the fact that Andrew Wilson, in his debate with CGA, did not address the prompt of the debate, which is marriage is worth it. And the reason for that is because Andrew, just like you guys demonstrated, tried to pull the discussion into a religious versus non-religious condition. And the problem with that is Scott Harris also has a state marriage contract. Andrew's prescription, people in his own church, by admission of Scott, are also getting a state contract. So nobody is applying this arbitrary, non-state recognized union situation. So his prescription is bunk. On top of that, if they're debating if marriage is worth it, you have to apply the most recognized form of marriage, which is going to be the state contract. Now, I know you're saying, well, marriage is a religious construct. The problem is, outside of Christianity, marriage is pretty much the concept of pairing between two people. This can be done with or without the presence of a Christian God. And while God was in, so unless you're from the position that everybody was always under Christianity, which would be theoretically impossible.
No, it's not.
Because if the existence of another tribe of people who didn't practice or religion, but also pair bonds occurred parallel to when the original Israelites were in Jerusalem, that would disprove the whole concept that religious came from or marriage came from a religious structure. On top of that, there's other groups like the Hebrew Israelites, who believe marriage is the forming of the flesh. Because I've heard Andrew debate one of the Hebrew Israelites in the past, and he says, well, my religious belief is when two people have sex, they're married at that point.
I remember that
So
guy.
if Coach was, yeah, so that's where there's a problem if you try to introduce religions as a component, because if it's not the widely accepted religion, you're at a wall or a moot point where the conversation can't proceed. If Coach went in there and said, well, my idea of religion or marriage is if you're married, then you get, I'm trying to think. Well, basically a negative consequence. I don't want to say any words because I fear that it might be bad for the channel or something. But basically, think of the most negative consequence that can happen. And then a coach says, well, my definition of marriage is this occurs to you. Like, you're not arguing from a good faith argument because both people don't agree on the term. If they were to debate what is marriage, then Andrew's position would have been more allowable or tenable. But that's not the debate that we're having. That's what I wanted to say.
I just think that
appreciate
the
you
question itself was not a good debate question, right? Like, it was too open-ended. It was, is marriage worth it? Well, in what context, right? They should have added something else at the end so that they could kind of narrow it down, because they were talking past each other. But I can say Greg Adams was insulting Andrew, calling him a Neanderthal, all this foolishness. And to me, at that point, he lost. Andrew didn't disrespect him. He didn't say anything crazy to him. And I think that when he was like, well, you're debating, you ain't debating these 22-year-olds on whatever, he was trying to get a sound clip or a sound bite or play some guy gotcha. And I think that anyone that has some sense knows that when you do that in a debate, you're just cooked. You know?
Look, and I apologize because I'm gonna if I can just say something, and I know I just spoke, but I just want to say one thing to what Jay said, which is Andrew actually lost on his original premise. He said, well, marriage is worth it if you can do it in a way in which the state is not imposed or doesn't have any kind of regulatory authority over the marriage. By Scott's admission that he legally can't do that without any problems, so he had to get a state contract as well, means Andrew is prescribing something that's not valid. So his whole argument is pretty much trash.
No, that doesn't make any sense. The reason why, it actually proves the point, because it's like, let's say that the state's bad, right? Well, Andrew is married by the state too, as well too. So is Scott. They're making it work. That should be able to just destroy their own argument, because if the state is so bad, how come they're not getting divorces? And we don't see this in the Orthodox Church if they're being married by the state. That's the whole thing that kind of refutes it itself by the mere existence and example of this. I'm pretty sure Scott can go in on this. But here's also the other point too, when you say that, well, he's turning it into a religious argument, and then you say, well, yeah, it was a religious thing. And I'm just like, well, it's kind of contradictory for you to say, well, no, he's turning it into a religious argument, but then marriage came from a religious sect, and it's a sacrament that we have. And I'm just like, well, you can't talk about marriage and make it a secular thing and then talk about it being a solution, when that's our argument the whole time, is saying, well, no, you can't say, well, I want a solution for a secular marriage and a marriage without God. And then Greg kept asserting, he kept saying, there is no God in the courtroom, there is no God in marriage. He's right, because he never brought God in there in the first place. When you don't do this, Andrew's not going to argue for that kind of marriage. He literally said, I don't understand why secularists get married. I honestly don't either, because it's like, you guys have this, and we gave you guys, the state gave you guys gay marriage, the state gave everybody else something. You guys still believe that the state is for you? We believe in something other than the state. Scott literally said in front of it, he said, I don't give a damn. They could piss up Schitt's Creek for all I care. We're going to stay together with this, and that's what it is. When you notice that Scott is talking about this, he's imbuing marriage with Christianity, Christian Orthodox ethics. I think it's a good system. And I never heard an argument all night saying that, oh, this is a bad system. You guys said, no, it works for you guys. Well, hold on. This is saving people's lives, but I'm just going to not choose this. That's also wild to me too, but I don't. Anyway.
It works better for the Amish. It works better for the Amish.
Do you guys think that they should have defined?
You guys don't want to jump on that either. That's crazy.
At the beginning of the.
Wait, so you would prescribe that? Why don't you tell people to become Amish then?
What I would say is that I would prescribe people to what I believe in, but if Amish works for you guys, and the whole reason why you guys want this religious sect is to keep marriage, why don't you guys choose that? Let's even go with that. How come you don't want to choose the Amish religion then?
Well, Andrew's position was minimizing risk. So if you
The
were to
Amish
have to pick,
minimizes risk. How come? Let me ask you that. Let's go that way. How come you don't want to be Amish?
hold on.
Save
So
your marriage. If having a longer marriage, if that's the only thing that can save your marriage, and that's what you want, how come you don't want to choose that? Even let's even go that route. If that's a solution, and
So
you see
if-
it as a solution,
I want to give a genuine answer. So your question is, if I was married, why don't I become Amish to ensure that my marriage is successful, or I don't end in divorce, right? Or minimizing
yeah,
risk.
because you're taking a utilitarian argument. You're saying, well, I'm only focused on outcomes. Why not just choose that?
Because that's not my position. Is not to have a marriage originally, so it doesn't make sense to ask me, well, why don't? Because my position is, if you take CGA's free agent, no marriage, no cohabitation, then that's even a lower risk than the Amish, because there's no way
No
you can
kids,
get divorced in that scenario.
no nuclear family. Got it. So you're just saying, so when you look at the outcome, you're saying, I'm going to avoid a nuclear family. I'm going to avoid kids. That's what how is that not inevitability of your argument?
I mean, you could say it is, but that doesn't exactly mean that you wouldn't have any kids.
But no. But don't walk away from it. Though.
That
Hold on.
decreases
You
the
couldn't-
chances of that, does it
Can
not?
you pay child support if you have a surrogate child?
No,
You have
but
to
here's
pay
the
child
thing,
support.
Mr. Work. Here's the thing: is this is where
Can I get a yes or no to that
That's
question?
what you want. That's what you're fighting for.
Can I get
is
Can I get a yes or
surrogacy.
no? Can I get a yes or no to that?
Laws
Would you
change
end
all
up-
the time. I don't think that laws are always an absolute. I don't always think that they're always a constant either. They're fluctuating and changing depending on the emotional tenets that we have in the office. It just all depends.
Well, so you would admit too then the no marriage, no cohabitation is a less risk involved than a religious union, right?
That's just the argument. That's the same argument of saying, well, there's no death if you never live. You'll never choke on food if you never eat. But
Yeah, those are
it's
factual
nonsensical
statements. I agree.
Position to hold. It's really a
I
nonsense.
agree.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Do you know how nihilistic that belief system is, and you know how this just ends into black pill? It's literally just black
but
pill in
that's
disguise
subjective,
as something
though.
that sells good for men. It sounds good for men, but it's just black pill wearing a new suit. That's all that is, bro.
Well, it's subjective at that point, but at least we agree on the fundamental fact that if there's no cohabitation, no marriage, it's less risk involved than even a religious, non-state recognized union.
That's high risk, because if you never have progeny and you never have kids, your bloodline ends. That's extreme risk. So your argument goes like this, and this is how your argument sounds. Well, I risk the pain of having to live life, but it's like also I won't have life at all or a bloodline. So you realize these two are like, you'd rather choose to off yourself than to experience life. This is crazy.
It's slow suicide. They're advocating for slow suicide.
It's the same
thing. Well, you're framing it from that position, but the thing is, the coach's position of the free agent lifestyle is more of men.
Do you get like a penny every
choosing-
time you mention his name?
Yeah, so the coach's position of the free agent lifestyle is more so the position that you get to choose and you have control over the choices you make. He doesn't even prescribe that people don't get married. He even has a book that gives advice for what to do before you get married. So his prescription is more so for men to enjoy or not take on a traditional, not to engage in the system when the system is currently set up to disadvantage men. It's a very logical position, I think, to have.
You said to not take advantage or enjoy traditional, and then you backed off and you switched the word, and it's like you fell into the word trap, but then you avoided tradition. You understand that's kind of like borderline Freudian slip stuff you're doing right now.
Well, I'm
Because-
just trying to be more articulate.
Right, but
Someone in the chat.
if we engage in this and you say no, I don't want people to do traditional stuff, but then you backtrack off of that, it's like you realize what I'm hearing right now, right? I don't want
No.
people to do. And if you could replace that, the opposite would be modernity, things that they're doing today. Wouldn't it be the opposite? You want people to go towards tradition instead of modernity. So that's why it doesn't make sense. Also, Scott, it's self-deletion, not the S word.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's a YouTube no word. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I'm
someone
not
in
as
the
well versed
comment
as you
had
guys
said
on the TOS. My bad.
You're all good, Scott.
Yeah,
I'm just
someone had
reminding you.
said, can we not just fix a law and make it fair for men? And that's what I was saying. Is I've talked to tons of dudes who, without even doing the Orthodox or the Christian, who say, if you were to get rid of no fault divorce so that I can marry in the same way that my granddad did, they would get married. Because a lot of guys saw their dads and their uncles and their brothers get cooked and divorced, or I know a guy, he himself because he couldn't see his kids. So it's like, this is a reaction, and you can't. It's instead of doing it. Why do the extra part with the 9% and when we had a time in America where
What's
where the
extra about
majority-
it? Can you tell me what's extra about it?
Because the law changing was one of the most fundamental things that messed up marriage. The law itself, when that law changed.
Yeah, but can you still tell me what's extra about it?
Yes, but once women had an easy out, that's what the culture changed. You look at
Yeah.
Ireland. Ireland had divorce illegal until 20 years ago, and their divorce rate has gone up big time in the last 20 years. So once women get more freedom, they're free to succeed, they're free to fail, and you have to admit, oftentimes they choose to fail.
I
And I just want to say something
teacher.
to-
One second,
to
Mr.
Jay's
Work, and I'll
point.
let you talk. 1 second, and I'll give you I won't interrupt. The law is a teacher. So, you see this with the Christian model. The two-headed eagle of the Byzantine Empire was clergy on one side and then, the state on the other. And it worked in unison. And the state's purpose was to dispense justice with the clergy in mind, the church in mind. And so, yeah, I mean, if you tell people, you can't get divorced. No, you got to give us a really, really good reason, like abuse or infidelity or something that's biblical. Yeah, I completely agree with that. But the problem is that without that being the baseline, you essentially are just going to have the same problem manifest itself in a different way. It's like trying to put your finger in a hole in your boat to keep it from sinking, and like 3 more holes pop up. It's not going to solve the underlying issue. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about moving widgets around or changing things on a spreadsheet. You can't solve the marriage problem by making no fault divorce the only thing. It certainly will help, but again, you're just changing numbers. You're not changing souls. You're not changing hearts. You're not changing minds. You're not changing the underlying issue. It's the reason behind the reason that I'm more interested in. And I think that you guys are wasting a lot of mental energy on something that frankly isn't going to come to fruition in the first place. And secondly, isn't going to make your lives any better.
Yeah,
The
likewise.
biggest
that's really
thing here in my mind is to basically tell you, like, if you want to have the life you dream of, instead of wasting your energy on this idea that, oh, this red pill thing is going to make me feel better and it's going to empower me and it's going to stick it to women and we're going to finally get to some kind of point where we're going to have power again and it's going to be parity in society, is nonsense. Like, you need to
that
change
sounds
the
like your
fundamental.
Yeah,
you
that's
need to
kind of
change
shaming
the
language
operating
there,
system.
you
You
know?
need to change the operating system instead of just constantly putting new RAM sticks in the computer.
You can't lead those who don't want to be led. So, like, how are men supposed to make women in modernity do what we want them to do?
If you were actually in charge, the women would do
Oh.
what you wanted.
So it's all Jermaine's fault then, right? Basically.
So can I say
Yours and
something?
mine.
Okay. Here, tell me without saying what. Okay, let's talk about what the other gender needs to do. So we know that men need to take charge and all this stuff. But how do you see the majority of modern women becoming the wives that, like, let's just say that Marte was not. I mean, he was Orthodox, but he was in a place where there wasn't a church, and he's like out in the middle of nowhere, and there's women out there. What can he do to get a woman that, I don't know, that's going to be on his team, like, or in general, what cultural shift can women do, or can happen to make women into the wives that men can take charge?
Well, the easiest thing in that specific hypothetical would be self-restraint. If Marte can control himself and not become
Okay,
a
you're
slut
talking
maker,
about
that's
the
a
man.
really good start.
Let's talk about the women. Don't mention men at all.
But you asked about Marte in this hypothetical.
No. Well, let's get rid of that part, right? Talk about let's focus on solutions for women now. Just in case there's some woman out there who says, you know what, I don't know why I'm 35 and not married. What can women do?
What can women do?
The woman that's worthy of a Marte.
Well, let me. Yeah, I'll answer this. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish your question, Jay. I want to answer it.
Oh no, I was finished. Like what can they do to become the woman that Marte can marry?
Okay. Let go. Stop trying to be girl bosses. Stop trying to control the world. You are not in charge. You were designed to be the helpmates of men. You were designed to be the half of a puzzle that makes someone complete. You should be focusing on the things that make you uniquely you, biologically and spiritually, which is nurturers, homemakers, supporters. You know, somebody who distributes resources, doesn't provide them. Somebody who is willing to shield her children unto death, sacrificing her life for her kids, not sacrificing the kids for her career. Somebody who is focused more on the future and not on a paycheck or on self-validation. Somebody who is interested less in sex and more interested in the future and honoring God. I think if women can establish these norms again, I think that more men would be interested in them as wives and less interested in them as exploits. And I think that would increase the rate of marriage. And I think it would also increase the stability and the rate of childbirth. I'm not using the proper term there, but I think that if women basically just took on the biblical view of what God wanted them to be in the first place, I think they would be happy.
That's awesome. I agree with everything that you just said. I just think, like, with my mindset and my subscribers and everything, we're trying to say that there's no incentive for women to do that, right? And until, once again, there's something, maybe it's you guys, it's your church or whatever, there's some crisis where traditional gender roles start up again. A lot of guys are just going to sit back and say, you know what, I'm just going to keep to myself and not be a slut maker or any of that and just wait.
That's fine. I mean, here's the thing too. Like, one of the things Paul mentions this in the New Testament, where he basically says, you know, if you can't handle the burning lust within you, you know, go get married. He's like, but he was basically also talking to them about the ascetic lifestyle. What he was essentially saying is that, you know, if you can't keep your pee-pee thoughts to yourself, you know, you might as well want to go get married. So at least it's in a godly institution. But if you can keep it to yourself, if you can withstand, if you aren't buying weird sex products or porn bots or just OnlyFans accounts and staying, let me finish. I'll be quick. Then he tells them essentially to be monks. Yeah. He tells them to be religious ascetics. And in that regard, they become the pillars of the earth, because then their prayers and their life is dedicated to God in such a complete way that transcends what most people are even capable of. And so what's happening with this MRA, red pill, and, you know, there's MGTOW and all these other terms, is that you guys are essentially trying to lead like an ascetic lifestyle that is antichrist. That if you were truly honoring God, you wouldn't be fapping all the time. You wouldn't have sex toys. You wouldn't be talking about getting your bots in the future or your special little, you know, mold of such and such porn star's rear end. You guys would be living truly ascetic. No Gremmer cooming and other nefarious activities. You guys would be living in a constant state of repeating the Jesus prayer and saying, I am a sinner, please forgive me, and, you know, praying for people that you've never met. That's the religious prescription we would have for folks who just
polygamy's in the Bible too.
So I'm almost done. The point I'm trying to make here is that our objective is to either have you in a marriage where sex is sacrosanct and it is part of a holy sacrament, or you don't have it at all. And the problem is you guys want to have it both ways. You want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to be able to get your jollies off and then eventually find your dream girl like Nzinga and then be great family men. But that's not how this works. It's one or the other.
Anyways, I just wanted to say there's a lot of filibuster. Well, because the thing is,
he was
talking a lot from a. No, he's not making a good point, because the problem is, okay, answer this as a yes or no. Does divorce as a concept exist in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. Is polygamy condemned as a bad thing or against the Levitical laws or the original sins?
It is, and I can demonstrate why. I've destroyed this argument many times. The reason why polygamy is bad is because I'll even give you an example. So, and
Why I said condemned? Is it against the Levitical laws?
I'll tell you why how it's condemned, and I'll use a logical argument to do so. Let's say that Scott Harris.
Well, can I clarify? I apologize. Is it against the Levitical laws? Would be my question.
I'm going to demonstrate that right now. So let's say Scott Harris wants to have polygamy, right? And he's in a covenant, right? Oh shit! What would he have to do to bring on a new woman? He would have to have infidelity to bring on another woman into the relationship. How could he get past this sin to allow that to happen? Can you tell me how that can happen? Without it,
so your framing is inaccurate. So God gave David 2 wives. How does that happen if polygamy is?
So in those situations, we had so there were circumstances that happened, right? If a brother died at war, things like this happen all throughout that. So if we look at these examples, whenever
hold on, but you just debunked your own argument because you said, how would he get 2 wives? Yeah, you could just use your statement. If a brother died at war, you would have 2 wives.
What I'm doing is I'm having a conversation with you, and you didn't even let me finish. That's crazy.
I know, I apologize, but the reason I kind of wanted to interject is because you just debunked your own previous statement. You said, how would whoever have 2 wives? And then I said, well, how did God give David 2 wives? And you said, well, you could marry your brother's wife if they got divorced. So you just defeated your previous statement.
No. So what happened though is there were special circumstances where it's like if your brother's wife died, or your brother's wife's husband died, things like this happened, right? That's not considered polygyny. That's a whole different circumstance we can get into, which is way more comprehensive than this panel we could have. But here's the problem though that you're going to run into also. Whenever we've had polygyny or polygamy in the Bible, what were the outcomes? They ended up being lessons that these people have learned, right? The wisest man in all of history in the Bible ended up getting his ass whipped learning a lesson because of this, right? If you can pick one example where a guy just had a plethora of harem and it ended up being a good lesson, I'd love to hear it.
Well, Mr. Word, too.
Well, here's the thing. We're kind of, you see how we're getting into a religious debate. I just first want to frame it back from, we were talking originally about Andrew's debate with CGA and it being about marriage. And your guys' whole argument is that marriage has to be based on a religious sacrament. That is 100% not the case. There's tribes before Christ was even introduced or they even knew about Christianity in which they also paired in a quote-unquote marriage to where people would join together as a union.
Yeah,
so you don't need a religious,
indigenous religions. You can't argue the fact that the more religious you are, the least divorce you get. That's
the more rigorous.
That's facts, data, statistics.
Your religious is, yeah.
Thank you.
The other problem, Mr. Work, is
if
that
if every religion counts, though, then at that point it's kind of moot, right? So if you're just saying, well, you just need a spiritual affiliation, and that counts as a religious marriage, then it doesn't matter because you can't really determine what separates religion from being the constitute of marriage versus human nature.
No, you brought up the Old Testament in order to undermine the scriptural view of marriage, did you not? And you were attempting to catch me with this Levitical law about polygyny and all that sort of thing. But the thing you have to
because it's not in the Levitical laws.
But the thing you have to understand about the Bible is that God uses these stories as examples of what to do and what not to do. For instance, Abraham was promised that his descendants would be like the sand of the sea, or I'm sorry, the sands of the beach, whatever, uncountable, right? And well, he was old and his wife's vagina seemed really dry. And so he was thinking that's not going to happen. And so they kind of had a panic attack. And, his wife told him, why don't you just get in with Hagar, my maid, and, we'll have a baby that way. And the idiot did it. And what did that produce? It produced a tribal split that caused conflict for generations. God was trying to prove a point. He was trying to say not that Abraham had a bunch of wives. No, he was trying to say, look what happened when Abraham had multiple wives. It was bad news.
I mean,
this is basic
I brought up David, where God,
of theology, which is why
God gave
use
David
this as a weapon against us. Unless you
exactly. But you prove my point, though, why it becomes irrational to argue religion if the debate topic itself was if marriage is worth it. Marriage is widely accepted to be a non-religious state contract.
No, it's not.
So the whole component that, oh, you
No.
need a non-state recognized marriage when Scott himself does not have one, Andrew does not have one. It's a fantasy that Andrew was prescribing, but nobody wants to acknowledge that.
That is such a
I still
stupid
think that
argument.
it's religious first, and then
Christianity is the
secular. People
biggest
get married in
religion.
church.
It's
People
the
get married in
widest and
churches
largest all over the world. And when you talk about people that are married, there are more people that are married Christian than any other religion in the world, if we think about this. So it's like, no, that's also a fallacy too. So
Well, I can tell you this: that like, to me, once again, the you guys thing, red pill to me is just having the information to make the informed choice. So if a guy looks at the information and then sees, hey, there's this Marte guy's channel, and he's talking about Orthodox Christian, and I think that based on the information, the safest bet is to look into Orthodox Christianity, and that's I'm going to do. That's part of my platform as a red pill guys. Guys make the most informed decisions, not friggin' all slut makers and sex toys and all that other stuff, but just guys doing what they think is best for them. And that's why, once again, I told people, Andrew Wilson is doing what he believes is best, and Greg Adams is doing what he believes is best. We should be able to disagree. Don't let the fact that you disagree with either or disqualify either of them. I don't agree with 100% of what anyone says, right? But I'm not going to go, oh, Andrew Wilson sucks, or you know what I mean? Like a lot of people are doing.
Well, the problem with this is, AJ, is I'll say this, that red pill cannot prescribe prescriptions at all. They don't have any. You have great descriptors.
Yes.
Well, they do.
Right,
No
you have
marriage, no
great
cohabitation.
Red pill is descriptive.
Right, you have great descriptors, but the problem with this is that what Scott Harris alludes to is you can't have both sides of this. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, well, we have descriptors. The problem with red pill is you can have all the descriptors in the world. Like, you get a fire, but you have to do something with fire. You can either burn a village down or cook a meal with this, and fire can be inert too sometimes. We can even see this. You have contained demolition that happens all the time. But what is the purpose for this? All of this has to have a purpose behind it. And if you're going to have all these descriptors, there has to be a purpose for this, like a goal.
Yes.
And
that's
then
they're going to work for.
If I may.
Exactly. That's what you, Scott, Andrew Wilson, everyone else.
Yeah.
You guys are the prescriptors. All I'm doing is descripting. I want guys to make what's best.
I think you have that back.
No marriage, no cohabitation is a prescription.
Well,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
But that is a prescription, right? Do you acknowledge it is a prescription?
Right, but that's all nihilism, and you're not going to have families, no children or progeny when you say we're going to avoid marriage. I think that men should actually be the patriarchs of society, and this is what Scott's talking about. So, in the problem with AJ, I'd hate to say your argument, and the problem I have with this is like what you kept telling Scott Harris. You kept saying, well, hold on, what are the women going to do about this? Well, that's looking to them. We talk about this when we talk about leaders, like what are the leaders going to do? Things like this. That sounds more tenable if you were to say, what are the men going to do? The people that have to lead and have to decide.
If they're choosing not to be led, what are you supposed to do?
Well, the problem with this is we can't say we're just going to give up, throw our hands up and black pill ourselves and say we're just going to avoid marriage, because now
I'm not saying that.
Can I jump in here, Marte? I don't know.
Go
Do you
ahead,
guys
Greg.
hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So a couple of things. First of all red pill is descriptors, except for the individual creators, content creators who give prescriptions such as, go bang 50 women before you get married so that you know how to bang women, which is dumb. But as we talked about the other night, red pill is, red pill will not give any of their global prescriptors, because if they do that, then they will basically have to admit that without feminism they can't exist. And because if women aren't willing to spread their legs for you, then you can't get laid. If women are staying chaste until married, the red pill fucking doesn't have as much appeal, and that's just the way it is. Now, as far as I just gotta the whole idea of marriage. Matter of fact, I don't understand why a secularist would ever want to get married. I don't understand the reason that you would do that. First of all, you're entering into a contract with a state. It's a terrible idea. just go be degenerates and just admit that you're degenerate and you don't give a fuck about anything in the world except yourself, and that's okay. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But don't act like Christians are in some way wrong for saying that marriage is a covenant before God, which is what it is, and we should respect that. You should respect that. The fact that you don't respect it is insane. It's crazy.
Who? Not me.
Yeah, nobody's disrespecting.
I just said that you have to look at the numbers and say that the more
that's not a straw man. You literally said that Christians are recommending marriage, and you didn't, and that outside of the state, or pardon me, outside of the state, and you think that Andrew's not living that himself because he has a state marriage. Sure, most of us do. Most of us are married in front of the state, but that doesn't make a Christian marriage any less viable, especially when we're married in a church and not in a courthouse. I think that the way that you characterized Scott and Andrew's marriages was absolutely wrong and offensive.
Well,
plainly,
that's a straw man, because I wouldn't say it's any less valid. My whole position is the fact that there's no state, unrecognized state union that the state doesn't have the right to impose any power.
Well, you're wrong.
Mr. Works
So
just
then-
here to
You're absolutely right.
Mr.
Mr. Work.
Tactics.
Have you ever heard of the Amish and or the Mennonites?
So, and that's where the coach brought up that when you have kids, the woman still reserves the right to go to the family court, and you will end up in divorce court, family court. Additionally, even the Amish, if a woman who's married within the Amish, instead of going through the church, elected to go through the state, would also have avenues of regress. So there's no way to kind of circumvent. Honestly, if I could just make a quick analogy.
Well, hold on.
What you guys are basically advocating for.
Stop. You made a point. No, you made a point. I want to answer the point. Yes, a woman who has a child with a man has recourse, whether or not they were ever married. But the fact that they're married in a church outside of the state has no bearing on anything you just said. That's not a straw man, sir. That's what you said. And this is, in fact, while that is factual, that has nothing to do with a Christian marriage. Frankly, I think you're just grasping at straws. I think this is one of the dumbest points I've ever heard that someone try to make. I think you need to back up and try again, because you're wrong.
Thank you. So if I could just address the straw man that I said you were making, is the fact that you said I was denigrating these non-state marriages.
You did.
Or saying that they're less
You
than.
did that very thing.
And what I'm saying is that my point is that the non-state recognized marriages are still subject to the state. I don't know how that denigrates or says it's any less valid than these state
That's not what you said, sir. What you said was that Scott and Andrew talk, basically, I'm going to paraphrase here, that Scott and Andrew talk a great game because they're about, not having a marriage before the state and having it in the church as a covenant marriage only, but they actually live under a state marriage. They are married in front of the state. That's what you said. And that is, I find that to be denigrating, because they're still married in a church. They're still married before Christ, I assume. I don't know Scott. I actually don't know Scott. I know Andrew. And I know that he was married in a church. Now, if you were to say, and if Andrew had been married in a courthouse, not in a church, that's not a covenant marriage, that is in fact just a state contract, then I would agree with you, and you would not be being offensive. But to say that they're not practicing what they preach simply because the state also recognizes their marriage is insane. I don't get that.
Oh, that's a factual claim, is it not? Is it not factually true?
It is. I mean, it's factually true, but that doesn't change the fact that it's offensive to denigrate them for it.
So I'm factually denigrating them for stating a factual.
Yes, when you say that they talk a good, and I'm paraphrasing, it's not exactly what you said, but I'm pretty close. That they talk a good game, but they're married. And even in church, even though it's a covenant marriage, but it's also recognized by the state that they talk a good game, but they don't even do it themselves. I that may not have been an option in their state. I don't know. I'm sure they're
But
complying.
how does that speak or
I
deteriorate?
personally was married in a church. Also, as far as the state's concerned, it's a, obviously, I had a marriage license, which is a joke. That's another literally ridiculous thing. But when you said that nobody does that, and I referenced you the Amish, you pivoted to the fact that if a Amish man and woman do divorce, which would be very weird, but if that happened, then the woman can seek child support through the state. Sure, they don't, but no woman anywhere needs to be married to seek child support for the if she's separated from a dude. No woman anywhere.
Before we jump back to that topic, I just want to stick on the fact that you said I was denigrating the non-state recognized marriages.
Scott, did you
pointing
take
out
it?
a factual statement?
Scott,
Do you rescind that statement? Because I honestly, your framing, I kind of find disingenuous, and I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate the fact that you would say that I was degrading non-state recognized marriages for pointing out the fact that people who prescribe them are not practicing that as their marriage as well.
Yeah. Scott, how did you take it?
Oh, it doesn't bother me one bit because I know this little shit's just here to flex his muscles and practice against what he considers opposition. I think most of this is just nonsense debate tactics that he picked up on the internet and he's just practicing on us. If he actually gave a shit about what I actually said and he actually was going to apply it, I'd pay more attention to it, and I actually might feel bad if he said something. But honestly, I've been trying to evangelize this kid this whole time, but I think he's just here to earn a little bit of pennies by being Coach so-and-so's bot.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Scott, by the way,
that's a good ad hom.
I'm not really sure who
The
you
good
are.
ad hom. Yes, he's got his little fallacies list. He's like looking through his little like chat GPT.
Well, because
like,
you're trying
call
to,
out when he
you're
says
basically
this. Is this
assuming
a two coke
intent.
play? No, that's not. What that is.
He's
whatever.
assuming intent.
Why don't you actually have a real discussion?
I am, but grade one came in here
you're not.
and
You
made
keep
a
trying to-
made
keep
a
trying to twist back to a
disingenuous
little
statement, which
blood-dirty
was
debate.
First of all, you
wrong.
called a straw
You've been
man. I
doing it in
didn't
the
straw man
chats
you.
before
Second,
they
you
brought you
did
out here.
denigrate it. I don't care what
How did I
you think.
denigrate it by pointing out a factual claim? How does
Yeah,
pointing out a
trolling
factual claim denigrate their
this
non-state
back,
marriage?
dude.
Do you not understand that saying in a denigrating manner that
So you're tone policing.
even Andrew and Scott don't practice
Guzzle
what they
list.
preach. Again, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to go through your whole little soliloquy there. I'm pretty short. So you don't find that denigrating. You don't think that that's meant to be inflammatory to Scott and to put him and Andrew down. You don't think that's the case?
Their marriage, no. The fact that they're prescribing something they don't practice, you could say yes.
And then
that
it's denigrating,
points out
and I
the
was
fallacy
right, and
there.
you were wrong. So you need to
No, because you
need
said
to-
I was denigrating their
you
marriage, sir.
need to
You
get
said I was
away from
denigrating
your
their marriage.
list of fallacies or whatever you have there, which is great. That's awesome. However, I just facts don't care about your feelings there, pal. So that's the way
Well,
it
you
is.
said I was tone. You said I was the one coming in with a manner of tone that was offensive. So you're the one who is
I would
in
have
your
found it
feelings.
offensive. I personally would have. Scott says he doesn't care, so he's being a bigger man than I
So
am.
if I say your shirt is, what color is your shirt? Is it like a navy blue? If I say it's a navy blue and that's a true statement, you can take offense to that?
This kid is so boring.
This is dumb.
Dude, you're acting like a chick. Like you just want all the attention on yourself. So
No, the problem is, look, Marte's a
no.
better debater than
No,
Grid
see, and
One
now
or
he's gonna
Scott.
do the tactic where he tries to turn everyone against each other. It's
'cause I'm not
No. I'm just saying Marte is a better
You're
debater.
being a
Marte does
No,
not
hold on.
take
Hold on. You're not
offense.
gonna hold on, Mr. Work. You're not gonna use me as a pawn. I am out of this. This is between you guys. But here's the thing, though. I don't debate Grid and I don't debate Scott because we don't even know who's a better debater. The reason why is because we're all on the same front, man. We're all representing traditional marriages and we're both Christians. So it's like, I'm not going to play the whole better and all this other stuff. I'm out of it, man. You're not going to pawn me against anybody else. And I don't buy that, man. But here's the thing, though. I'll even be good faith with you and say this, though. I believe that you were trolling in the chat a little bit. I saw this. But here's the thing, though. I'm going to say that I appreciate you being on my panel. The reason why is because the people that are divided and on the fence can now see one side and the next. If you weren't up here, this would be a fat ass echo chamber. But I do appreciate your presence here. And I'll never say, well, you're bad for the my YouTube channel at all. I actually like you being on here because I think that people can see your worldview, which is Coach Greg Adams's worldview, right? And then they can see Grid and Scott's worldview. And now they have a better distinction of which one's a better choice for them, which would be yours or theirs. And I do appreciate your presence because it shows that it's a distinction. It's actually better. I like it. It's good.
Oh, thank you. Well, the whole reason I bring up the fact where I said Marte was better in debating is only because Marte he didn't take offense. He didn't say I was trying to degrade the non-state marriages. He stayed factual. Yeah, thank you.
Denigrate. It's a real word.
Thank you. Denigrate. I appreciate that.
Well,
so he wasn't trying to say that.
I didn't point that out because I could have pointed it out, but you realize that doesn't make me a lesser or better debater if I don't point it out and I omit things, right?
Well,
he should have pointed it out.
Out of exactly. So out of curiosity, do you think me pointing out the fact that Andrew Wilson and Scott, by his own admission, are in state recognized marriages, but prescribing men to have non-state recognized marriages, do you think that lessens, or that is a claim that I'm making, that lessens their non-state recognized or their marriage in any way? Because they actually don't have non-state.
We're prescribing a society where the state doesn't have a say. We're not prescribing retroactively. Obviously, we would prefer it if the state didn't have a say. What's your effing point?
The thing is, you guys, if you guys truly believed that the non-state recognized marriage was the prescription, then you would take it yourself. That's the whole reason I bring that up. That in no way speaks to the quality of your marriage, how I see your marriage, how society sees your marriage. So Grid 1 coming in saying that, oh, I was being rude or disrespectful, and then trying to tone police a fact that I was making makes no sense.
Here's the thing. Most of the guys that I know, if they could get married and not have the state involved, would get married. I think that's one thing that a lot of guys can agree on, is that the state really shouldn't be involved in marriage. Right now, Mario, Scott, and Grid 1 have the religious component fine. That's the mechanism that they would use. But most of the guys that I know, if they could have a chance to get married and not have the state involved, they would jump at the chance. So I don't know what you're arguing for.
I would too.
It's like
my thing is that
Jews
that's not
aren't
realistic.
Jews because they paid Romans taxes. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So my thing is, I would too also prefer a non-state marriage, but that's not the reality in which we live.
Well, hold on.
Not the reality.
It is the
I
reality.
acknowledge the truth that there's no way you can have a marriage in which the state does not reserve a right to impose on that marriage. That's a truth.
Okay.
Are you saying that we need to be outlaws in order to be consistent in our position?
I don't believe that to be the case now, currently. There are states where there are covenant marriages that are solely in the church, and the state government has no additional authority over them. They don't have the authority to divorce you. They don't have the authority to do anything. Now, again, if you want to go to child support, there's no requirement for child support, for marriage to be a component of child support. That's a bad argument. That's just a bad point, right?
It's not, because Marte said the point of marriage is to have family. So
that's one of them.
I mean,
but doesn't okay.
I'm not religious. I believe the point
right,
of
so here's the thing:
marriage is having a family.
And if I could just say one more thing,
it doesn't matter if you are married or not. The state gets involved when it comes to child support. It's irrelevant to the fact that you are married anywhere, church or not. You can be married in a completely separate country, come to this country, and literally the fact that you're married is irrelevant to the point that if that woman leaves you, you're going to pay child support in this country. That's irrelevant to the status of your marriage. Do you understand? Are we clear on this yet, or do I need to draw pictures?
So Scott said that the reason he didn't do the non-state recognized marriage is because he doesn't want to be an outlaw. So we have opposing ideas here as to what the actual truth is.
In his
Is it
state,
illegal to have the
may not
non-state
do that.
recognized marriage, or is it not legal?
Again, do you understand states' rights? Let's start at the beginning. Okay. I don't know where Scott lives. In his state, there may not be the option for a covenant marriage. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Finally, we're getting somewhere. So Scott, his marriage would not be recognized by the law, making him an outlaw.
But okay, so the problem though with assuming that there's some states in which it would be illegal is that Andrew was prescribing his prescription holistically. He didn't say in these states you can do this, and I would recommend men do that in these states. He prescribed a holistic prescription that men should not enter or should enter into non-state recognized marriages. So
Okay.
would you say that prescription is invalid in
somebody
certain
in
states?
Australia listens to him say that, and that doesn't apply in Australia, does that make his point any less valid?
Can you say that one more time for me?
So when one of his fans in Australia, with a completely different set of laws in the United States of America, listens to him say that, does it make his point any less valid?
So the debate was in the context of the West, and it's assumed to be the United States.
I just don't
So
understand.
you can say, yeah, you can say, look, if somebody in China who's an Andrew Wilson fan heard him say that, can they also assume that, you know, the state, it doesn't make sense at that point. It's an obvious contextual setup that the debate was in the realm of the United States.
But you said Andrew holistically said that, which would mean that anybody listening to it would prescribe to that theory. That is what you said. Now, all right, now if we're going to change it to anyone in the United States, well, in some states, people are going to be able to do that. In other states, they aren't. By the way, you're not contractually obligated to stay in a state. We can move from state to state if you want to have that type of marriage. I understand that these are like you're really trying to like narrow in and make it seem wrong or make Andrew be wrong, but the fact is he's right. He's 100%.
It is wrong though.
And
it is
by
wrong
the
per
way,
your definition.
By the way,
so
if I were to say something on this, which I don't generally, but if I were to, I would say that everyone in every state in the union should push for covenant marriages only. No state recognized marriages, right? If you want to have what you consider a marriage outside of the church, then you write up a contract like any other business agreement, like two grown-ass adults, you file it before the court and you're done, right? Like that's it. Like there's no, you just remove all the bullshit, remove all the fluff. But if you want to be married, man and wife, thick and thin, all of that, you go to the church and you get married. Church of your choice. I don't judge. But you get married.
Do you see how we're... So I want to get back to the original topic. So
I know you do.
If Andrew prescribes that everybody get a non-state recognized marriage, and per Scott's admission, it might be illegal in a state, and you, Grid One, even said some states that might be illegal, would Andrew then be prescribing to men in those states something that is illegal?
What he's prescribing is that we take control of the system.
Yeah,
and
what he's
make
prescribing
it
is something for the future. Yeah, Scott's right. This is an ought claim. This is not an is claim. I understand that it's hard for small minds to these concepts, these complex issues. Is what is today. It is the fact that in some states, most states, I probably all but 5 or 6, I don't know. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it is the fact that you are going to get married with a marriage license. You're going to pay the state for the privilege of marrying the person that you love, and you will be contractually obligated to get a divorce in a courthouse and not a church. That is, in most states, the facts. But it ought not be that way. When Andrew says this is the way it ought be, it's not a prescription of what is. I don't understand how such simple concepts elude adults.
Okay, so that's a good ad-hom, by the way. But basically,
because he's not actually here to debate and understand. He's just here to test his theories and his little
that's not an ad-hom, sir.
fallacies.
Do you understand what an
and
ad-hom is?
Okay, but sir, here's the problem. I let you talk.
What does ad-hominem mean in English?
Interrupting me, and every time I try to say something, both of you attack
what
me.
an ad-hom
No, we
is?
Yes, it's a personal attack. You saying that I don't have the
attack. It was an
You did. You said
observation that I do not understand how simple concepts like is and ought elude adults. That's not a personal attack. I didn't say, Mr. Work, I don't understand how you were this fucking stupid. That would be an ad hom.
Anyway, so to get back to the point, though, is that
accuracy
Andrew's
matters.
prescription.
Accuracy matters. Accuracy matters.
So if
you say
accuracy
I make an
matters,
ad hom
then
attack,
why we?
if I don't make an ad hom attack, I will call you out on that. Do you understand?
Anyway, so back to the point where
Apparently not.
Andrew's prescribing a holistic approach, and
How are you
for
just gonna
Scott,
move past that? Whoa, wait.
okay, so I have to. Okay, so am I going to just debate everybody and everybody interrupts me?
Well, here's the thing.
He's memorized all this shit. It's hilarious.
Hold on.
He's taking sound bites from different.
You have to at least let me address. Honestly, look, I forgot the point I was going to address now with Greg
This is a panel.
because I've been interrupted.
This is a panel, and you've made this all about yourself.
Yeah, it's a panel where everybody's interjecting when I'm
means
trying to.
He's
make a
using
point.
us as a training.
It's not
dummy,
about
guys.
you. You're being disingenuous, right?
If it's not about me, why don't we interrupt each other? Why is everybody just interrupting me when I'm trying to?
Interrupted me. Oh,
Yeah, I'm the only one being
dare
interrupted.
you. Oh, he
That's
interrupted you.
Is that an observation that I'm the only one being interrupted? You guys are not interrupting each other. Is that fact? Is that a fact or not a fact?
Grid one.
How dare you?
Listen, guys, I gotta get going. The wife
guys,
is
I gotta
getting
head out.
restless. It was very
Oh
nice
man, no, we gotta head out. Why, guys?
So,
All right,
I
Scott.
appreciate
Hey,
it.
Scott, it was good meeting you.
Hey, it was great talking
You
to
find my
you.
channel
man.
sometime. We'll talk.
Yeah, it's great talking to you, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Zinga's usually the one who puts her face on camera. So this is
Yeah. She's awesome too, man.
You know, that's actually a rule on
Subscribe
my
to her
channel that unless I know you, you have to cam up, and if you're going to debate or argue, you absolutely have to cam up. No pussies.
I mean, I
allowed.
don't mind putting my face behind my words, but I'm just not the I'm not the attractive one. I'll put it that way.
Fair enough.
So,
Christ is
Yeah.
God. Good to see you, man.
thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully, we'll chat again.
Yeah. I
Sounds
have to
good
go
to
to
know.
bed soon too. Actually, I had ended my show to send you my. I rated you with a few people. Since we were talking about you tonight, Marte, it was just
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, that's right.
His
DRI.
ears were burning, right?
Well, he was the impetus for the topic.
Marte's
of the-
blowing up though, man. His channel's doing good. He's doing well, man. You know.
Grid,
You know
Grid.
what?
You got a
Marte-
message, Grid.
I know. I saw that.
Marte, man, like I said, you already had a hater the other that you were going over today, so you know you're doing something right if you have a hater. You
Oh
understand?
man, it was crazy. Apparently, Grid. I don't know if you saw the chat. Apparently, somebody's saying I'm banging Rachel Wilson because I'm helping them with their health and fitness and personal trainers. It's just stupid, man. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it's just stupid people, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been in my career. You know, a lot of people talked a lot of shit about me. I've been sued multiple times. I've been drugged through forums so many times. You know, people lie like dogs. And at this point, I could give zero fucks. Like, it just doesn't matter at all. Nothing changes who I am. I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm going to breathe in awesomeness and piss out excellence just like I always do.
Grid, I have to ask a
sorry.
question. Grid,
Sorry?
I just want to ask during the whole conversation tonight, because I was obviously having this conversation that devolved into marriage and stuff. Did anybody at least say I was a good debater or decent or okay?
we actually we barely even talked about you I literally was like, hey, this situation happened, and we just moved right into all of the machine, the machine learning and how people use it to cheat in video games and the ethics and morality of doing the actual, using AI as a tool or as a like some people, and how people are using it to cheat. Especially in the video game stuff was fascinating. It was really good. So I had a guy on there that's really knowledgeable about it tonight. It was really a good show.
There's
really
a couple
awesome.
of guys. Grid one. I don't know if you watch the whole speed running community where those guys will speed run video games, so they're like beat Castlevania. Look at what they're doing with like AI when it comes to faking speed runs now, or they'll play Fortnite with bots that do the aim bots and stuff, and it's just like, wow, that's crazy. But I have a question for you guys, if I could. So I have a good friend, right? And he got married to his wife. They've been together 15 years. They've been married for 10 years. And on their 4th wedding anniversary, when they first met, he said, "Do you want kids?" She said, "Yes." And vice versa. They were agreed that they both wanted kids. Okay? Their 4th anniversary, all of a sudden, she's like, "No." So they've been going back and forth for the last 6 years because he didn't want to be an older dad. He's 41 now, but he wanted to be a dad when he was like 36, right?
Yeah.
So they've been going back and forth, and it's crazy because he's a PhD in engineering. He makes $250,000 a year. Like, he did everything that you're supposed to be able to do, and she won't give him children. So he's divorcing her, right? And I was on a panel the other day, and this knucklehead was like, "You shouldn't be getting divorced, bro. That's not a good enough reason." From your perspective, is that a good enough reason for a man to divorce?
So I don't argue with people about the reasons they get divorced or split up. If you don't, and I think this is one of the things that I just I'm very conflicted on. On the one hand, I think that if you make a promise before God, you should honor it. The only but again, if he really wants kids and she doesn't want to have kids, then you've kind of broken the contract there, and then I have an easier time seeing it. But at the same, I just know so many people who have stayed. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm one of those dudes, right? Like, I got married at 35. I didn't have my first kid until I was 40. I had my second kid at 50. I'm 55 now, and my wife's 11 years younger than me. So, we're done having kids. We've got our 2 and all that. And when my wife was, when we were younger, my wife was like, "I'm not sure I want to have kids." And at the time I wasn't sure I wanted to have kids. And then it just, we were one day, not one day, but over a period of time, we're like, "Yeah, we want to have kids. Let's make that happen." So I kind of feel where that guy's been at, and it's weird to me now that women don't want to be moms. I would find that as like a really, really, really like serious red.
I agree.
Red flag or whatever. Like that.
When they first met, though, she was on board, and then she just did a hard left. And what's crazy is, because he has the same thing that you said. He made a vow before God to stay married, which is why he's been in the marriage for so long. But here's the thing: he's in a group of men. Like, he has like a men's group that are all like professional, like good dudes, right? And his thinking was so twisted that I told him it's about outcomes, right? I said, why is it that Jorge can swim across the Rio Grande, right? Come into this country illegally, work daily labor in front of the Home Depot, and he can have a wife and kids. But my friend, who's like, according to, he's educated, he's a high earner. He can't get the same outcome. My point is, I was telling him what he's asking for to have a wife and children is not a crazy ask. It's not. But it
No, I don't
seems
think
like
it
there's
is,
so
yeah.
many men that like are dealing with women that won't give them children.
And-
so his plan is to, divorce and then find a woman and remarry and
Yeah.
have kids, So
I mean, I think there's always. I mean, personally, I think that there's. I mean, and I don't know that your friend hasn't done this. I would, if I were counseling these people, I would tell the man, I understand that you want to have your, your kids, right?
Mhm.
But maybe adoptions.
she said no to adoption too.
That was my yes. And then if she doesn't want to, if she just absolutely doesn't want to be a mother, then
yeah. Mhm.
I mean, that to me, that's like, I don't even know how they got married to start with. If she doesn't want to be a mother or whatever, I don't know. I have a hard time with that. I do think that and I'm going to say this, and this could be hurtful a little bit. I find that most women, as they get older, they lose that motherly instinct, right? So like I married my wife. I was 35, she was 24. So she was right in that kind of that sweet spot when we had our first child, and so that worked out well for me. But it could have just as easily kind of gone the other way just a year or two later, right? Because it's just a way I think the women's minds work. Men never really change, but women do. Women change their point of view on that, and as they get older. So I don't know, man. I think it's tough, and that would, if I were counseling that guy, I don't know what I mean. It would be a lot of long conversations for sure.
Yeah. Well, I told him that
I
that's the
appreciate
one.
that.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Work. Yeah. Sorry that I interrupted you.
Yeah, no problem. I was just going to ask if we can get back to the whole ought versus is with Andrew's prescription.
Hold on, let me finish here really fast, because okay, but I told him though that it's like you said, some people are good people, and they always figure out what they did wrong. Like he's like, well, I did. And I'm like, you can't compromise on children, right? You can compromise on a lot of things, but that's the one thing you can't compromise on.
Yeah, I mean, if it's important to you, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I know some guys that are just, they don't. I mean, I didn't think I ever wanted kids, but then I did, right? And I mean, I know several men who were so consumed by their workload and the idea of success to them, they don't even have relationships, right?
Yeah.
Like they just don't. And
Martin, what do you think about the whole situation?
Well, to be fair, can we go back to the topic at hand?
Yeah, but just real quick.
No, we can't, because I asked Marte a question.
Yeah, he did ask me a question. So here's the thing, though. It just depends on what your belief system is. I do believe that when you can go through, and this will make the question for Mr. Works question about the marriage and all this other stuff make sense as well, too. We can bridge the two, and I'll do this masterfully. So if we have a communal sense and we have no fault divorce in the way of you having to go through church clergy, right? Because this was one of the big tenets that you were saying, well, no, if we deleted this, that would help out a lot. Well, we do have this. I guarantee Grid is going to have to present this through the church to some point, maybe on his side, and they're going to have to say, well, no, that's a stupid reason, right? So there's community pressure that he even has through his church community. We have this. So this creates more of like a communal sense of togetherness, a gel, for us to actually say, you know what, there's shame involved in this for you to leave. All these other constructs that we have that you guys don't have on your end, which we have, we could reap the rewards for this. And I understand you want to get back to marriage, but here's the thing though. This answers Jay's question. So if people want a divorce because somebody can't give kids, this now turns into a situation where it's like it makes it hard for the guy to leave too, not just the woman, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't come and then say, well, I just want to bang all these women and then have marriage. This eliminates all that too. We don't want that in society, because I'm against men sleeping around too. So if the guy wants to leave and it's a really bad situation, now they have to go through this filter of the church, which I think is great. So if he had to go through all this situation and he's married by the church, and they're saying, well, no, and they can prove that, well, she lied to you. She said this whole thing, and they get her to admit, well, yeah, I know that he said he wanted kids, and I agreed to this, but no, hold on real quick. This is lying. I forgot what it's called.
Marte,
when you get into a contract. I forgot what it's called.
Marte, one thing, Tennessee is, I think it's now law. If it's not law, it's up for a vote in the next session, where it's the compromise that Tennessee is making with covenant marriages, and they're state recognized covenant marriages, and but they have, there's a list of things. It can't be no fault. There's a whole list of things that's part of it to be considered a covenant marriage, and to that you have to agree to and sign to, and you can't get legally divorced if you don't follow all of the steps in the covenant marriage that you sign prior to marriage. And it's a step in the right direction. Now, Tennessee is not one of the states where you can have a marriage. Well, let me rephrase. For the Amish and the Mennonites, they get married in their churches. They do not require marriage licenses and all of that. I think maybe they have something if they have a driver's license or state ID or something. There's some paperwork there for whatever, but they're married completely in a church. Tennessee recognizes those marriages as legitimate marriages, right? But there's no state interference. They can't go to the courthouse and get divorced. So,
I like that.
Yeah. But again, I think it really only applies to the Amish and a Mennonite. I could be wrong about that. It could be that any religion could do it. I haven't looked into it lately, because we've had the state covenant marriages on the docket, and I've been waiting to see how that kind of lines out.
Yeah,
But,
we'll just wait.
Yeah. Well, my friend's wife didn't think that he would leave, and now he's leaving, and hopefully he'll be able to get married and have his kids. But it's just crazy that he was kind of bugged out, because he did everything that he thought he was supposed to. He's not an alcoholic. He's not a junkie. He wasn't big. He's a great guy. He's educated. He earns money. They bought the house. They did everything, and then for some reason she just says no, and then he has a whole group of like 20, 30 dudes that are in the same position, and it's like, man, that's crazy. But cool. What? Thanks, guys.
It is crazy.
Good one. Thanks, man, for meeting you, dude. I actually subbed
I'll be around. So I just normally I have to punch out here pretty quick. I actually don't normally.
Me too.
Really? Oh, come on, guys.
Bro, I've been at this for what, 5.5 hours.
Crazy.
I gotta punch
That's
out,
crazy, man.
Long ass time, man.
Hey, keep up the good work, Martin.
But you guys filibustered the whole thing. You guys kept talking and didn't want to get back on the
This is
topic.
not about you, dude. What are you talking about?
I was here to debate a topic.
This is a
The people in
dialogue.
the chat told me
You've been doing this the whole time. Now, Marte is nice and good one's nice. I'm not. Look, all right.
Okay, but I'm here to debate a particular topic.
You were trolling in the chat, and now
yes. And what they tell me in the chat, they told me, "Hey, call in."
To make everything all about.
They said, "Hey, call in and debate it," and that's what I did.
And then you were like, "Hey,
I'm calling in to debate the topic, like they told me to do in chat."
Awesome. I'm gonna insult people
I'm trying
and
to
say
debate
all
the
types of
topic.
dumb stuff and
Yes.
say ad homs and all this goofy debate talk. I looked at a freaking.
Bro, I let you talk the whole. You talked way more than I did.
Mr. Work, we can actually have this debate on Grid One's channel if you want to debate this. I don't mind doing that.
Yeah, with a moderator and everything.
Yeah, we
how
can
about
set up
that?
a debate between you and me, man. I don't care. I'll go heads
Then
up
it'll
with
be
you.
all about you and your side and
Yeah,
what
and
you
then you
want to
can
talk
make it
about.
all about you
And
if
the
you
hell
want.
with
We can hold the
everybody
argument
else.
up. That's fine.
Clown. That's an ad hominem.
I mean,
How
yeah,
about that?
it'd be appreciated because it's one of those things. It's kind of hard to have a conversation where we have divergent conversations. And
Or
then
we
I
can have
was
a conversation
respectful.
on Grid's channel. It'll
That's
just
what an open channel is.
letting Jay talk, and then Jay wants to hog up the whole time, and then everybody gets to leave.
When do you guys want to do it? Let's just lock it in. Let's go.
Marte, I'm out. Like I said, you have so much
right,
patience, bro. This is why I don't debate and you do. I don't have patience.
No, Marte's a nice guy. I
can't
like
do
Marte.
it, dude. I can't do it, dude. I can't. All right, guys. Take it.
All right, Jay.
All right.
Yeah, nice. Well, guess what? And then there were three and a moderator.
You
Two
two
people and a
guys,
moderator. Good.
You two guys work out when you want to have the debate. I would suggest. Well, this
Hold on.
week-
Can I just make a quick point, Grid? Because I never got to address your point with the ought statement.
Yeah.
So I just want to make a quick point to your ought statement.
Yeah.
So if that is your claim that Andrew wasn't prescribing an is, but he was saying an ought, and hence why the case that he doesn't have a non-state recognized marriage.
Yeah, he was observing what is and prescribing an ought.
Yeah, so doesn't that validate the coach's claim that basically Andrew is arguing for something that's quote unquote fantasy or not realistic? Because
No, I
per
think it's very
Scott's,
realistic.
well, hold on, can I just finish it? Per Scott's admission, if it's illegal in his state, and as you said, it might be illegal in some states, therefore Andrew's prescription is not even legally valid. So therefore, the coach's perspective that it's a fantasy, and like you said, it's an ought, meaning that it's something that should be. And honestly, I agree if it were an institution in which there was more responsibility and accountability, people have to each other, it would make sense, but that's not the case.
I'll answer this really quickly, and then you guys can schedule a debate on it. But that's not how. First of all, it's not how ought claims work, right? Like, it just isn't. That's whatever. But anyway.
For what reason, though? Can you explain it to me?
Yeah, ought just means it ought be that way. I mean, it's irrelevant of laws. It's almost like a hypothetical, right? Like, this is the way it ought to be. Now, it may not be that capable of being that way because of laws. Laws can be changed. We could change it to the way it ought to be. So when you give a prescription, when Andrew says, for example, when Andrew says that we ought have or pornography ought be banned or whatever. If he said that, I don't think he said that, but if he did say, I'm just picking on that because it's easy. If he said that, it's not banned now. It's arguably impossible to ban, but I think that we can agree that it ought be banned, right? It's harmful.
I agree. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So then that would be the prescription. Pornography ought to be banned, right? But you could say that you're arguing for Fantasyland. Sure, right? Maybe, but it's not impossible, and it could happen. Pornography is banned in some countries. China is most notably one of them. And so it could happen. Now, will it happen? I don't know. If there were more Christians in this country, if there were less atheists, if there were less degenerates, if people became a more civilized, if I dare use that word, society, maybe we could ban pornography. Maybe we could wrest the power of marriage away from the state, which should never have had it in the first place.
Yeah, no, I agree that if the state wasn't involved or didn't have the right to impose itself.
So when
on
Andrew
marriages.
makes the prescription that it's an ought claim, it's not a fairy tale. It's not a chasing ghost. It's what ought be. It's what we ought be working for. It's what we as citizens of this country ought to vote for and tell our politicians that this is what we want. This is how it needs to be. And that's how we make the change. So his prescription is not fairy tale. It's not none of the things that Coach said. Coach was nothing but cope, because he's saying that no change can happen. So we just accept things for as they are. And that's literally cope. Like that's how you cope. You just accept things for what they are.
Well, so the thing with Andrew's prescription, though, is that he said that men should do this. He said,
yeah,
in order to reduce marriage, you should You already know.
ought, same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
But
agree.
so
But he
so
does say,
if,
yeah, sure, he says that. Yeah.
yeah, so if I make the observation that, well, per Scott and Andrew, and
You know what?
even you said that.
AR-15s should be absolutely legal in California, but they are not.
Well, but here's the thing. So if it's illegal in some states, right, that means as is today, Andrew's
We're
prescription
not
is
talking
not
about
something that
as
can be
is
done.
today.
But that's what the whole debate
Ought
was.
claims ought claims have no bearing on time. You are trying to tie this to something that doesn't exist. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. An ought claim just says it ought be that way.
But the prompt was if marriage is worth it.
I ought not be fat. I ought be in better shape. I ought be thin. I ought not be thin. I ought to build some more muscle. What those things are irrelevant in the state of time right this minute.
But the original debate prompt is if marriage was worth it, not if marriage could be worth it, not if marriage should be worth it.
Again,
not if,
that doesn't change that. Marriage
it does, because it provides the context of time, which would be today. Because if we're saying
it says is marriage worth it? Does it say is marriage today worth it?
that would be the assumed context, right? If marriage is worth it,
I
you're
think
talking
that's
about the
an
context of
ass
society.
assumption.
Yeah, you couldn't assume the context. He's just taking it as is.
But at any rate, look, you guys can argue this on my channel. You're welcome to do so. I would this week will be fucked because I have the debate con thing. If you guys want to fly to Nashville and do it live in front of everybody,
that would be great.
That would be rad. That would be rad. Yeah. We got a lot of debaters coming in to do that. But that's next Friday. I would suggest I could do it Monday night. I could do it maybe Wednesday night. You guys let me know.
We can do it the week after next or 2 weeks from now. I'll set it
like
all up.
It's just this week's gonna be rough, right? Like because I got my my whole event coming up, and if you can make it to Nashville, come to Nashville, hang out. We're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be completely rad.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate it, guys, and thank you, Marte, for letting me speak on your platform.
Marte, have a good night.
Yeah, of course, man. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Yep. All right, man. God, I've been doing like overtime on YouTube when it comes to certain things. I don't mind doing debates. And I like arguing for marriage. I don't really care. Because I like the should and ought claim of that. Good stuff, man. I want to show you guys something real quick. I know it's like nothing really personal or whatever, but I guess it's a good announcement that I got, actually. Hold on. Let's get to it. Let me see if I could show this on my screen real quick. Where is this? Oh, this is the news I got, ladies and gentlemen. The Surrounded episode will be coming out on the 11th. So the episode where I go in and destroy this tech billionaire on Jubilee will be coming out on the 11th. I look forward to seeing this, and that was I think it's hopefully they don't take the video down if I post it. I heard that Jubilee is kind of sensitive when you post something, they end up striking it or reporting it. So the Jubilee episode's going to air on Tuesday the 11th. I'm going to show that, and I'm going to show it as a premiere. I destroy the shit out of this guy's argument. It was brilliant. So I will be on 3 or 4 more episodes coming up. That's going to be good. So anyways, I'm going to show this food, who's boss, on my plate that I'm about to eat. So let's go through Miss D. I appreciate the support. That reminds me. Let's I know, Ken, I have to go eat, but I have to actually go through my super chats. And this is all rightfully deserved for me. Angel, new member. I appreciate this. All Wine, new member as well. So hopefully I'm saying your name right. And you also purchased a membership as well, too. Gifted a membership. Miss D, the infamous, based, nuclear family. Miss D, new member as well, too. Awesome. Work Academics showed up as well, too. $2. Andrew lost the debate. Life agent lifestyle for life. I don't subscribe to that. Miss D for $2.99. My mama brick is over. Stay safe and God bless, crew. And then comes back to Work Academics, Mr. Work Academics. Brother, I stand with you, but Andrew Wilson lost, says he, for $2. $2 again. I respect you putting in work, but you and I know who won. I think Andrew won, and I believe he won, which, I mean, when we have our debate, I'll also prove that his side won too. Ken for $5 says, Marte, Grid is here and want to join the panel. Can you drop the link? Which I did. So yeah, I saw what Grid was putting in and I dropped the link. I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. Wilkmoto said, lame. I know, I'm starving. Pretty lame that I have an appetite. Sucks. Oh, I mean, one day I wish I didn't have to eat, but then again, I wouldn't be a bodybuilder still. Miss D says, cool, salute. Good stuff, man. Wilkmoto says, Andrew won without even trying. I agree. His worldview is a better prescription. I think if we can all get married to based ass wives, that would be great, right? But this is why we're fighting this ideological war. And I believe in it strongly. As Miss D also demonstrates with her patriarchal structure of a marriage. Good stuff. Ken says Andrew also won as well too. Anyways, I'd like to win on W's like Andrew did too, or end on W's like Andrew did too. I appreciate you guys tuning in. My channel is going to be escalating and blowing up even more so. I'll have more epic debates for you guys soon. The Jubilee debate is going to be posted on the 11th, and I will show that on my channel as a premiere. Good stuff, man. You guys be safe. And Christ is God. Miss D, my husband is the greatest human. Yes. Miss D is a fucking legend. Yes, of course. All of CGA's prescriptions lead to more degeneracy. Yes, good night. Later, guys. You guys have a great night. And I'll see you guys later.